Good morning, everyone. I think I turned that down way too much. Hold on. There we go. That's probably better. Good morning, everyone. Cool Kid here. I'm glad that the first chat message I see is Cool Kid at a normal time when it's 10:30 for me, like at night. You know, it's still technically Wednesday. It's Wednesday for another, hour and a half or so. So we're good on that front. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a nice whatever it is, wherever you are. We are once again streaming at some fuck-ass time for my US viewers, but it's okay. Nobody cares about them. Fix my setup a little bit here. It's a little messed up. Okay. I hope that those of you who watched the Heat Inherit video that I put out a couple days ago found it interesting. It was kind of like a shorter thing. I put a lot of effort into the Super Boss videos, and so I'm kind of working on some easier stuff for a little bit. I want to finish the Super Boss series soon, though. I think May I'm gonna try and finish it by knocking out the other two. I'm not sure if I'll pick it up as like the next thing. I might do something else first, but I want to try and finish the Super Boss series in May, just to kind of get them all done for people to absorb the information, even if generally speaking people do not give a single fuck about the Super Boss videos. So I'm gonna be real here. My community has been, they have not been providing many. Hold on, where the fuck is the option for this? Did they move it? Huh. I can't seem to find the option for a mute when running in background. Okay. My community has been slacking on new live reactions, so we just have to make them ourselves nowadays, right? So today's live reaction is from me, because this is what we have to resort to now, okay? I made this in like a minute and a half. So we need to make some bullshit. We have to cook up some bullshit for the streams these days. So yeah, you get the live Dinar reaction, because he was the only wolf I could get a good shot of like this, and I thought it was funny. Anyways, I need to release Nitro from his cage real quick, because he is here. Alright, you are now live on the air, Nitro. No bad words. Anyhow, so I have not done my weeklies yet. I spent a lot of time with the Heat Inherit video, and then after that came out, I've been playing Helldivers instead. So I haven't gotten to most of my weeklies. I did knock out my Holvania calendar and a few of my Nightwave challenges and stuff, just because I knew that shit would be really boring if it was on stream. But we still have the Archimedias and things like that, which is unfortunate, because the Archimedia looks pretty fucking miserable this time around. So we're gonna see how that goes. Oh yeah, I still have the this was the loadout I was using for the Dinar reaction. I assume Nitro's still logged in. Here, let me go to, I'm not really looking forward to either of these, but it is time to load in. All I saw...
Did you find that one post where it's just like, I dipped my fucking, what's it, Uriel and fucking...
Oh, I dipped my Roth in cheese? No, I'd have to look for it. Also, I'm sorry if the stream lags at any point. I had to update my graphics drivers, and when that happens, when I load back into new areas in Warframe, they have to do their shader caching again, which takes a bunch of CPU power for, like, anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds. So, if the stream starts, like, briefly lagging, that's probably why, is because it's doing the shader stuff.
I need 5 more tatters for us to do that. I'm almost positive can go on my face.
Let me invite Nitro real quick, and then we'll see what I have access to.
The truth. God, this guy sounds like a queer.
What are you? You can't just say these things.
I didn't say the F word, so...
This is so ass. Transference distortion and gear embargo being here is so cringe. Very unfortunate.
Some guy, obviously, and he's like,
I just forgot to post. Look, we'll take what we can get. We'll take what we can get. Okay. Well, I feel like everything I have in my weapons ranges from, like, okay to mid. I mean, I have Comarex. I don't know if my build is any good for it. I haven't really used it in a long time. I do have Gauss, which is big, and I also have, I have Zaku, but Zaku isn't able to generate energy as easily as Gauss without my operator. I feel like Gauss is... What the fuck did I just try to type? I think Gauss is probably the play here. And then I can do... Actually, I just realized I have both Comorex and Cyanex. That's fitting. And we'll take Azothane, I think.
Shoot me another invite.
Okay. We'll invite Nitro real quick and grab our companion.
Oof.
And mirror defense. It's not even just that. It's gear embargo, mirror defense, and fucking bolstered belligerence.
I'm not gonna have fun.
Why is this allowed? Why can you do this? I don't like this at all. What do I have on this? I haven't used this thing in so long. Don't look at any of my builds. They're always bad, objectively speaking. I have critical chance and weapon recoil at the cost of reload speed. I have on blast. This is probably fine. Does this have multiplicative CO, or why do I have this? I don't think it would work on the explosion. Hold on, because I have Deadhead. To the wiki, to the sheet.
We got Kalerval, Magaharo, AX52, Corinth, Evensong, Conterra Hysterix, or Kuva and Glaive.
Is it under notes?
Kurwa. What's it? Corinth for the AX.
I do not think that it works. Because I mean specifically the explosion and the zoom-in form won't benefit from the base damage from this, but I have Deadhead, so it's probably fine. I don't know. Who fucking cares? Close this shit. No one has to look. I haven't used Cyanex in ages either. It'll be fine. You actually don't have to plan anything in this game. You just click on things and they die. Undervalue base damage, 2 sources are better than 1. I mean, yes, they are, but you also have to consider that oftentimes, if you take a 2 base damage bonuses, you have less total damage than if you would take a different bonus in its place, but it depends on how the math shakes out, honestly. From the second zoom. Interesting. I guess I probably could slot in the Cannonade mod, because it's matching polarity. I do lose out on a lot of status chance that way, though, which kind of sucks. And, oh yeah, duh, I have Vile Acceleration on here, too. I guess I could drop it for that, but I think I'll probably leave it like this. Let's get my, Actually, let's take this guy. My goat, Pharaoh Predacite. Honestly, I think Pharaoh Predacite's a very underrated companion. It's one of the few ones that can give you, like, a direct elemental damage buff, which I quite like. What do I... Oh, yeah, I had this on because I was shooting. What do I want for my passive? Because what I'm looking at is... melee combo counter. I think it's, what, Phoenix Talons? Yeah, which is a small damage bump. Unairo would be... yeah, Stone Skin. I was going to say, where the fuck did it go? I feel like the most helpful passive here is either Vazarin or Zeneric. Because the free cast every minute would be very helpful if I run out of energy. But Vazarin also gives me the 4 insta-reses, which is good because I have Nitro with me, and he's a bit, fragile.
Let's see, who the fuck should I bring? I
also just want to say, with the addition of Tauron Strikes, Transference Distortion is now even worse, because now you also lose access to your Tauron Strike. What a bad modifier, dude. What, sorry?
I've been going to the AK.
Honestly, between the two... Oh, you don't have biotic rounds, though, do you?
Do I? For the AK, right?
Yes. Why is your Gauss fashion fucked up?
Biotic rounds or biotic rounds?
Biotic rounds. They fucked it up when they changed how the skin absorbed materials.
I got biotic rounds.
Okay, if you have it, I really like the AX with biotic rounds and blast. The AX is honestly one of my favorite assault rifles that's not an incarnate in the game. But yeah, they updated the materials on this skin so that for some reason, my much darker black is now no longer an actual black and it's gray again.
Damn.
Which makes me very sad. Nitro, you can't say these things. I'll have to fucking... I'll turn your audio back off.
They woke you.
It makes me sad, too, because, like, I really like this skin's body, but I don't love the helmet. It's not bad, I want to make that clear, but it doesn't have, like, an aesthetic that I,
Holy shit, babe, Death Cube is 15
that I fit
platinum
into.
off.
Do not buy that shit.
I don't know why it's telling me
Archimedia.
I have a Death Cube Prime.
Well, we got new modifiers. They just appeared in the new Archimedia. June 13th, 2026. What is that? The heat death of the universe? Live Nose Dinar. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but Ferroprotosite has anabolic pollination. Goated Precept. I also do think that Volatile Parasite and Endoparasitic Vector are also both pretty good, but anabolic pollination is great. You just get a direct damage bonus. You know what day it is. I thought, if you mean DE never understood Overguard, I thought I missed that point. I thought we're past that. Put the shot collar back on Nitro. Speaking of cool Hassan, dude, I still have this. I still have the fucking chair in my live reaction. Thank you for being a massive inspiration. I'm glad that I have inspired you. I'm not really sure what for, but I'm glad that you find an inspiration in my dog shit content. Scary how powerful and fluid it is. It's actually a really good idea. I've heard that Jade's augment for her 1 can be really good, but you really need to play into it because of how it scales with duration and things like that. And streaming. Oh, cool. I'll have to, hold on. Let me pull your channel up so I don't lose track of you. Go to channel. We will put a pin in this. Okay. Like every week. The annoying thing with Bolstered Belligerents especially is not only do I think it's just a dog shit modifier, but normally it doesn't appear in missions where it's like this terrible. But in Stage and Mirror Defense, it's really fucking bad. How did you and your boyfriend meet? It's honestly such a fucking cringe story, if you ask me. So, in high school, it was in 10th grade, in biology class, I sat next to a kid who was strange, we'll put it that way. But I had just moved into the school district, so I didn't really have any friends, and obviously this person was a bit of a social outcast because they were a massive weeb. So they would, you know, take the opportunity, even if nobody really knew me, to get to know me better because I sat next to them. And so this person was a big fan of the game Splinter Cell Blacklist. As far as I'm aware, they did not play it competitively, they just played it, like, online. And I'm gonna be honest, they were a massive fucking cheater. But
yeah,
still sucked. Nitro played the game competitively at the time, so they knew each other. And I met him through Splinter Cell Blacklist because I just so happened to sit next to a specific social reject like myself in high school. I am not friends with said social reject anymore for a lot of reasons. But obviously I'm still friends with a few of the people I met because of them. Primarily Nitro. Honestly, most of the people in the Blacklist clique were really miserable to be around. So
yeah,
sorry, I should have asked. Are you ready?
Yeah, I've been ready.
My bad. I didn't realize I never queued.
I've been friends listed again.
I also just want to say that I don't think Biff counts as part of the Blacklist clique, considering he's my brother and I lived with him for most of my life.
How many have you played Blacklist with him?
I don't actually think so.
Wait, I thought he was like part of like the fucking like ad Blacklist fucking bit.
I don't know if he ever played it with us. I know he's played it before. I don't know if I ever played it with him.
We should play it sometime soon, but I think I'd have to get the fucking custom server working again.
I'd rather be put down than have you talk about me like this. Look, I'm concealing who he is for a reason, and there are a lot of reasons why I'm talking that way about him. He was an individual. I don't know if you're in. I'm loading into the mission. I'm not sure if you're here, but okay. Without a game does make you toxic. We're on another level here. Let me put it that way. Hold up. Let me summon all my doodads. This will fail. I mean, you're right about that, but I don't think you're right in the way that you think. Come on, get my dudes. Call them all in. Summon the group.
Call 187 reference.
I accidentally bumped my 5 key, and the game immediately scolded me for that. Oh, wait, these deal heat damage, right? Can I farm energy? I can farm energy off the glyphs! Oh, wait, hold up. Big synergy discovered. Good evening, weird dog. Was he gay? No. So, as you might expect,
He had got a wife, so no.
As an anime fan, he was a misogynist. So either he did have that going for him. Ooh, that's lame. Am I in a bolstered belligerence mirror defense? I will absolutely abuse gear items. I do not give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I genuinely do not think defense modes were ever designed for levels this high. And when you play them at levels this high, you really quickly realize that. Hold on, I gotta actually start killing shit. Because we're not spawning any glyphs. Let me get my blast buff going. It makes a lot of sense, though. Dude, look at that fire rate. Dude, I can't proc Deadhead off of these guys. Hold on, I need to shoot one of the Arcocanids or the Pants. My immortal enemy.
You need to shoot the Pants to get a headshot buff.
I'm using
Yes.
gear items. Yeah, like,
deranged.
I genuinely do not think that these modes were designed for levels of content this high, and they really start to buckle when you have to play them at this difficulty to me. Like, if you are in a situation... Like, Archimedes, I think, is a very strong example of this. If an Anatomizer shows up and dumps his bombs on the objective, he can take a third of its health instantly. It's so fucked up. I actually generally think that defense game modes can be fun. I actually like mirror defense. Or at least I did, until Citrine's grind ruined it for me, because I had to farm her for so long. But, at this level, individual enemies are just so insanely threatening. Have a different kind of head, Nitro. I mean, this is true.
What?
The Pants have a different kind of head.
Oh, true.
Don't get overguarded too much. Farewell, Sci-Fi. Thank you for stopping by. Fortunately, I can hit the Gritty as Gauss, so I think I'll be safe. Citrine was the worst. Yeah, even after they buffed her drop rate, she's still pretty ass, but grinding her on launch was so fucking miserable, dude. Dude, I got no base damage. I have no bread, no paper, and no hose. I mean, except for Nitro, I guess. We are just not spawning any glyphs. All right, on to the next one. Oh, shit, I didn't push the button. It's fine, it's fine. I forgot to hit the button. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. We're just farming energy off of the other runes. It's not much, but it is something, and that's what matters. And 20 gift memberships. Thank you, AK Dreamer. Congrats to whoever receives one. No Void Murder Void Sling. I mentioned this in my randomness is difficulty video, but my thought process for transference distortion is that it should make it so that whenever you transfer into your operator, when you transfer back, you always get a stack of transference static, even if you didn't die. And if you die as your operator, you take all 4 stacks instantly, which kills you. I think that that would be a much more balanced take on it by penalizing you for entering your operator, by giving you a debuff for like 45 seconds. But you wouldn't be locked out of it. You just have to be a lot more thoughtful about when you enter operator. It's the same with gear embargo. My proposal for that was that if you have gear embargo, instead of making it so that you just can't use your gear, instead each gear item has like a 3-minute cooldown that's shared between all gear items. So like you can still use them, but because your gear access is so much more limited, you have to think a lot more about which one you're using and when. I think that's the that's sort of my pitch. I probably shouldn't be wasting my free reses on companions, actually. I'm still gray. Yeah, congrats to everyone who stayed gray. You have to resist the greenening. I don't think that's a real word. Also, congrats to Fanged Wisp for, again, not getting one. I didn't even have to look to see if that happened. I just know it didn't. Wisp's luck is so unbelievably bad. I already know. Yeah, I see Wisp posted another message. Yeah, they're still gray. So I didn't even have to see it happen. I just fucking knew. I just knew it on instinct. I'd say it's fair game. I mean, yeah, but my thing is, like, what if Nitro dies? Then I have to make sure... I was going to say, what if Nitro goes down? But then my whole chat will be like, what do you mean by that, cool kid? What do you mean by that? Are you a homosexual? Are you... Dude, I'm fucking... That's it. I'm reporting to YouTube. Yeah, this is why my channel is having issues with its metrics, right? YouTube found out that I have a boyfriend and now they're killing my channel.
They think I have AIDS.
Fucking hell.
Fucking deep job lore.
Yeah, Nitro job lore. I think I have to...
Out of context, this makes this sound so ominous.
Yeah, there we go. Fuck off. Spent 20 more gift from AK Dream. You are wasting money, I'm just saying. I appreciate it, but you are wasting money. Oh, fuck, hit the button. I didn't. I don't think I don't know if that was in time. Oh, no, it did still kill him. Okay, we're fine. Congrats to everyone who received one. And once again, I'm sorry, Fanged Wisp. Nitro has gray strain. Okay, do you want me to tell the story about the job thing?
Yeah, by all means.
So, for a bit of context, Nitro recently has started working a manufacturing job. And this place seems pretty fucking miserable, just from the descriptions that I've been told. But there was someone at Nitro's job that cut himself on something. So Nitro went and got, like, the, like, what would be the trauma kit, I guess? With, like, the stuff for...
Infectious blood, like, fucking cleanup kit shit.
Yeah, it was like a blood cleanup kit? What am I saying? Blood cleanup kit. Because, you know, blood is a biohazard. And generally speaking, you should make sure that that stuff is not left alone on the ground. And one of the more senior coworkers was like, oh, no, we don't need that. Like, oh, it was the boss? That's even funnier.
Not the head boss of the company, but, like, my boss.
But he was like, yeah, we don't need that for this, right? Like, this is only for, like, if someone, like, cuts their leg open and is, like, you know, bleeding to death. And Nitro was like, well, blood is still a biohazard, though. What if they have, like, any, like, infectious diseases? And he's like, oh, no, I'm not really worried about that. And I really wouldn't, like, you know, I'd kill any of the guys if they lied to me about it. I'm only really worried about those F-slurs because they might have AIDS.
No, because they probably run around with AIDS, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, what did you just say? It's like, hold on, we crossed a bridge here all at once. It's like, huh. Lawsuit? Well, here's the thing. He did not call Nitro an F-slur directly, so
nobody knows that I'm an F-slur except for, like, my two other coworkers in my area, so...
Like, Nitro even asked them, like, how do I approach this? Because he didn't call me one, like, he didn't know, but that was still, like, a really shitty comment. Honestly, I don't think that you could actually sue the company over something like that, but it is pretty wild. It is pretty wild.
Yeah.
You know, the gear items have made this fairly easy, fortunately. This wasn't as bad as I expected it to be.
I think something's draining my energy, because even as Hero, I don't have energy.
Also, yes, there is a toggle for receiving gift memberships, though I'm reasonably certain that Wisp has said that they do have it on, that they've checked multiple times. Nitro's boss is me. Zethos, I'd believe that. Thank you for the 10, AK Trooper. Don't tell me what to do with my money, you sussy Sicilian salami sandwich slicer. You calling me gay? Banned. Banned immediately. Banned.
No, he's calling you someone who has AIDS or some shit.
Yeah.
That's where you can use the F-slur. It's
the
like
politically incorrect term for gay person. Fucking hell. Did the blood have homophobia in it? Did it spread? Maybe. Also, welcome Curious Wheel to Cool Kid. Thank you for joining. Dude, this guy just cha-cha slid away from that because of my Kubro. Because she thought I was a child? That's even worse! What do you mean, Wally? What the fuck? You can't just hit me with that. Hold on. I'm just going to read this verbatim for you. Oh, we're losing. Hold up. What the fuck?
What?
Hold on. I gotta lock in for a second. I think I respawned everything that I needed. I'm gonna just read this verbatim. Wally posted in the chat, could be worse. I had a patient tell me that she wants to R*** me, but only because she thought I was a child.
What?
Hell, were you treating Ghislaine Maxwell?
Fucking what?
What the fuck?
Wally Lord?
Wally Deep Lore is that apparently he works on fucking Epstein Island. Holy shit. This is why I'm unemployed. Okay, hopefully this goes fine. I'm really regretting not staying on top of the buttons. But if I spawn a mech now, there's a good chance it'll kill it. So we're just leaving it alone. If she mysteriously lost custody of mysteriously, you live in Texas. You know, here's the funny thing. Most people in Texas, in my experience, do not really seem to give a shit. Like, whenever Nitro and I go out in public, you know, I feel like it's pretty obvious that we're not just friends, but nobody's really ever said anything. Don't get me wrong.
I think we had only good things said about us from, like,
well, there is the manager at one of the restaurants who, like, at this point just kind of knows and offered to move us when we were put into a booth that was too small for us to sit next to each other comfortably. So, like, she's nice. She's cool. But in Warframe, like in March, That goes kind of hard. I mean, damn, that sucks.
And just like...
It does make me sad, though, that, like, so, like, my roommate this was several months ago now, but they were driving on one of the main roads, and there were people out there with a sign that said, honk if you believe marriage is between a man and a woman. And a bunch of people that were passing, were honking, and it's like, damn, dude. Why do y'all care so much? Do you guys think that any homophobes watch gay porn to do research on the enemy? Oh, we got a red shard. That's cool. Anyways. Not Adam and Steve. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Why do I have a ping in this server? Oh, it's the fucking Wordle bot! I knew we shouldn't have played Wordle through Discord. God damn it.
Yes, wait,
fuck that motherfucker. Okay, this is disruption.
Like fucking trying to stay awake long enough to watch the fucking stuff last night was worth it.
I'm surprised he got it. He was so fucked. He was in such dire straits. It's Stalker and Jade, not Stalker and Sevagoth Prime. Only if you're a pussy. It's alright, hit that shit. Dude, it's kind of funny. Whenever I interact with the Palm 2s in this game, I just think of the iceberg, or not iceberg. Actually, I should be saving this for when I actually have to fight a mech. The ARG video, because I used all their sound effects in it so much. I had to check my own Wordle.
Oh god.
Fucker has 2 hands. Live Wordle reaction. Thank you, Avery. Avery, you don't even play this game anymore, do you? I'm surprised that you still just, like, show up and hit me with a banger and then depart. I respect the commitment. At the end of the mission? Probably. Here for an Atis again. I've mentioned my philosophy on this before. I try not to really set expectations for future content because I don't want to set myself up for disappointment. So for me, it's like, do I have any thoughts on what POW will be like? I mean, maybe on, like, a surface level. But I don't really want to, or I don't care to speculate, because I really just don't want to set myself up for disappointment, right? Through heartbreaking news, indeed. You know, now that I'm building up the galvanized stacks, this is actually doing something, but... Can I pick up the fucking key? Holy shit. Alright, Nitro, please don't die. I'm going to the thing. Actually, what's the... It's Engorged Gruslings? Okay, nobody cares. He hates Wordle. I'm actually in Talio. Wait, Gareth is here? Holy shit, dude. Last time, Wally accused you of fucking ducking him last time, Gareth. I didn't expect to see you here. Wally was talking crazy shit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
He's here.
Yeah. Kita, the mech is here. My goat primary crux. Okay. Oh no, the key, okay. Do I not have... I don't think I have my blast damage buff right now. Oh no, I still do. I'm just fucking stupid. It's fine, though. I want to wait for the cooldown. Well, well, well. Gareth is alive. Yeah, I didn't think he was anymore either. He'd been gone for months. Don't use my government name. With Wallace. Thank you for the 5 AK Dreamer. I don't know why you're wasting so much money on this. I'm going to Euphasa Superba myself. Grim. You know what? What if I just dump into this guy with the Comarex? Let me build some... Okay, this is actually not going to work. Never mind. I have to get headshots on things to build all my stacks, so I just don't have access to those kind of tools. We're just going to, like, yeah. We're going to fucking burst him down. Don't mind me. I'm just fucking... Dude, this is so loud. It's fine, it's fine. We got him, we got him. Since I last donated. Yeah, but that's the problem. That's 6 months too many. I'm trying to guilt trip you. No, I'm just fucking around. No, I honestly felt really, like, I don't know, weird about the last stream, because right at the end, several people donated a lot of money individually. And, like, that's very helpful for me, especially because I'm trying to move here soon. But it also is just like...
Leave me, chat. It's over.
I just shut up. It makes me, like, a little uncomfortable to receive so much money from so few people. I'm going to queue Gary? Damn. Have you tried the Bullet Storm? Yeah, I think it's a fun weapon. I fuck with the Bullet Storm. Are you moving again? So I'm not moving out of this city. I'm moving to a different apartment. That'll be fairly soon, actually. Oh, ow. Oh, wait, enemy toxin weapons. Oh, fuck. I was like, why did I take so much damage directly to my health? Okay, we're good, we're good. Look at Streamathon win. I mean, the last time I did, like, a Streamathon thing, I don't think it went super well. I guess there was the beating Warframe in a day kind of counts, and that was fun. Thank you for the 10 hood dollars, Bait of Orion. Moving sucks, here is a pittance. I appreciate it. It does suck, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Moving is such a fucking pain in the ass. At least I'm going to be moving, you know, just across town this time instead of across the country. But...
Popping it.
I assume this is EDA? Yes, it is. Why did you... Oh, no. Hold up. Where did he spawn? Oh, down here. Nitro's the one who got the good weapons. My weapons aren't even bad. I just don't have the... Okay, you're just gonna have to wait a second.
My AK is not actually performing, honestly. It's Hysterix that's carrying me for some reason.
Dude, I'm struggling to keep up with the chat. I feel like I haven't streamed in just long enough that my brain's not wired for the multitasking right now. And why is your answer yes? Okay, this is going to shock a lot of people. I've never played Team Fortress 2. Made me hate using heat phrase. I want to clarify, heat is not bad. I still think heat has a lot of benefits. I would still consider it an S tier element, personally. I think a lot of people, like, heat inherit is important to consider, but I also think a lot of people kind of exaggerate its impact at the same time. Like, I have had a lot of comments saying, like, why is it that if I use my heat ability first, then my new heat procs deal no additional damage? And it's like, that's not what I said. That's not how heat inherit works. You lose access to multipliers, and that can be a huge loss in damage, especially for frames like Ember. But generally speaking, especially if you're by yourself, honestly, heat inherit isn't a massive problem for a lot of Warframes. I honestly think that Uriel and Ember are the two that are the most affected by it by far, because they have heat damage buffs in their kit. And I think that Ember is still like an order of magnitude worse about it than Uriel, because Uriel can kind of sidestep it. Like, I had Nezha in the video, because Nezha does have a lot of stuff that can poison his own heat inherit, but because he doesn't have a heat damage buff in his kit, I don't think it affects him nearly as much. And for Temple, it's a lot more avoidable, because it's one ability that does it. Why am I attacking this Breslin? Who fucking cares? When I do the same joke again, right? Real. That annoys me sometimes. The damage of a DOT is not dealt instantly for any single target. Slash and Toxin don't work like that either. It's only Electric and Gas. And to be honest, I do wish that all DOTs would deal their first tick of damage instantly. Because Electric and Gas have the benefit that if you are killing enemies faster than 1 second...
Oh, Jesus, he blew up on me.
What? They have the benefit where if you are killing them faster than a second, the DOTs won't really mean anything. But Electric and Gas are like that. And Blast is different because it's based on the stat count. They detonate naturally after 1.5 seconds, but you really do not want them to detonate that way. You want to make them, I should probably say that they, like, expire. You want them to detonate by hitting 10 stacks or killing the enemy, for sure. It's Weird Dog Wednesday, my favorite time of the week. Weird Dog Wednesday. Everyone's favorite day of the week, right, is Weird Dog Wednesday. Not just any regular Wednesday. Yeah, Weird Wunk Wednesday. Yay! Got his ass, dude. We fucked that guy up.
Fuck!
That's why it's good. That's a big part of it, yeah. It's the same... Oh, shit, wait, you're dead? God damn it.
Fucking...
I wasn't paying
Up on me
attention.
again.
Nitro, when the frame has easy shield gating and an invincibility button.
You know, I had invincibility, and then it ran out, and then I got one-tapped by a fucking Jade Light.
Grim. Chiller Dog Thursday for the time zones. Do I drop out? Drop out of what? Like college? That's probably not a great idea. I mean, I guess it depends on if you're enjoying your major or not, really. Why was I sliding? What the fuck? Okay, the Void Angel has arrived. Gotta hit the Varussi ult. Zethos. Zethos. It don't work like that. The salami lid ain't gonna fit like that. So, the salami lid... Dude, if I get hit by the attack that, like, skewers me and forces me into Operator, will it even do anything? I low-key don't know. Why is it in the wall?
The man in the wall. Whispers in the wall.
Wait, I don't have access to Operator, so I can't destroy its fucking Void Orb attack either. Oh, this is so stupid.
No.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm just calling in the gang. I don't even care anymore. Yeah, this attack. I can't stop it. That's the whisper in the wall. Maybe. You're my favorite YouTuber. I appreciate it, even if I think that you may have bad taste. I do appreciate it. Kill him! Kill him! Fucking die! I play video games to take out my violent urges. Alright, Nitro, please do not die this time. We have things to do. I need you to lock
Running into the group on it.
I swear to fucking God. Just pay attention to the hands, please.
I'm done.
Oh, hold up. We got a key. What's my cooldown at? A minute? Fuck. That's kinda high. I'm probably gonna wait that out. I don't trust my other weapons very much.
Valid.
You can get mad and make views. I don't really know if that would work. So like you mentioned computer science. My question for you is like, one, how much money have you sunk into the major? Would it be a better idea to just finish it out at this point? And two, are you enjoying it or not? As your favorite YouTuber? Okay, I feel like nobody actually likes DSP though, right? I feel like that's like, I don't feel like anyone actually likes certain YouTubers, and I feel like he's one of them. Same with like Low Tier God. Like I feel like all that shit's like ironic, right? Right? You fucking disappoint me, you goddamn disgrace. You know what, Bayrot? Maybe instead of fucking being over here hating on my fucking streams, you should get to work finding a job in the dog shit Turkish economy. Or are you too busy fucking gooning to that wolf, you degenerate? Fuck you.
Go work in horse place.
Pay your damn Sion debt? Yeah, that's the only income Bayrot's bringing in, motherfucker. That's why he needs the Sions. I have a job, asshole. I don't think I believe that. Honestly, my headcanon is that Bayrot is one of the Turkish ice cream guys. That's what he does.
John Ice Cream.
Kill him! Fucking kill him! I don't even see the weak point, dude. I'm just mag dumping in his general direction. Hey, Nitro, could you deposit the final key so I don't have to put my Arcan away? Because then it'll go on cooldown again. I can't enter my operator to pick it up, so I'd have to dispel my art gun, which would just be annoying.
See ya.
Okay, you're on your way. I wasn't sure where you went. I work at a bomb factory. You sell bombs? Cool cancellation speedrun? That's the cool Blink 369 incident. Bayrot is here to be my #1 op. Honestly, though, I'm not sure who's a bigger op to me, Bayrot or Robin. I haven't seen Robin around in a while, though. Maybe she's moved on from being my girl foe. We could, like, if Robin doesn't come back, we could hold tryouts. The cool kid girl foe tryouts. Okay, we're good. Last one is Alchemy with Alchemical. Ooh, Myopic Munitions and Vampiric Luminous. That's kind of ass. We coming, Hans?
Yeah. You have to
The
deal
fucking
with children.
The motorcycle. Do you accept genderless foes? Well, you see, the reason it's like that is because I have a boyfriend, which means that necessarily I need to have a girl foe to balance things out.
Fired worker goes behind counter, refunds himself $80,000 in mac and cheese orders.
No
Thank
blue
you,
this
Mom.
time. When you need a non-binary enemy, I feel like I need someone like a non-binary neutral, right? I need a non-binary person who has no strong feelings about me one way or the other. That's what I need. I need a non-binary neutral. If not friend, then not boy. I mean, not necessarily. Is that a Grizzling? The Grizzling? I have no idea. It died, though, so there's that. Oh, this is 500 meters away. Hold up. Oh, Nitro, you're dying.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Make sure you activate your 2, because you heal on kill with Penance active.
I feel like that's weird because like this character doesn't have a lot of health, and you can't really like health tank with him. So it's just like okay. Cool,
I think it's basically to like bring your health back up if you weren't able to like shield gate something, like if it was a toxin hit or what have you. I feel like that's kind of the point.
I be able to play around that, unless it also does that for teammates, in which case I guess that's nice for them.
I don't think Penance does for teammates. Are you building Helmet Charger? I've already built it out. I don't feel strongly about anything. I think that you might be depressed. You know, I'm not a doctor, but I feel like if that's the case. Regardless, I mean, I guess I have to find my non-binary neutral then, so there's that. Hi, cool kid. Welcome, Robo. A-Rod to stay based. Zethos, I'm gonna DM you the fucking Neptune image on Discord or some shit. Are you even in the Discord? I don't even fucking remember, dude. Your days are numbered. That's all I'm gonna say. Your days are numbered. On the Xeno series? I mean, I guess I could have probably intuited. 300 meters! Bitch, what are you doing? Canonical Gauss, canonical Gauss.
Honey, I want to point this. I want to point out the fucking.
Get up, bitch!
Thank you. I get one tick by a Jade Lund and it instantly took off all my health and shield gate. What the fuck happened?
Just come towards the objective, please.
I was doing that.
Get over here. I don't particularly care about your existence. Thank you. It seems like there's a lot of non-binary individuals who are indifferent about me, so that's good. That's good. See, it's child be born.
Hey, I know what you Dave, fucking transmog me into a fucking ampule.
What the fuck did you just say?
Transmog me into the ampule. We have the teleport room.
Oh my god. You said transmog? I thought you said transfem me into an amphor. And I'm like, what does that mean? Oh fuck, I got mag proc. It's fucking over. It's actually over. You need to repay your Sion debts. I mean, like, eventually. Yuck and Uranus? You know, we'll have to see. Remains to be seen, I think. Remains to be seen. Wasting the player's time. Uriel's demons are weird in general. I'm gonna be honest. I've thought about making a video kind of in the same vein as the Heat Inherit video about Uriel's demons, because they have a lot of really weird, small quirks that make them kind of annoying. I really like Uriel. I think he's super fun, and he's very good. But there's like a lot of weird little shit about his demons that I think is stupid. Huh?
Go's making out with the heat amphor guy, so he can't die.
Grim. Oh fuck! Ow! 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 Oh, they're in here. The child has arrived. I forgot that because this is multiplayer, this is gonna take much longer because it increases the count that you need. But like, Katanok will only chain up enemies if you're within, what is it, like 5 meters of them or something? And range doesn't affect his chaining behavior at all. If Vithelus is in the middle of creating a rune, he will not teleport to you if you're far from him, which means he can spawn the rune really far away from you. Gulfagor is designed to prioritize high-value targets, meaning that sometimes you might just have no energy because he keeps latching a Necromech over and over. Stuff like that, where it's just like, why do they do that? Why are they like that?
Oh, don't say that's really good, even barely modded.
Don't fucking say range-restricted dominatrix. I don't like that. I don't like that I read that.
I mean,
there are the indifferents. Holy shit. You might be right. You might be cooking. Oh, that guy has a... Hold up.
Things are pharaoh the bitch.
I think there's a dude with a he thing in here? Whatever, actually, I'm just throwing it in this group. Fuck y'all. Ooh, the toxin. Alright, be careful. The children are back.
Yeah, I'm chaining them up.
Why did I shoot that?
It's not illegal if they're not real.
You. Good ending. Yeah, YouTube just broke clipping. I don't think it works for anyone right now.
It sucks, honestly.
Honestly, I just think that means I'm safe. It means I can say heinous shit and no one will have to know. Is Nitro your Discord kitten? I'll have you know that he is a horse.
Yeah, no, he's
the dynamic is... Shut the fuck... The dynamic is very different, thank you very much.
Yeah, I meow, he's the cat, and I can't neigh, so he's gonna have to one day.
Why is your Mexican twin here? Cool Mexican kid, I didn't even process. Why are you not, like... Why is your name not in Spanish? That bothers me, actually.
He's a Tex-Mex, I don't know.
I don't fucking know. Thank you for the 10, Ron? Holy shit. Have some Romanian money. Going to my job now. Good luck. If it's Romanian money, I can only assume it's stolen, but I endorse that. I endorse that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say shit like this to people on the internet. It comes across as mean when I'm trying to make a joke.
Just like the currency of the guys.
Can I be your new girl foe? Cool, Mom, you are already a kind of girl foe, but like because you're my mom, I don't really think it works. It's not the same.
You're already a foe because you turn off the router randomly.
Nitro, are you coming? New objective.
Yeah,
He looks like an isopod.
Where?
Let's Nitro somewhere. I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Man, traffic on the M60 is really bad right now. I'll be there soon, hun.
Unbelievable. Just got paid in Root of Nightmares. Deadass.
I almost fucking blew the guardrail on the fucking M10. I'm coming.
The fucking Toxin Amp up here despawned. Not cool. That's not cool, Squidward. I don't think anyone here knows what video I'm fucking talking about.
Did we get this one again?
Huh?
We got viral again.
Yeah.
I didn't think it
Playing on the floor. I feel like that makes me kind of uncomfortable. I think I kind of like him more as like a disembodied wolf head. Thank you for the 10 gift memberships, Rubik's Nub. Congrats to everyone who received one, and I'm sorry in advance for Fang the Wisp. Oh fuck, I'm out of energy.
I have my thing, but I'm trying to kill slow. There's some.
Okay, we need to start focusing more on dealing with the alchemical invulnerability. They're starting to pile up, which is really bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, I still want the energy, though. Actually, what am I doing? I'm pretty sure... No, wait, I was like, I can just use Emergence Dissipate. Nice try, dumbass. No, I cannot. Okay, here we go.
Ah, fuck, they got me.
That's better. Ooh, that's a... Oh, the slash proc's gonna kill me.
Yeah, that's what got me. Necromech.
20-second slash proc! Nitro, I'm gonna die. I'm warning you now, I'm gonna die.
This is bad, chat.
Oh, I have to... Okay, dude, if I maintain my passive, my shield gate is just fast enough to stop the damage. I just have to keep moving. Holy shit. Go green, support your local twink. There's so many enemies over here. I'm just tossing this in to fucking kill them. There's a heat amphor down, I think. We need that too. Because there's a bunch of heat over here.
Are fucking amphors.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to fucking throw the amphors at them. Okay, I got my energy back. Thank God.
Let's see. Come on. 20 energy per kill. Alright, let's kill.
Summoning a mech again? I don't know where it's at, though.
I got headshot melee kills. Let's go.
Okay, we should have enough amphors to either finish this or get quite close, but I'm really scared of that Bone Widow.
The Necromech is the face of amphor, and I just realized... Oh.
I gotcha. Okay. This emote is sick. That does go pretty hard, actually. Thought gay or son daughter? I'm going with Stu. I'm going with Stu on that one. Only makes your kids stronger. Gay. Wake up, Predacite. You have a fucking job to do. You have a J word to do. Nitro.
The fucking Necromech.
Wake up. Oh fuck, I accidentally used all my revives. Whoops. Okay.
I'll just keep scares.
Honestly, I would say just focus on surviving. That's really all you need to do right now. J word, no thank you. Censor yourself.
No, two Necromechs. Two Necromechs, repeat.
You know, you could always just like go into the next room or something if you really want to. We should be good. We should be good. Once this gets back into the zone, it'll finish. Varian son or OF daughter? Really, the problem is that you're asking me about having a child in general. I'm picking child neglect every time.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. We gotta weave our way through. Dude, this shit's fucking intense. I don't think I can make it up the stairs like this, though. I thought that was Nitro for a second. Why? Okay, the Luminous just respawned in here, I guess.
There are like 4 necromechs on the way. I'm going.
Well, yeah, they'll teleport to keep up with you.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh, this fucking necromech jump scare who just fucking like ran on me.
So much horse abuse. I actually played through about half of Red Dead, and I just never finished it because the game felt like everything was a chore. How unfortunate. Like, I felt like everything just took so long to get anywhere. Red Dead 2 is a good game, but I just don't know if I have the time for it. Well, we got one good item.
The fucking horse ragdolls.
That shit is funny.
The fucking 30-minute Markiplier horse fall compilation.
Oh wait, we can do the Netracell over here. I don't think I've done it yet.
For an old guy, you really got something
Let me
better
switch
to
my
do?
loadout. Stew or soup? An interesting question. I'm going with soup. Orion's Son or Sirius' Son? I actually picked Sirius. I think I was the only person I even personally know that picked Sirius. Let's take Uriel. I mean, Yuri's literally in the name. Yuri is in the name, and he hits the lesbian pose. So, like, I'm gonna be real. I think we know that Uriel is a lesbian. Okay, has anyone here heard of the game? I think it's just called Horsey Game. Does anyone here know about Horsey Game?
We need to play Horsey Game.
I would love to play Horsey Game on stream. It's so fucking funny.
Alright, hold on. I can buy it for you.
Yeah. Love you too, baby.
Where the fuck is it?
Lesbian pose? I showed this on a different stream. Hold on. This pose, where you're holding your arms out. Do I still have this in the stuff folder, actually? I don't know if I kept it or not. Oh, I didn't. I do have this, though. So that's good. Hold on. I think I just called it lesbian pose. I'm just going to search for lesbian in my downloads. Nothing weird will come of that. Okay, yeah, this is literally the only fucking result. Yeah, this fucking image. This image about the lesbian pose. Do you see what I mean? It's... I don't know, dude. That's what it is. I gotta move the ant down here. I need to reorganize this a little bit. Anyways. Hold on, I gotta hide this. There we go. I've received a gift. Horsey Game. Thank you, Nitro. We'll add it to the library. Infinite being in there is fucking hilarious. Okay.
Isn't there like an Obex, what's it, augment now, or?
The augment has existed for a while. It's getting an incarnate soon, but...
That's what it is, yeah.
Hold on, I forgot to fucking mute my email notifier again. Fuck off! Okay, we're good.
Come on, let's roll.
I'm glad that Cool Mexican Kid is now typing in Spanish, and because I only, like, know a little bit of Spanish, I'm able to just, piece together small parts of it, and I just see fucking Netanyahu in there, sticking out like a sore fucking thumb. Banger. Actually, I could play Uriel, but it is, Weird Dog Wednesday, right? It is Weird Dog Wednesday. I feel like I should take Varuna. Are you one of the few people that uses Outlook? No.
My mom and dad are, yeah.
Designed the Netracell's key glyphs to hobble
It's kind of grim.
meat for the lab's defenses.
Shoot, it is nuts.
Defenses will see you as
Now you have all read it? Heartbreaking. Alright, Nitro is also Varuna, but the non-prime one. Unfortunate. I'm just gonna pop this now, just for convenience.
You got your glyphs. So, hit the terminal to exit into the labs.
I know from the game. Reasonable.
Wait, babe, what?
Huh? What?
I'm in my 4.
Yeah, it's a prime detail.
Fuck!
Yeah, it's really fucking lame, but only the prime gets to do it.
Well, we gotta go back.
Exceptionally cringe. I forgot that you didn't have Varuna Prime yet, but I guess you haven't really played a lot since she was added.
No, I've been trying to grind with you, but we've been getting exceptionally unlucky.
Control the terminals.
Only the Prime? Yeah, only Varuna Prime gets the to go on all fours. It's really lame. Like, I kind of expected that they would do that, but I don't know. Like, I thought, oh, well, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, why would they make it a Prime detail? But no, they did, which is really lame. I didn't actually know until Sabuchi pointed it out to me. Be careful out there, Nitro. I'm nowhere near you right now.
Don't worry, I'm close.
Like Titania flight? Yeah. It's the same with Titanium. She only floats in the Prime. Though I feel like that's a little less egregious.
I didn't know that.
Doesn't even get to float. The fact that Caliban doesn't float is so lame. Is running relics
Well,
anymore?
Caliban Prime will come out, and well, no, he is out, isn't it?
I was gonna say, like, yeah, that was the time everyone thought that they were going to add it.
Oh, don't worry, the Caliban Deluxe will come out, and then he'll fly.
Yeah, they're gonna do Caliban Prime. Trust. I'm moving.
Excellent. Your necromech is on the
Where am I? How did I? What the fuck?
Fun.
Nitro, why are you calling in your necromech fucking like 800 meters away from the objective?
Because this is one of the only terminals that I saw. Where the fuck is it?
Nitro just be doing things. He'd just be having free will over there.
There it is.
I hope that one day reevaluate. Oh, you know what would even be better, honestly? Make it so that in addition to animation sets, we're able to equip dodge and walk cycle animations. Like,
That would be amazing.
I think Caliban should still get a unique one to fit with, like, his character. But it would be really nice if we got the ability to equip different, like, unique dodge rolls and walk cycles on other Warframes.
Doors won't open until you clear out uglies around the entrance.
I love stamina.
Run on all fours? I don't... Huh? I don't think that's how that would work. There are two types of people in the Cool Kid chat. People who want Vauban on all fours and people who would get down on all fours for Vauban. Which are you? Remains to be seen, really. Where are all the fucking enemies? I'm both... On...
Well, at that point, you're both on all fours, so...
Yeah, if you're both... It's like the lesbian sheep thing. No, nothing's getting done.
I love that.
Nothing's getting done at that point.
Classic whisk banger.
When Crab Frame? Mr. Krabs. New fucking SpongeBob collab. I gotta be careful. That's a fucking shock exodus. They'll just kill me. We'll just do that for safety. I don't know how much damage this will deal. I only am at 5x.
Infinite bombs, holy shit.
Building up Varuna's charges is really tricky sometimes. It's really easy to accidentally kill stuff with Fangs of Rash. And for some reason, the slash proc she inflicts doesn't count for that, which I don't like. I'm a bottom. Grim. All fours, you gotta have higher standards than that, Jade Zeno. You have to have higher, you have to think of yourself more highly than that. Call it a day. I mean, yeah, but like Dante's flow is, it has like, it still kind of embodies his personality and the way he moves. I feel like it wouldn't be like one-to-one. War SpongeBob frame. Warframe player. I mean, that's true. Look, all I can say is that at least the Warframe players in this chat are better than most gacha games. That's probably not true, actually. Remember, you can always deflect and point to another community to distract from the problems with your own. Every minute you can go without swearing. I feel like that would probably be too easy on my part, dude. I'm not going to do that purely for your sake. Warframe is a gacha game, though. Low-level rage bait. There are some people that genuinely think this game is a gacha game, and I feel like it's so just, like, categorically wrong. I had a friend,
like DS was like, no, Ice was Ice.
yeah, where Ice kept fucking telling me that the game was a gacha game, and whenever I tried to explain to him why he was wrong, he just kept saying that I was coping, and it's like, dude.
I think he's just like a fucking dumbass rage baiter at that point, though.
Well, I mean, according to Hunter, he's also very easy to rage bait, which is why he had the soundboard. Like, okay, for context, my brother Hunter has a thing on a soundboard where it's just like several minutes of him talking about how Halo 5 wasn't actually that bad, and the entire reason it exists is to just put it on so he can leave and rage bait one of his friends. The goal is for him to argue with it, not even realizing it's a soundboard.
Just like your head is like,
dude,
you know,
he fucking died. And League, how cooked am I? Dude, I'm gonna be honest, it's over. It's over.
It's over.
Kill! Okay, we're good. I like how if the enemy, like, leaves Veruna's line of sight, she can still hit them with her, too.
But yeah, if you get stuck in a railing, you can do it, like, at range as well without having to move, so you just, like, fucking throw STDs at people.
They kicked me from the friend group? Damn. Yeah, like, the thing with gachas, and I feel like people just fundamentally miss with Warframe, is RNG loot or RNG mechanics does not make a game a gacha. Like, that's not how it works. Typically, I don't play any gachas, but to my understanding, the RNG comes from, like, obtaining characters and character packs and stuff. And you can buy them. Like, that's the big difference. Warframe is a pay-to-skip kind of game, right? And on top of that, the main RNG source, Ribbons, cannot have money injected into it unless you, like, buy a ribbon from a player. So, I don't know. Like, yeah, RNG loot mechanics doesn't fucking make a game a gacha. Like, I don't think Terraria is a gacha.
There's the relic system, I guess, but, like, eh.
Well, relics are another one of those things where, they're just an RNG loot mechanic. Like, could you buy them from other players? Yes, but you can earn them so easily through gameplay, I hardly feel like that counts. It's not like gacha games where, as far as I'm aware, you typically can't. Like, you have to earn your pulls through gameplay, but it's generally pretty difficult, to my knowledge. CS2, classic gacha game. I mean, it is a gambling game, let's be real. CS2 is a casino.
Which I, lucked out on, because, like, once again, I think I could have got like $400 off my CSGO inventory, which I haven't played in since it became CS2. Which I got for like, I think like, what, $100 like maximum had to have been, which,
Yeah, some people really... I also feel like it's weird, like, to try and say that Warframe is a gacha game, because I get that people generally don't like gacha games, and so that's part of why they draw the comparison, is to, like, put Warframe down, but gacha games are still extremely popular. I wouldn't personally play them, but... I swear to God.
It's the last Netro Self. Last time we'll be in here.
I guess he is playing the dog Warframe. This gives me gacha vibes. Yeah, me at the casino. It's like the fucking, that meme where it's like, man who's only ever played Luigi's Mansion. This is giving me Luigi's Mansion vibes. God damn it. Fuck you, Etch. This is your fault. Their game's current state. I mean, Destiny players are a can of worms in and of themselves.
Let us to work.
Or MiHoYo killed. Rim. Destiny has players. I mean, like, a few of them. It's on. What happened to Destiny is honestly sad. I think it's sad. Just feel like a gacha for cancer. For cancer? Yeah, deadass. But, like, I played a decent amount of Destiny off and on. Like, once every couple of years, I'd pick the game back up. And I think that Destiny's a fun game. But, man, it has just been beaten to death by so many bad managerial decisions and lackluster content releases. When is Gacha Kid gonna appear? Hopefully never. Is Helldivers a gacha game? I don't... That's a stretch on another level. How do we even rationalize that one? It has RNG, and what seed you get? Shit. I think you're right. If a game has any kind of RNG, it's a gacha game. Dude, Pokemon? Gacha game. You walk into a random encounter, you might fight a bunch of different Pokemon from like a pool. So, Pokemon's a gacha game. It has G in the name. You know, that's true. You know, the thing is, Gmod is a gacha game, but it's based on whether or not the, like, mod you download or item, like, dupe you spawn, is going to actually secretly be racist. You really never know. Baldur's Gate 3 gacha game, D&D gacha game? Yeah, I think people are understanding. The hoes are a genetic gacha game. Waking Up is a gacha game. You know, in some sense, real life is a gacha game. Because you never know what's going to happen, which are random mechanics. Two-thirds of the content. You don't have to buy any of the content in Helldivers. That's just straight up untrue. All of Helldivers premium currency can be farmed for. The only content outside of the main game you have to buy is the Super Citizen Edition. Which is...
you don't even technically need it.
It's an armor set, a gun, and a Warbond token.
Arthur, inventory done. Talk later.
I'm gonna hit pity IRL. I got bad news for you. Real life is like old Warframe. There are no pity systems. Okay, actually, is the real life pity system the food bank?
Yeah, the food stamps.
It's fucking real. Oh god,
welfare.
I don't know if I should explore this line of thought because I feel like this is gonna get like really questionable really fast. Which blows. You still get super credits through normal gameplay. Like even outside of farming, you can just pick them up. Like, yeah, if you dedicated farm, sure, but, like, if you play the game regularly, then you'll still pick up a decent amount. I don't know, like, yeah, Helldivers has a monetization scheme that people can disagree with, but people act like you have to buy shit, which is just not true. Getting extra $5 in food stamps. Do you have a Lekka frame? No, I don't use it. Now that I should search it, actually see what Kaya's got.
Got a set of crisis events lined up for
The
you.
first one is Vamp Rock.
Make sure we get a gold star on each.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, none of these are like horrible. John Pork, the fucking Jesus Christ.
John Pork. Hey, we could go to the John Pork sandwich place.
We are not going to the John Pork sandwich place.
The 18 bacon sandwich, though.
I don't think any of these are terrible, but they are all annoying. I don't actually need the,
It's okay to like these.
I don't need the extra Pix chips,
Hours
though.
of adhesive entertainment.
It's so fucked. I don't know.
Still, but they're so shiny. Felomir and Minerva.
I haven't played on super high difficulties with the new update. The highest I played the new bug faction on is 8. So if they're like super...
My game, it's glitched out the UI.
Grim. If they're super obnoxious on like D10, I honestly wouldn't know. I haven't played higher than 8. I can't talk about Helldivers. The community's kicking up a shitstorm over nothing again. People are going to come out of the woodwork to tell me how over everything is. I've said this before. I've thought about making videos about Helldivers because it's a game that I really like. The problem is that the community I don't want to touch with a fucking 10-foot like rod. So I don't want to poke that bear. On it being over nothing. I mean, when it comes to specifically the controversy, I think about the Terminids having their durable damage buffed is just ridiculous, honestly. Like, if you look at the way they math things out, they roughly doubled the health of the mechs, and then increased Terminid claw damage by, on average, 50%. So, like, the mechs still got an HP buff against the faction that couldn't deal with them before anyways. The main controversies there are the thing with the durable damage buffs, which was basically only for melee units. Honestly, I have yet to have a mech die before I run out of ammo thus far. And the thing with the Hive Guard, which honestly I'm fine with it being heavy pen. I have not struggled against the new Hive Guard at all. Now again, I haven't played on difficulty 10, so I'm not sure if they're like super obnoxious at that level, or if you get a Hive Guard seed or something, but is kind of crazy. The Lumberer's Flamethrower in general, I think, is just straight up bugged, because not only does it bug out if something is too close to you, but I'm pretty sure the Flamethrower itself isn't dealing any direct damage. I think it's only dealing DOT damage right now. Because it seems like from my testing, you don't get hit markers until the enemy light's on fire. It's really annoying. I like the breakthrough, though. The shield mech is a lot of fun. For the crisper. I actually was killing shit with the crisper faster. Had those durable damage changes. Well, for that, it's sentries, which I'll be honest. Sentries died instantly if a melee unit got to them anyways. I don't think that it's a meaningful change for sentries because the bugs already trashed them immediately. And there were like a few changes to some of the bot things as well, but I think that like the main one that people talk about is sentries, and I haven't noticed any meaningful difference. I've brought a ton of sentries since this started to get a feel for it, and it's the same to me as it's always been. If your sentry gets jumped, it's gonna die, but it doesn't feel like it's like a crippling issue for me. And then when it comes to the FRV and the tank, again, the bugs couldn't really threaten vehicles because their durable damage was so bad. I think that when it comes to this stuff, the main thing, honestly, is, yeah, the Gator. I think that the Gator has always been in a bad spot. But that mission in general is just fucked. Like, if you get a Hive Guard in the Gator mission, you just lose. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. For so many months. Okay, I'll say this. Also, the Gator is an objective that you have to drive specifically on Hive World planets, yeah. And if a Hive Guard appears, it can just grab the Gator and fucking throw it into the skybox and then it dies. Really stupid. But when it comes to the nerfing thing, like, okay, people here, you know, probably know about the controversial nerfs in the most recent patch. Nobody talks about shit that gets buffed. And yeah, sorry, Hive Lord. So much shit gets buffed in the game all the time, but people ignore it to hyper-focus on the nerfs. Like, the thing with the Hive Guard and the durable damage changes are the only nerfs that really made it into this update, and I wouldn't even really call the Terminid thing a nerf, because like I said, the mechs had their health doubled, while on average their durable damage got boosted by 50%-ish, so it depends on the enemy unit. I will say, I don't know why they gave the Charger more durable damage. I think that was completely unnecessary, but there were plenty of buffs in this update that were fairly significant, right? The Spear got an extra rocket, a bunch of melee weapons had their stamina costs reduced, the mechs got a bunch of buffs just like across the board. Their health got basically doubled, their arm health got basically doubled, their arms can't bleed out anymore, which was a stupid fucking mechanic that shouldn't have even existed. Like, they got a lot of significant improvements removed from that, but the Helldivers community really hyper-fixates on the negatives of things. With the breakthrough, yeah. I do honestly love, like, the breakthrough shield bash is fucking great. At higher difficulties. Against the bugs, yeah, I definitely agree. I really like snipers against the bots, personally, but making the bots harder to hit, really. I wonder, honestly, with Helldivers, I genuinely question how much is a, like, how much is a deliberate change versus how much is a nerf. Which is one of my, like, biggest issues with Helldivers, honestly. You genuinely have no idea if something was intentional or not most of the time. Because the game is so fucking buggy. It's so fucked that you often have no idea if something was intentional or not. You know what I could just take all these and then play Dante and not have to worry about it. Nerfs to the railgun. I'll admit that, like, the legacy of them nerfing everything has basically haunted them forever, because they don't do it nearly as much as people act like it is, but between a hidden change and bug, well, if it was a hidden change, that implies it was intentional. A bug would imply that it was an unintentional thing that will get fixed, or should be fixed. Boost to enemies? As far as I'm aware, that's just not true. I did some testing with it when I first heard that the new armor passive benefited enemies, and as far as I can tell, it comes from people not understanding that the new bugs, when they touch the red smoke, get a speed boost. They just started attributing it to the armor passive, because I did a bunch of testing with it after someone posted that to get an idea for it. I have not noticed a difference. More transparent. I don't even think it's just a transparency issue, honestly. You know what Helldivers really needs, in my opinion? An actual QA team, or if they can't do that, like a test branch. Oh, I have Zoran. Now, I will say, if they have a test branch, personally, I do not think it should be public. I think that it should be an invite program like Battlefield Labs. I think if you made something like that public, they would get flooded with a bunch of bad faith, unhelpful feedback. But if it was an invite-based program where you could, like, submit an application and get accepted for playtesting rounds and stuff, I feel like it would just be a massive boost to the quality of the game's content. Because, again, how much stuff is a bug versus how much stuff is intentional? I don't fucking know. And I feel like, Helldivers would benefit a lot from having a test cluster, because so much shit makes it into releases of content. With an NDA. I mean, that's how Battlefield Labs is too, I think. Active developer supervision. Interesting. I haven't played PlanetSide in years, so there are a lot of bugs in Helldivers. I mean, this is true, but they should still be fixed. Yeah, I feel like it would probably be the best scenario to give them like a test server that has like more curated audience. When did Nova delete his channel? If you're talking about Nova Umbral, he didn't delete his channel. He just does Pokemon content now. Like 10 hours into it. Honestly, no. Helldivers explains basic mechanics well, but there's a lot of important information that is obfuscated from the player, and honestly, I don't know why games do this stuff. It isn't obsolete. I mean, that's true, but I'm pretty sure they were also like 4 years into development or something when Autodesk Stingray got canned. So it's kind of hard to just abandon all the work you've put in already. Flesh mobs going through walls. Flesh mobs going through walls has finally got fixed, but dude, that was egregious. Flesh mobs could clip through walls for almost a year.
Alright, sorry, I hit it again.
Heartbreaking. Isn't as hard as it seems. Soulstalker, I'm not saying this to be a dick, but like, are you a game developer? I remember when Realm of the Mad God ported their game from Flash to Unity, it took them like 3 years. And that game is infinitely more simple than Helldivers is. My Warframe Comfort vids, all of Nova's Warframe vids are unlisted. I talked with Nova about this, actually. As far as I'm aware, he was actually originally going to leave it up as an archive channel, but he was getting so much harassment so long after things ended that he just decided to pull the plug. And I hate to say that, like, I don't blame him. It would have been, I think, better for a lot of his fans if they left that stuff alone. But, man, like, if you're continuing to get shit that much, like, after that much time, then it's probably just not worth it. Okay, I need to get up for a moment before we start this. So, you all behave. You all be good. I'm trusting you all to not, plot my downfall. I will be right back. Hey everyone, Cool Kid here. I got a donation. He's not even gonna see this. Nice fucking try, dumbass. It appeared at the top of the fucking chat thing.
Y'all didn't chat fast enough, dumb fuck.
No, it's a specific amount of time based on how much you paid. Anyways. Was that a soundboard? No, it's called I record my own videos. Alright, you can show up at the motorcycle whenever. Actually, hold on.
I was equipping the fucking new advisor, and oh my god, this fits on a lot of frames really well. Like a dumb fuck, my first option was like, oh hey, maybe I can put this on the gaff. No, it doesn't really work like that.
Say it again. What the? Hey everyone, Cool Kid here. I've told people before that I need people to like hit me with the with things to say in the content voice. I think it's funny. I have to ride a single bike. We just stack them on top of each other. Wait, oh, I still have Vazarin equipped.
Do we need to back out?
Yeah, actually, probably. I realized as soon as the fucking, as soon as it started loading, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't need this. Say Heat and Inherit is totally fair and legit. I think you're trying to take that out of context. Did you know that? Oh god, I don't think I want to do that one either. Into content. Okay, people are giving me things that are not. I don't know if I want to read that. I don't know if I want to read that.
Please.
No.
I don't even know what they're saying, but like.
I'm not letting you encourage them on this one. I'm not going to succumb to peer pressure that easily. There we go. Plotting his downfall. Heartbreaking. The Google Doc is coming soon.
But it's no Larunda relay. Got a set of Christ events lined up for you. Make sure we get a gold star on each one.
Okay, you can re-accept whenever.
Yep, let me just go back to Dante.
The Cool Kid files? Holy shit. You know, you played Final Fantasy. Now, if I was a Smash player, dude... Well, actually, did you guys know that the guy who tried to assassinate Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually someone active in the SoCal Smash scene?
They're also a game dev.
I shit you not. The fucking, that guy was a Smash player. Which I think is kind of wild.
Temple and Ripper's gig in Solstice Square. Nessie was here in the time before the time we're in now.
He was a Mii Brawler main? Yeah, which I think is kind of wild.
You keep her alive and shredding, I'll track the fraying timeline.
Why did they have to take away the lyrics of this song after the first rotation? Get my gang in here. Okay, perfect. It's Vamp Rock, so I kind of just have to cope with this being dog shit.
Oh my god. What's Vamp Rock again? Oh, it's constantly drains.
I played him twice? Damn, that's gotta be fucking weird, dude. Like, I would imagine that's such a weird experience to be like, oh shit, the guy who's on, like, all over the news because he tried to fucking kill the US president, like, I played him at, like, a local. That's gotta be such a fucking strange feeling. Just jerking off Lizzie. What the hell? Need a Soma chord of this? I thought Lamenting the Days did have a Soma chord version. Because they added the Soma chords for the other themes. It's always a smasher. Maybe. Couldn't land a ranged attack? In high school. Or, like, there's weird stuff like that happens sometimes. You're like, oh shit, like small world kind of scenarios, right? Because licensing? Grim. Alright, Flare, please don't start dying. I'm recasting all my buffs. Okay, we're fine. Maybe Vazarin would have actually been the right play here for keeping Flare alive, but it kind of would have fucked me over in every other thing.
Flare over, God, that would be nice.
Wishful thinking, wishful thinking.
Oh. So many lives changed track because of this one event.
Makes me doubt their gender when I look at them. We're in doubt. I don't know why I find that specific verbiage to be funny. I want to let them be like, wait a minute. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, that's your Arctic Heximus. Why can they still block allied shots, dude? Jaws, why do you keep asking me this? I'm sorry, I'm not engaging with your question. Isn't that just Nezha? I actually am kind of surprised how many people genuinely think Nezha is a girl. I never was confused by that, honestly.
Honestly, with a body like that and, you know, a flat chest, like, there's no way.
I don't understand. It's not important. This will get people to start saying some bullshit. Alright, time to go through the floor. Missions of Time. I've heard good things about Far Far West, but look, I'm gonna say this. Helldivers has its problems. I'm intimately aware with a lot of them as someone who has put a shit ton of time into the game. But at the same time, the Reddit rage bait mob will not make me hate it. I still think Helldivers is fun. I'm not out here looking for a replacement, even if I do think it's sad that, in a way, I feel like its potential gets squandered by how unstable it is. And I think it was very telling in the AMA when it was explained that their mentality is to focus on content with spectacle and novelty over improving the existing systems. I think that is a really bad mentality to have about the game. One they've had since
Helldivers 1, but unfortunately they're mainstream now, so they can't really, you know, just keep on going with that.
Well, it's not even just that, but I think it's a big part of why the game is so unstable. Like, Helldivers 1 was a game that was much more, or I guess it was less technically involved in comparison.
Less ambitious, I guess.
Yeah, so it's like, I feel like this is a really bad mentality to have, and it really shows. That's just my thought process with it. I've said this before, but I feel like a lot of frustration with Helldivers, for me, is it's like a death by 1,000 cuts kind of thing, where the issues and bugs in isolation I don't think are terrible, but when they stack up, when you deal with a lot of them in one go, it just starts to become really frustrating. Like, yeah, like with the Illuminate, right? When flesh mobs could still clip through stuff. It's like, in isolation, this is annoying, but it's not, like, unmanageable. But when you add that to, like, elevated overseers flying into the skybox, and watchers spotting you through walls, and stuff like that, it just rapidly becomes a really frustrating experience. And I feel like, for me at least, that's my frustration with Helldivers, is that I feel like the game has so many technical problems that the developers are failing to address. And it just makes the game really miserable to play at times because it's so hard to get through missions without getting, like, chain bullshitted at points. Like, I've had plenty of times with Helldivers where I wanted to play the game because it's fun, and then I loaded into a mission that had so much nonsense happen that I just closed the game. Because I didn't have fun with it anymore, because I had encountered so much bullshit in such a short span of time that it just completely sapped my desire to play the game. Oh, Woo, thank you for the $2, too.
Oh man, this is
Huh?
Wait, huh?
and not in a good way.
What just happened? I was looking at the chat, and I look back, and we
Say,
lost.
like, every time this pops up, I get afraid we failed. But we did. What the fuck, huh?
Well, so that
clip that. What the fuck
Temple
happened?
literally went from full health to dead in 2 ticks of damage. So that was cool and not frustrating at all.
Drifter.
You guys remember earlier when I said that I really don't think defense missions are designed around this content level? Yeah, that's...
What if I'm dead shot in back alley? What the fuck happened, Chad?
And shoot you in the ground. Only radicals rush you down. The agitators snipe you.
Yeah,
I actually personally like the cyborgs. I think that they're fun.
Yeah.
Especially because they're so vulnerable to being headshot. And why? I feel like if Warframe was gonna have like a separate kind of media to tell the story, I think that it would probably be best as an anime. I don't even watch anime, but I feel like Warframe is just conducive to that style, honestly. Okay, well, time to survive this bullshit again, I guess. I don't actually know if I spawn that, so we're gonna just do it again. Three big chunks of damage. Okay, did like a toxin exodus get near them or something? I have no idea what happened there. I genuinely have no clue.
I didn't see a Jade left, but I was killing it. I thought I killed it in time.
Bullshit in it. I will say, Helldivers absolutely abuses ragdolling. It's not just the cyborgs. I feel like the automatons in general have it the worst. But ragdolls just aren't fun. Like, losing control of your character is not fun. And if you get, like, hit by a...
Ragdoll, not the player.
Like, if you get hit by a charger or something, okay, I get that. But when it's something as numerous as, like, rockets, or what I think is probably the most egregious one for me, Overseer melee attacks. That shit, if they're going to make it ragdoll you, should send you flying. Because they will just chain melee you to death. I hate Overseer melees, dude. Whenever I play against the Illuminate, I very often take Rock Solid just to avoid them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I feel like they need to... Because it's also... This has been on the known issues list for, like, the last 95 fucking years. Cannon turrets and stuff can ragdoll you behind cover, which is just not fair. And it's been on the known issues list for a long time. But unlike Warframe, where the known issues list feels like a list of issues that the developers are actually going to fix, in Helldivers, it really doesn't feel like that at all. I got to go. The Ice Agent is going to take my phone away. He's homophobic. Is that the reason? Cool Mexican kid?
Homophonic.
Maybe. But, like, if you have a time where an Overseer jumps you and knocks you over, you just die, and it's so frustrating.
So many lives changed track because of this one event. Timeline spaghetti.
So I feel like a lot of the meltdowns about Helldivers are very overblown, but I won't deny that the game is deeply flawed. They're way too tanky. I honestly feel like the ablative armor thing I think is actually like a fine concept. The problem for me with the system is that it kind of neglects that enemies hold their guns out in front of them. So if you're trying to break their chest armor, you're going to have a good amount of your shots hit their arm, which means that not only are you going to have to deal with the fact that you are hitting their arm, which, you know, I don't know if there are limb multipliers in Helldivers, actually, for Overseers at least, but you're also wasting time breaking the armor of both parts. Keep blowing up again. Let me check my dropped frames. We don't have any dropped frames. Maybe YouTube's having a stroke again, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things in Helldivers where... primarily things that are bugs, or that I do think are, like, questionable decisions. What is the appeal? Okay, I will say this. The dev team does not hate their player base, and I feel like this is a very manufactured narrative. Okay, honestly, I could go on a massive rant about this. Helldivers 2 has what I call the Helldivers hate industrial complex. And that is, a lot of YouTubers make a lot of money off of constantly catastrophizing. And I think that because of that, there is a huge monetary incentive for a lot of YouTubers to perpetuate the narrative as much as possible, because it's what brings in views. Do not get me wrong. Helldivers has problems. There are totally valid things to criticize it for. Plenty of them. I talk about it quite often when I play the game myself, but there's a lot of things that I think shouldn't still be in the game. Or things like that. But the narrative that the developers actively despise their community and go out of their way to antagonize or, like, harm their experience, I think is genuinely ridiculous. Because, like, they have a lot of contempt towards the player base. Like, name an example. I don't think that making balance decisions for a game constitutes contempt of the player base, but a lot of people seem to interpret it that way. And I also will say this. Personally, if I was a dev at Arrowhead and I had this community, I'd fucking hate them too. Like, say that they do genuinely hate their player base. I fucking would. 100% I'd fucking hate these people.
But the Warframe fucking player base is like, yeah, y'all.
Stupid and tedious. I think that, like, Oh, this is not looking good. Hold on, I have to focus
Oh,
it
okay.
for a second. I think when it comes to the monetization thing, it's just kind of like the balance of having a live service game that needs money to keep coming in to survive. I wouldn't complain if they made some changes to the Coyote nerf. Again, I feel like balance changes aren't proof of contempt for the player base. The Coyote deserved to get nerfed. It was overwhelmingly the strongest AR in the game. Again, I really don't feel like balance changes are signs of contempt from the developers. Sometimes shit needs to get nerfed. Also, refusal to buff shitty weapons until war bonds drop. I mean, we had the 60-day patches, which just disprove that. But weapons also get buffed on the regular. Like, they had that massive AR pass that happened a few months back, right? Like, I also think that, like, with the mechs in particular, a lot of people have acted like, oh, you know, of course Arrowhead would buff the mechs when they're monetizing them, and it's like, yeah? When developers revisit old systems to expand them... Oh, I have no weapons. When developers revisit old systems to expand them... I can't fucking attack. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, when developers revisit old systems to expand them, they'll often evaluate what's already in the system over the course of 6 months. If you played before the 60-day patch, I'd be surprised. Trust me when I say the 60-day patch has not been reverted. The game, everything in the game was so much spongier and harder to kill back in that era. Okay, so I'm stuck, so I guess this is just my Spectre's job at this point. I can't do anything.
No. Should be the last enemy, so...
I also feel like attributing balance changes to malice makes a massive assumption on the part of the intention of the developers, which I think is just, like, parasocial behavior, I guess. Because, like, the developers don't usually, like... How do I put this? They're not as transparent as, like, the Warframe devs. Oh, we got a red shard and a yellow shard again. But I feel like to attribute balance changes to malice is, like, a weird parasocial relationship with the developers. Especially to say things so definitively. Now, how do I find new people to play with? Honestly, like, other than just, like, going into public lobbies, there's Discords and stuff like that. But I think it really depends, though. Because for me, I personally think that playing in public lobbies and stuff hurts the experience. I feel like it'd probably be best to go into, like, a content creator Discord or something.
Yeah, like
The
yours.
changes don't make sense. I mean, I don't agree that the changes don't make sense. Like, the ones you mentioned, right? In terms of, like, the Coyote nerf. The Coyote nerf makes sense. The problem for me is that they shouldn't have told people that they weren't going to nerf it, because that was fucking stupid, because it did deserve to get nerfed.
Yeah.
Same with, like, the recent changes to Terminate Durable Damage. They explained them in a way that I think could very easily not be attributed to malice. They explain a lot of their changes in their devlogs, where they talk about the patch notes.
Oh god, we got a gas.
Why lie? I'm gonna be honest, I think that the reason that they did it in that particular instance was because the developers knew the community would freak out, but then also realized that they needed to nerf the Coyote because it was too dominant. I'm not justifying that they did it, they really shouldn't have. But again, I don't really understand the, like, attributing every nerf to malice and then holding up the Coyote as this, like, massive cherry-picked example. I think that they definitely should not have concealed what they were doing to it. They absolutely should have just said, yeah, we're nerfing it because it's too strong. But I feel like this is what happens. People always fall back on this specific example and then extrapolate it out to everything being, like, attributable to malice. I think that plenty of the changes can be justified through the lens of game design decisions, right? Like the durable damage increase to the Terminids, the heavy pen thing for the Hive Guards, that kind of thing. I think that, like, even if you don't have to agree with them from a game design perspective, but I think that when the tank dropped, yeah, I think that was not a thought out decision. I don't think I would attribute it to malice. I don't think the developers hate their community for doing it. I feel like that's a leap in logic. Because they did, like, when they made a bunch of durable damage changes, particularly with, like, the tank and things like that, there was a lot of stuff that got crossfired by that shouldn't have. The mechs have mostly recovered. The sentries are just squishy in general, and I mean, they kind of have to be. But, like, I feel like, because, like, okay, here's the thing. I don't know why I'm going on so much about Helldivers 2. This is more proof that I shouldn't make videos about this game, because I'm dealing with this shit. Attributing bad balance changes to malice changes the paradigm massively. If a change to balance is bad, or you don't think it's thought through, you don't agree with it, that just means that the developer made a bad decision. Attributing it to malice means that the developer knows it's a bad change and is actively making it to spite the player base. And those are two very, very different things.
We really need your help with this one, honey.
Oh, are you fighting the other Legasite? Fuck, I didn't realize that we'd split up.
Fuck. I'll go to the other one then.
No, no, no. It's gonna start running. Do not leave. And I feel like with a lot of the balance changes with Helldivers, I really honestly just don't really know if the developers understand like what game they want to make versus what game they actually made. That's a large part of my thought process with it too, honestly. I feel like the Helldivers devs, dude, what the actual fuck? Did we get Tekrot speedrun? Holy shit, this guy is fucking going.
Jesus, is this the fuck? The down passive applies to this guy and not the 10 minutes.
Yeah, this guy has oxygenated. Holy fuck.
Jesus, slow the fuck down.
Someone pull him over. But I think that there's like this confusion in the identity of the game almost with like what do they want it to be versus what it actually is.
Don't dare mention it.
And they don't need to be malicious. I don't think it's anti-fun, right? Like, there are plenty of games that balance themselves in a way where they want a particular kind of difficulty or feel. I think, like I said, for me, a lot of the design decisions aren't my major problem with Helldivers. It's just the game's insanely buggy. I feel like that's the number one priority, personally. But you have actual good opinions? Okay, first of all, I have plenty of bad opinions. Let's not kid ourselves here.
No, you don't.
But also, on top of that, like, having certain thought process about game design and then actually making a game are two very different things. You know, because I feel like when it comes to a lot of the changes that Helldivers has made over time, I really do feel like it's just that friction of, like, what the game actually is versus what they want the game to be. And I feel like, when it comes to stuff like that, there's friction with the player base because they view it as malicious as opposed to it being more of like I don't think they understand that the game that they released was not the game that that came out. Now, I will say, I don't think they've been nearly as bad about it recently, honestly. But my biggest issue with Helldivers, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they just need to have an actual QA team. They need to have people not only testing things for bugs, but giving them feedback on changes that's meaningful. Because I feel like one of the biggest hang-ups with the game is that if a change is not implemented in a way that really works or makes sense, then they need to have a feedback mechanism for that before changes are pushed to live. Because the problem with Helldivers in that respect, right, is if a change gets pushed to live, there's no guarantee it's ever getting resolved, right? Yeah. Like, if you look at the Sterilizer, it just now got its first buff after being the worst support weapon in the entire game for years. Now, granted, they did say that they are going to be doing more to it in the future, but even so, right? Like, there's just... They take so long to get around to certain things. They don't do hotfixes. Not really. And I think that with stuff like that, it's important to have that mechanism for balance before things get pushed to live. Not just for, like, player, discontentment reasons, right? But also because I feel like it's good to make sure that the way the game is moving, broad perspective, is a direction that feels good for players to play, right? And I also want to say, Helldivers doesn't do hotfixes because I'm pretty sure that unlike Warframe, they have no mechanism for non-code changes. Which is such a bad way to do things, and I'm not sure if it's a limitation of their engine or what, but... So for those who don't know, consoles have what's called the certification process, where updates cannot be released until the console partners certify them. This takes 2 weeks. So if there is an issue in Helldivers, they basically always have to wait at least 2 weeks to fix it. Warframe learned to get around this by having a lot of infrastructure for making changes to the game that do not require changes to the game's code, because only code changes need to be certified. Oh fuck, it's Usain Bolt again. Stop him! Stop! Jesus. Seize him! Guards! Guards! Seize him!
Christ, someone bring cold!
Seize him! I hit him with the melee curry.
Lord.
up Diff 7. Well, I mean, there was the thing with, was it Shams who participated in the little challenge, and that was part of why the spear got buffed? The thing is, though, I don't really know.
I like that it's at least 5 missions instead of 4. It feels nice, but like at least 4.
Because like I said, when it comes to a lot of that, I feel like because there's a lot of talk from like Shams and Johan and people who are in the dev team that talk about how like they take in a lot of community feedback, and I believe that because there's been a lot of changes that are the result of community feedback. But I feel like the question then becomes, like, so much of the feedback is so dog shit or genuinely, like, hateful. How much of it's even helpful? How many changes that do legitimately need to get made are falling through the cracks because of people being, like, lashing out about them? I'm not really sure. And honestly, Helldivers' dev team is just still too fucking small for how big and complicated the game is. And I imagine that it's been a nightmare to actually get people up to date on how Stingray works, because there's no official support for it.
The game is like halfway in development, so like it's at least 4 years.
Well, Stingray got its support discontinued several years into the development of the game. Got doxxed and lost his job. He didn't lose his job. He lost his role at the horse sanctuary. He was volunteering it. It was not his job. I also will say, now I want to say, I do not, like, I don't believe this. I'm not going to say I don't believe this guy. That's what I want to say. But there's never been any objective proof that it happened. Now, don't get me wrong. I do believe him. And I don't think that he needs to provide details of his private life for this. And he left the internet as far as I'm aware. So I don't think there's a ton of, like, exterior incentive. But I don't think we ever saw any, like, 100% proof outside of his own word that it happened.
I mean, now the Horse Sanctuary did put out a statement about that.
Did they? I had never seen it, I guess.
I saw a post about it.
Oh, you're an Odo viewer. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna be dead ass. I fucking hate Odo. It's sad because he has so many good opinions that are wrapped up in the fact that he's definitely part of the Helldivers hatred industrial complex.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of Odo's talks about balancing and game bugs that hurt the game are really good. Like, I think that a lot of his perspective on that is valuable.
Still right.
And then he just does stuff like accusing the developers. Like, I remember, I ultimately just decided that I didn't want to see his channel on my feed anymore when this happened. When the doxing thing happened, Odo made a video about it, where I shit you not, his argument was that he blamed it on the developers. He was like, this was Arrowhead's target audience. The developers have fostered a relationship that allowed this to happen. And I'm like, you're putting the doxing thing at the feet of the developers? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? And at that point, I was like, no, like, I don't even want to try and, like, chew through the bullshit for the things that I think are actually constructive. Like, if you're gonna say something this outrageous, I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I said, when it comes to, like, Odo's technical knowledge of the game,
You gotta run it.
where the fuck is he going? Oh, he's the one over here. Okay. But when it comes to his technical knowledge of the game, he's very good at it, and he knows a lot. And I think that if negativity wasn't rewarded so strongly, it wouldn't be as big of a hang-up for me with his channel. But God, he's one of the biggest Helldivers content creators. And I feel like a lot of his stuff, like, crosses into the territory of just being fucking nuts. Like, I'm pretty sure his video, I will say, I have not watched it. I want to make it clear. I have not watched it, but one of my channels hadn't blocked his channel from appearing in my feed. And he had a video that was just called, "The Devs Have Done the Unthinkable in Helldivers 2." And as far as I could tell, it was about the mechs being added to the war bond. And it's like, dude, did they, like, kill your fucking family? Like, hold on here. But I think a lot of it is catastrophizing because it performs well. Because, like, back when I think that, like, the game was, but I haven't watched it, I've watched a lot of Odo's videos prior. Like, yeah, I watched plenty of Odo's content beforehand. I actually thought he was a pretty good YouTuber, and I thought a lot of his criticisms were totally valid. I think the thing is that he has just really fallen down the rabbit hole of being negative to the point where it, like, crosses into nitpicking. It's kind of like old Retalius, right? Old Retalius had the same problem. Love to catastrophize. Not like Helldivers. Not like Helldivers. Wasn't always burned out like that. I mean, yes, but just because a game has problems, I don't think is a fair reason to escalate your rhetoric to, you know, pointing like to active malice or the developers. How do I put this? I think that like a game can be bad, and you don't have to act like the developers are actively trying to kill your whole family. I don't know. Like, I liked Odo... When it comes to Odo's analytical content and the way he talks about how the game works and stuff, I think he knows his stuff. But when it comes to, like, the escalation of his rhetoric and the way he was approaching how he talked about the game, I really don't... I don't know. It's one of those things where, like I said, there's a huge financial incentive to continue the outrage machine. He literally cried. Look, I could watch Odo's video. I probably won't. I generally think that, like I said, I watched his escalation, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to look at it anymore. And again, I feel like it's also one of those things where it's like, yes, the developers have a lot of problems, and I think that the game has a lot of issues, but why am I still fucking talking about this? This isn't a Helldivers stream, and it wasn't for a good reason. I actually deliberately avoided playing the Helldivers update on stream because I knew shit like this was gonna happen. That's why it's so personal. I mean, I was like that with Warframe, but just because the game was there for you during a dark time doesn't mean that you should say that the developers created an environment that permitted doxing to happen. I don't know. I feel like people honestly forget that game developers are people sometimes. That happened with Warframe a lot, too, during the Angels of the Zariman days. Honestly, that's a good way to just sum up the Helldivers community, right?
Oh, yeah.
That, like, it's just perpetual Angels of the Zariman level outrage. It's just perpetual Angels of the Zariman outrage.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. So there's plenty of valid critiques of the game, but upping it to personal attacks and rhetoric like that is just not responsible, I guess. Because you have to think about when you drum up that kind of stuff, right? And you really lean hard into the developers being actively malicious and things like that, you're going to encourage people, like, how do I put this? Not encourage directly, but you're going to make it seem like bad behavior is more permissible because the developers are the bad guys. And when you position it that way, it makes a lot of bad behavior seem justified. Right, sure, we have to find the second thing for the cache. You need to get back here. It will double the enemy count if we don't find this.
Shit.
I gotta focus up for a second. Where is this fucking thing?
This help.
Okay, there we go. I found it. We should be good.
Okay, good save, hun.
Also, for the person asked about Angels of the Zariman's release was very controversial for a lot of reasons. It was extremely buggy. It added the overguard mechanic, which was not very popular. Stuff like that. I would have to, like, sit and think to talk about the full extent of it, but...
Let's go watch the Angels of the Zariman ruin my life video.
Oh, yeah. Angels also did, introduced Focus 3.0, which was extremely controversial as well. I don't know, Angels was a bad time, not just to play the game, but to be a content creator. Like, I actually liked Angels a lot. Despite all of the things that it was broken, that were broken in Angels, the actual content of the update I thought was very good. But, dude, I remember, I was streaming, and I wasn't even streaming Angels. I was streaming me fishing, I think, because that was when we were fishing for the fish Jenga stuff. But someone, like, entered my chat and just started posting multiple paragraphs, like, from their clipboard, about how I needed to stop playing the game and let it die because of Angels. And then when I muted them because they were annoying me, because they kept spamming, you know, the copy pasta in my chat, they called me a sheep, which was pretty funny. But it's like, I don't know, that's kind of another...
Wolves, more sheep, no, I said it back of the thing.
That's the parallel with the Helldivers thing, and them being perpetually Angels of the Zeraman just all the time about everything. If you want to immediately contract the disease, you can always go to Helldivers Unfiltered and see how half the people there admit they haven't played the game in months.
You can always, like, ask a Bruner main.
Or you can just spread misinformation on there and have it stay up. About the upcoming Nidus changes, I think they look good. Like, when it comes to a lot of upcoming changes, I feel like I always want to hold my judgment, right? Until I play with them. That's important to me, is... Like, I can read it, and it can sound good or it can sound bad, but I do not want to pass some kind of judgment on the changes until I've actually played with them. So for Nidus, they sound good on paper, but I don't want to pass judgment until I have played with them and know for sure.
Well, at least the tech rod are mindless drones.
Gonna feel awful in squads. Well, they massively... Okay. As far as I'm aware, Abundant Mutation doesn't increase your stat count to 500. I think it just increases it to 300. The wording was kind of confusing, honestly. But they also massively improved Nidus' stat gain because his one will leave spikes that do it now. So, like, we've got that going for us. But it gives plus 300? Hold on. I'll have to look. I don't know if Pablo clarified anywhere. If it gives plus 300, then that's honestly a good thing. But I think we'll have to see because they improved the... Pablo confirmed it. I'm assuming it's on his Twitter or something. I don't look there. But when it comes to that stuff, like I said, the one is going to leave, like, a trail and stuff now, so we'll have to see. Let me look. Hold on. People keep saying this. I'm pretty sure that in the dev stream it wasn't super clear. Can I just... Oh, hold on. I can actually search for this on here. Where's my... Yeah, hold up. Pull up Pablo's account. Okay, I don't think he said anything on Twitter. I'll have to find the dev stream thing again. Because the other thing here is like the raid thread, which I should read. I haven't read the thread about raids yet. Actually, let me just look up. Hold on. I'm Dante. I can do this. Can I find the image?
Oh, well, Dante. That explains it.
Okay, let me read the wording directly. Increased base max stacks to 200. Augment. Increased abundant mutation additional max stacks to 300. Okay. So yeah, then I guess I would assume based on the wording then that it would be 500 total. I think the word additional max stacks is what throws me for a loop. Because it's like, as in the new max is 300, or is the additional stacks to a new cap that's 300 higher? If they just said 300 additional stacks to a cap of 500, it would be less confusing. Yeah, I think that the changes for Nidus are good, but I'll have to play with them. I said the same thing with like Valkyr and Oberon and all the others, right? It doesn't matter how good something sounds on paper. You have to kind of find the frictions in practice, right? Not to understand it. For me, it's the word max appearing in there. Like, I wasn't 100% sure either, but... Okay. We're hopefully almost through this fucking abysmal dog shit.
It's been actually kind of calm compared to the other missions in the list.
Okay.
Did this. There's a serious indifference.
Well, the toes broke. Damn.
1 billion edge cases. Such was the fate of wall running.
A happy birthday this year.
I miss wall running. It's sad that I'm so sad that it's not coming back.
Where the fuck am I going? Hold on. What the hell? This is over here. There we go. Made a video. Honestly, me making a video on a topic, I think, means that it'll only get changed to piss me off. Because I think that Heat Inherit should be changed in a positive direction. It's not happening. Stug build? I don't have jack shit on my Stug. Heck on his ass.
It won't be for long.
We'll have to see how good the Incarnate is. I don't really have super high hopes, but we'll see. Again, it's one of those, like, we'll have to see how it shakes out. I hope it's good. Basically, none of the Incarnates are bad. I would argue that even the worst ones are just fine. But...
It's no Larunda Relay.
Grape flavor. Honestly, I'll take it. I'll take it. Only aesthetic. Well, not necessarily. Because wall running also sticks you to an animation more than wall bouncing does. Honestly, though, I never really got the huge push for it to return. I'm fine with it not being in the game. I actually think wall bouncing fits the game's movement better because it's much more non-committal. And a lot of Warframe's movement, and melee combat, frankly, is very non-committal because it increases, like, the fluidity of it. So I vastly prefer it being a lot more, like, non-committal. Have status cap on DOTs? Honestly, probably not. If you have a high rate of fire, you can already get huge amounts of DOTs from other sources. Why'd you make a vid about it? I'm reasonably certain that has not happened yet.
How's it looking out
Press
there?
space, you wall hop. Well, the reason that the systems don't exist, like, together, is because they said that wall running had so many edge cases where it stopped working, that they just decided to give up on it because it wasn't worth trying to make it work when it was something that was ultimately so minor. I think I guess I still have... if that was like the main weeklies out of the way, there's still the Archon hunt. We've been live for 2 hours. This stream is like it's gone on for a fucking eternity. I shouldn't have talked about Helldivers. That shit takes years off my life. I love arguing with people on the internet about a video game. Have you read the raid thread? No, I haven't. I think I just said that. I have to read it at some point. I just keep forgetting because I don't use Twitter. I don't like it. I think Twitter's a shit platform. So it's like, yeah, it's over there, but I never, like, remember to log in and read it because I don't fucking care.
There you are. I would speak with you.
Gave guaranteed TOWs. I actually totally agree. I really wish that Archon hunts would give you a guaranteed TOW. I think it's really, Blue Sky. I don't use Blue Sky either. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe this is a wild take. I don't like platforms like Twitter and Blue Sky because they make it so that instead of following, like, a topic, like Reddit does, for example, you follow a person. And I do not like that dynamic nearly as much. Anyone that I've ever followed on Twitter that I liked beforehand, I stopped liking because of their Twitter account. Like, I do not need to know this much about this person's beliefs and worldview. This is damaging my perception of you. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Samples over here, if you please. And how may this relic...
Do I have any Voca? Oh, well, that's the purchase, so I don't know why I'm looking at that. We got 2 Shrills. Oh, that's fucked.
Maybe I'll just take another little nap.
Making it Railjack-centric. I don't even think that would work, honestly. You use YouTube. YouTube is a very different thing, because videos generally require a lot of, like, higher effort and are about a specific topic, right? So weird. You know what? Fuck it. We'll read the raid thread right now. Let's see if this crashes my Firefox. Let's pull this up. I'm not going to show it on screen, I don't think. Wow, this has got 10 messages in it. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm just going to read this real quick. Got asked on DevShort why I don't think raids work in Warframe, so sharing my thoughts. TLDR, I don't believe you can have good raids without challenge, and you can't have challenge without balance changes. Bit of history first. Back when trials were removed, the weekly players doing them were pretty close to conclave numbers. The trials took 100 times the work to make and maintain. You can try to Morbius me and say, oh, we were all busy last time trials were around, but this time we'll play them, but I'm doubtful. I used to raid on WoW, farm materials nonstop for flasks and enchants, study the strats, and then you and 39 people bash their heads on the same boss over and over for 4 hours. It was great, but I don't think the wider Warframe community is interested in that. Our current hard bosses are meant to be optional challenges for those who want to push it. We kept the rewards cosmetic, so you never felt like you had to do them, and even so, I still get requests to nerf them, so I don't really think our community is thirsty for harder stuff. In a game with lots of ways to hit damage cap and immortality, true challenge is just not possible. If, as a community, we want challenge, then we need to emphasize balance, and I think we all know that is just not what Warframe players want. So if challenge isn't possible, what is? Well, we could do puzzle-based things like we have before for some bosses and done in old trials, but puzzles get boring after you've done them a couple times, and they don't have the depth that our combat does, so that brings us back to Morbius. So if not raids, then what? Well, Deep/Temporal Archimedia were born of my desire to make something challenging that you had a reason to do every week, so it didn't get, but also didn't get stale or hyper-optimized like Tridolons, and at that I think they succeeded. Do you get the highs from completing it that me and my raid got from defeating Nefarian after trying over and over for months? No, but that sort of high requires a lot of lows, and I think that this is just a different game. Warframe shines in variety and power fantasy, and I think these pillars are just not compatible with grueling challenge. And a raid without challenge is just a mission with more people. Honestly, now that I've read that, I fucking agree with everything he said. I'm not even gonna lie, I think this is just true. And funnily enough, echoes a lot of the things I've said about the topic on my streams, so I guess I pegged that correctly. As for, like, the Eidolon thing, I'll be honest, I actually think that's totally fair about Eidolons being over-optimized. If you get good at Eidolons, they get boring, because it's the same thing every time. I don't honestly do Eidolons anymore. I've done, let me look, like 100-something Hydralists? It's under stats, I think. Yeah, 212. I think they're boring now. There's some cool stuff with them, but... And yeah, Lloyd did kill them. I wish there was more reason to do them. This is also something I've talked about with the super bosses, and it's honestly kind of validating to see that Pablo said it himself. People don't want to engage with this game's mechanics. And people are like, when people ask him to nerf the super bosses, despite them being purely cosmetic, generally speaking, I think it's because they just don't want to engage with the mechanics of the game. The first few times, that's true, but I think then comes the question, do they want to make content that's like got the end game slant or requires specific strats and stuff like that, but is only fun the first few times? It takes vastly more time to create content than it takes for players to complete it, you know what I mean? So it's like, how much do you want that to be that kind of content versus something that doesn't require like more strict strategizing and stuff like that? Doesn't even let me buy them anymore? Oh, what, for the like huge amount of memberships? Good ending. I'm safe.
Damn.
Only the first few times. I mean, that's true, but I see Pablo's point in terms of like when you've done them a lot and you've massively like optimized them, the fun kind of dissolves away. Now, to be fair, while Pablo says that he thinks that Archimedia did a good job of being challenging, but also like not how do I put this? It was like that they were still good and challenging because you kind of can't optimize them because of the randomness, but I still don't really like the way Archimedia handled it. I understand why they did it that way, but I feel like the, like I said, it's in my main video about this randomness is difficulty, it's the friction between the design of the modifiers feeling super rock, paper, scissors, and the design of the random loadouts, making it so that purely through no fault of the player, can cause them to get screwed over. I think that's, like, the struggle for me, is there are some weeks where it's just fucking miserable, because the modifiers are designed in such a way that they counter specific archetypes, and what archetypes you get, you have no control over. Thank you for the 50 memberships, Alter. Congrats to everyone who gets Jade Lighted. Does that mean they should stop making new missions? No. I said specifically things that require that much optimization and learning. Eidolons are not casual friendly, but they still will get boring after enough repetition, right? I feel like if you're going to make content that's going to get boring after enough repetition, you should open it to the widest swath of players as possible to make the investment for that content as have as big of a payoff as possible. In terms of the time it took to make it. That's the argument I'm getting at here. That if you're going to make this, if you're going to make new content, at this point, it's best to try and appeal to a large amount of the player base with it. Because if you're going to make something super niche, then not many people are going to find much value in that content's release.
We appreciate it, Tenno.
Because I do them solo. I mean, Eidolons nowadays are not nearly as hard as they used to be. It's what breeds creativity. I mean, do you think that, like, the most recent things we've gotten weren't creative? I don't really understand the argument here. It's more of, like, pivoting away from content that only a few people will do, because it appeals to a narrow slice of the player base, right? So I think that it, like, especially because, like, we've gotten super bosses, those only appeal to a narrow slice, and they're my favorite content in the whole game. I fucking love all the super bosses. But I understand why they're so out of the way and optional, because if you make it like a main progression thing, then people are there's going to be a lot more friction because of the way the game is balanced. Like Pablo said, you have to start caring about balance if you want hard content that's important for progression, and this game's player base does not really want that.
Yeah, no.
Once again,
I hate it. When it comes to the super bosses, of them, my least favorite is absolutely the tank, for sure. For not getting one. I mean, yeah, Wisp never gets one. That's just kind of the curse. But it's fucked up. I agree, them killing it off was really lame. But when it comes to a lot of the approach to the games, like, I think this was a big thing with Angels, actually. Angels quest got nerfed 3 times because people said that it was too hard. It was level 45.
Yeah,
I think that, like, when stuff like that happens, you start to realize, like, we can't have content that difficult in this game, more likely than not. Also, when it comes to the tank, I actually think that for the most part, the tank isn't a badly designed boss or anything. It has one specific phase that I think is unfair. And my thought process for that is, when it comes to the tank, the slime attacks have massive amounts of friction when they nullify you, because the main mechanic of the boss fight involves picking up a rocket launcher off the floor, which nullifies you. So unless you specifically skip that part as fast as possible, you're gonna get hit by it more likely than not, and it just doesn't feel fair. Otherwise, I actually think the tank fight is fine. It's that specific part that I don't like about doing Eidolons. I still think that Eidolons are fun to do just to learn them, as well as for some of the like cosmetic elements of it. But there's not really like a huge incentive to do them anymore, which I do think is honestly unfortunate. But again, I get why they're not like prioritizing that kind of stuff anymore. Like, but I think it makes sense that they want to go for content that's more in like the main progression path. Because the truth is, like, designing the game purely around endgame players is not a good strategy. Because even though Warframe has a very dedicated player base, there's still a lot of people that are at the lower, like, or the earlier or the mid game that need to still have content that's paid that works for them. Like, you look at Kome's update. Kome's update was specifically targeting new players. Like, they still release content with that focus. And then you have the super bosses that are more endgame focused, right? But I would say that the game overall is very much balanced around the average player, right? Because when it comes to... Look, I don't say this to sound mean. I really don't. But I genuinely think that most Warframe players do not understand the game. Not on a level that would allow, like, hard content to work. Because most Warframe players do not have a grasp on a lot of concepts. And that's not entirely their fault, right? Because a lot of those concepts are not explained well. And I think that, like, to that end, it's not their fault. But at the same time, the average Warframe player, you can't design content that would really challenge their knowledge of the game, because they don't have enough knowledge of the game to approach the content. Also, someone mentioned, like, we should get endgame stuff from time to time. We still do. That's, like, Temporal Archimedia, but also the super bosses are kind of their high-level content approach. They're out of the way, sure. There's no requirement for doing them. Frankly, there's no requirement for doing Archimedias either because of arcane packs, which, to be clear, I actually think is a good thing overall. But, like, we do still get stuff targeted at high-end players. I think Warframe does a good job of striking a balance, right? Of mixing up, like, where in the game the new content is placed. There's also the issue of Warframe has been around for so long that when you release new, specifically narrative content, it's at the end of everything that came before it. So if you have this big marketing push for this new content that new players can't play, you're going to lose a lot of people because they can't get there. Right? And so, you have to kind of find, like, okay, well, where do we want to put this new stuff? Because it can't always be at the end of the narrative or the progression or anything like that. Yeah, the super bosses are cosmetic only, but Eidolons and Orbs, I don't think are really the most efficient farms for their stuff anymore either, which is unfortunate. Like, Focus is the major exception to that, I think. The Eidolons are still very good for Focus, but so much of their loot isn't valuable anymore because it's so easy to get through operations. Like, Belly of the Beast is coming back, what, like, less than a week? And it's going to bring the Arcane Shop back. So, that, honestly, that was, like, Arcane Shops, I think, are a good thing for the game, but were the nail in the coffin for Eidolons in terms of, like, making their farm worth it, which is unfortunate. And I feel like, as well with the super bosses, the rewards are only cosmetic, but you do get something out of it. It's that you can flex that you've done it. And that's something I'm personally totally fine with. I do not think the super bosses should have exclusive gameplay affecting rewards. Because if they did, then it would cause the problem of, like Pablo said, if you want to have challenging content in this game that's progression required, we have to care about balance. And that rapidly breaks down, right? Of transmuters. I guess that's true. Palladino does sell them now, but how often are people using Riven transmuters, though, honestly? Like, I have hundreds of them. Maybe I'm not Riven-pilled enough to really know. Hi, Violence. Could you fuck off, maybe?
I almost never use those damn things. I don't know anyone who does, really.
I use them often when I have, like, multiple Rivens for the same weapon, stuff like that, but I also will say that when it comes to the orbs, I don't know if I'd really consider specifically Exploiter to be like an endgame activity. Profit Taker can be if you really want to optimize her because she's a more mechanically involved boss. But Exploiter I don't really think is like a super endgame level thing, personally. And again, even like Eidolons, I think, kind of fit that description because they require so much operator investment to be good at them. But Profit Taker you can do without that stuff. It's just that you really need to vary up your elements. Like, I think they're both high level. When it comes to endgame, really the only true endgame, like, the more I've thought about it, then I think that it's, really Archimedes like the only endgame. For low, mid-level players? Okay, hold on. Endgame for low to mid-level players is just the beginning of the mid-game, is it not? Like, I don't think there's, like, there's not, like, an end game for a specific slice of the player base. That's just their progression through the stages of the game. I'm not, like, trying to be a dick when I say this, but I don't feel like end game for low to mid-level players really makes sense. It's the same with, like, arbitrations, right? Arbitrations are hard content at the time that you get to them, but it's part of the game's progression. They'll eventually become easier as you get through them, but when you get there, it's difficult. But you will eventually move through that part, and they become easier, right? Endgame means even at the highest level, you are going to be challenged by that content. That's how I see it, at least. Another 50 gift memberships. Okay, I have to ask. Thank you, Jade Light. Oh, no, I'm pretty sure I actually already know where you're from. Never mind. People are just getting Jade Lighted left and right, dude. We're fucking killing people out here. This is fucked up.
Wisp will get one eventually, inshallah.
Never lose Joe. Never lose Joe.
If you please. I wouldn't bother going mad, Tenno.
Wait, what am I doing talking to you? Bird 3. Can I be green? Now that you asked, it's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. If anyone has said any chat messages that they wanted me to respond to, you're going to have to resend them. I did not see a single fucking thing. Because it's boring. They've made a lot of, like, regular Solaris and made a lot of improvements, too. I'll admit, I don't really like grinding the little duck standing, but okay, I will say this. I fucking hate Profit Taker. I will not deny that it is a well-designed boss. I don't personally think it's fun. Like, I don't think that, like, PT is bad, right? A lot of people like her, and I understand why. I just don't personally fuck with that boss. I think she's annoying to fight. The last day of the operation, yes, it is. Doesn't have a boss. I agree. They said that we were going to get, like, potentially get Foam and Voss bosses. Foam and Foss bosses eventually. Fuck, I need to slow down. But That never happened, and I'm guessing that was probably partially due to the approach with, you know, the other open world bosses. We'll get an open world. We'll have to see. My money's honestly on probably not, because of the response to Deimos. I don't think people remember this. Part of Deimos was actually a pretty controversial update, because people felt like they were just recycling the open world formula over and over again. And
I like that.
Personally, I like the open world formula, and I think that all of the open worlds are fairly distinct in how they approached it. I liked Deimos' update. It's my least favorite open world, but I don't think it's terrible. But it was a very controversial update, because a lot of players just felt like they were recycling the same formula again. And I think that that kind of pushed DE away from doing more regular open worlds. Like, if you think about it, in the last 6 years, the only open world we've gotten is Duviri. And Duviri is so vastly different from every other open world that it only, like, kind of counts. Personally, I think the open world formula works phenomenally in this game. I would take more open worlds over most other, like, new tile sets and stuff. I think that the open world formula is really cool and opens up, like, unique ways for the game to be handled in ways that don't really work in regular missions. Like, for example, sniper rifles can be used as actual long-range weapons in open worlds, which doesn't really work in most tile sets because they're too small. Some tiles, they do work, but I don't really feel like in most mission types they do. Sniper rifles actually struggled for a really long time in this game for that reason. I don't know if people remember when Sniper Combo was added as a way to try and bring them up in terms of power, because sniper rifles, and to a lesser extent shotguns, were kind of struggling because the content for the game, well, shotguns were more struggling because they only killed one dude at a time a lot of the time. But sniper rifles especially, the niche that they were built to occupy didn't really exist at the time, and so they weren't very good. Now, if you want my opinion, the real buff that snipers needed was the addition of Blast, because ironically it just fucking made them AoE weapons. But things like Sniper Combo and stuff helped offset the issue at the time. And I think that open worlds are a much better way to give them a role that more naturally fits what they're supposed to do. And also, I want to make something clear. I like the new tile sets we've been getting. The Zeraman and Albrecht's Labs are like two of my favorite tile sets in the entire game. I think Holvania is great. I think that there's a lot of cool stuff in the Parita tiles as well. But when it comes to the open worlds, they just open up like a new way to approach the game that I think is really interesting, especially with their secrets. There are so many cool secrets in the open worlds. Like, okay, Sci-Fi didn't even know about this one when I was talking to him. Sorry, Nitro, I can re-invite you at some point if you want. I guess
it's up to you. It depends on what we're doing.
I don't want to break anything on accident. Let's take Zephyr, actually. This will be fun open world movement. But I want to talk about some stuff in the open worlds. Now, to be clear, obviously, a shit ton of, like, regular tile sets also have secrets. That's not something I'm trying to argue against. But there's so much cool stuff in the open worlds that you can come across so organically. And I think that that's really, really interesting. So, like, something that I'll always hold on to as a very fond memory of this game. Plains of Eidolon was my favorite update that they ever released, and a large part of that was because it was so fun to explore. And one of the big reasons for that was this. Now, this is a little bit broken at the moment, so I'm going to preface with that. This rampart, when I was playing this game back in 2017, I was using this rampart against enemies, and I accidentally shot this, and I saw that it gave me a damage number. So I kept shooting it until it stopped, and I saw that it folded up. And then once it folds up, this terminal down here becomes usable. And if you interact with it, it drains the fluid in here. And now, the camera for this, I'm pretty sure is still broken. Yep. So, the camera's broken. But there is a glass fish down here. And this is how I found the first glass fish that I ever discovered. Yeah, I think it's somewhere down here, dude. I thought I saw it for a second, but it's just a shadow. But discovering that organically was so cool. Here's another one, actually. I think this one's easier than the others. This thing is destructible, and my slam broke it. And if you go down here into this little cave, I believe there's also a glass fish in here somewhere. I don't remember where specifically. But finding these, like, cool little secrets was really endearing. Glassfish. The glassfish are lore fragments that you can find around. This one was in weird and obscure stuff, so I don't know how much it counts. Open worlds. I didn't say it was exclusive to open worlds. The argument I'm making here is that the secrets of the open worlds have a very interesting texture to them because they're an open world. It really makes the exploration of them very interesting because there's so much stuff. Like, when you're looking for, like, secrets in a tile set, the rooms are segmented, right? I think it makes a very, it makes an experience where things are kind of compartmentalized, but when it's all together like this, it makes a lot of the individual secrets very interesting to stumble across on your own. Like, here's another one that I quite like. This radar is interactable, and if you push a button on it, it'll identify a spot, and then if you activate it again, this might run the radar again. Yeah, it'll deploy a drone.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And this drone will go over to one of these dirt mounds, and it will blow itself up and reveal what's under it. And you can see there's like an auric artifact or a sentient bone or what have you down here. Now, when it comes to this particular secret, I don't think there's anything important hidden down in these. I don't think there's like any super strong incentive to do this in terms of like a glass fish or anything. But it's really cool to like stumble across these things and just see them operate. The Orb Valis has some stuff like this too, but I hold a lot of fun, or like a lot of fondness for the planes because of stuff like this. Like, yeah, here's a sentient bone. I think there's one more dig site. Oh, I'm getting mortared. This is another cool part of the planes that I actually quite like, is the turret emplacements. Because generally, normal tile sets don't have the verticality to have, like, the mortar sentries and stuff work. Like, there are sentries on other tiles, just don't get me wrong. But specifically, the, like, experience of getting mortared or having air support called on you and stuff is generally more of an... It leans well in open worlds. Don't get me wrong, there's still, like, the Condor dropships and things like that. But I feel like there's so much interesting texture to it when you have this wide open space and you see that kind of stuff happen. Could you maybe, like, not attack me? Where's my trank gun? I'm getting... I could kill you. I'm just saying. I'm being merciful right now, you little fucking bastard. Did it not deploy another drag? Another one? Okay, I actually am killing this one. Fuck you. Did it? I don't actually know if it got dispatched. Sometimes this... Okay, no, it did. That's cool, that's cool. No, I didn't... That was not a quote from me. I stole that from someone else. But yeah, because the planes... you have a lot of this more empty ground, I think, is more for, like, the escorts and stuff like that. And then you have the individual bases that have their own secrets. Like, I think up here is Mount Nay. Let me mark this real quick, because I can never remember. Yeah, this is the...
No, wasn't that a wisp drawing at some point? The boss
spot
came out of
here.
the chair?
YouTuber recently. I'm glad that you're enjoying my awful video. Congrats for the membership, by the way. Doing Queer and Obscure Live. Everything I've talked about, I'm pretty sure, has been in Weird and Obscure. What is bro pointing at? I'm not 100% familiar with all of the Glassfish locations anymore, because I got them way back on release, even before the planes got its facelift with the release of the Orb Valis. I don't know how many people even know that this is like a post-rework planes. Well, I mean, obviously this is the new war version, but the planes got a massive overhaul when the Valis came out to bring it up to that level, because the tech had evolved so much. But like, another thing that I'm quite fond of are all these like cave bases that you can find. I think that the caves are probably my favorite when it comes to the open worlds. Like, if I head down here, there's this whole base down here that gets used in bounties sometimes, but not super often. It's a good place to mine. There's so many interesting things that kind of show, like, the excavation of the sentient bones and how the Grineer have, like, this whole situation propped up. I think it's really interesting, and there's a lot of cool little stuff to find here, right?
It was a Vasco skill check, I mean.
I also believe that you can drain the water down here, actually. Hold on, I'm pretty sure there's a secret in here. Yeah, the pumps. I don't know if there's more than one. I think there is. This one doesn't have a switch. Yeah, you can drain the water here.
The cave that lets you go beyond the Orcan shields.
Yeah, some of the, like, there's the one off by the east, like, coast of the plains that does that. I think this one technically does, too. But yeah, you can drain the water. I don't remember if there's, like, glass fish or anything down here, but it's pretty cool. Got this little cave, this little hangout spot, my goon cave.
Yes, the cool goons. No,
There is always a secret. I mean, yes, I know that there's always a secret, but that doesn't mean that I can't appreciate the Plains of Eidolon secrets because other places have them. I think it's really cool to explore this stuff.
Yeah, probably.
There's one cave in the Orb Vallis that does this really cool as well, actually. I'd have to find it. Where... Hold on, where the fuck is the exit? Let's get the fuck out of here real quick. Or I have picked up nothing valuable. I could just leave. Fuck. So the question is, for me now, which cave is this? Because there's a particular cave that has a really cool secret in it, but I don't remember which one it is, because the Vallis has, like, 30 of them. I don't think they have any, like, full-blown cave bases, but... Is it the Raft Cave? The Raft Cave is dope. I'm thinking of the one with the crashed truck and the tires you have to stand on. That's the one I'm thinking of, that lifts the sparking wire off the water. I think that one's sick. Oh, hold on, sorry. Stream's gonna lag for a minute as my shader caching gets handled. Because here's the thing. You see these cave, like, entrances, and then, like, when you get close, they're, like, multiple entrances to the same cave. Like, dude, this one... Ooh, this one fucks me up. Before she dies. I mean, I guess we can visit her. She's down here. Bump. There we go. Waypoint? I don't think it's spawning. Huh. Yeah, the cinematic mushroom does go hard. There we go. Maybe it's because I was airborne. Hello, Third Orb. I've come to visit you before your unfortunate death. We know that the Third Orb is being killed off in the next update for some reason. So that's unfortunate. Anyways, why are they killing it? I honestly am guessing they just don't want to make a boss fight for it, which sucks, honestly. Which sucks. I've been really hoping that we'd get a Third Orb fight for a long time. But Rebecca said in the dev stream, rip to the Third Orb, and it is dead in the Constellations trailer. And she said that, like, the Third Orb will have, like, debris that gets left around that'll have Garuda's lore in it, so, like, that's cool. But, man, it's so lame that they're just killing it. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that at all. What's over here? That's a Sawgaw. Unfortunately for him, I do not care. The Vallis has some cool caves. They exist. I mean, they get asked about the Third Orb all the time. I think that they just decided, like, there's no point in, yeah, Sawgon these nuts. I knew that was coming. But I think that they just, like, knew they were never gonna make it, so they just decided to pull the Band-Aid off, which, again, is cringe. I really wish that we would have gotten it. Wait, hold on, is this the one? Oh, no, there's not a crashed thing in here. Is this the right cave? I don't think it is, because I think that the one I'm looking for has a crashed rover in it. Which is very cringe, that I have not located the correct one. For the second orb boss fight, it didn't take that long. I believe that it was in the main lineup of, like, Fortuna updates that were getting released at the time. Kind of like how Duviri got 3 updates in total. Fortuna was in a similar boat. It got a lot of updates in pretty quick succession. Dude, I don't remember where this fucking cave is. Just straight up, I don't remember. Maybe I shouldn't try to show this. Make me cry. It depends on the... Because I think they lowered some of them a while back, but... I feel you there. Some of them are so egregiously priced. I'm not, like, much of a decorator. I have no artistic talent. So... it doesn't affect me personally a ton, but man, some of them are egregious. Was in one of the caves, I think. Thank you, Wisp. This insight will help me locate it. This is another cool one with like the dude. I honestly love the lore of the Weeping Posts and the way that they like. Dude, I'm so sad that got cut from the game. In terms of. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm processing this in my brain real quick because wait. Oh, I thought that it was giving me the prompt to pick up the Tepa plant, like the regular tile set plants. I was like, what? What the fuck? Anyways, so for those who don't know, this is not shown in game because it was cut from being a mechanic. But as far as I'm aware, in lore, this is still how it works. The way that Venus was terraformed. And honestly, I think that there's a lot of questions as to the scientific feasibility of this, just to make that clear. But let me head over to Harindi Crater. I don't think this is going to buff me in terms of my speed with this at all, but I don't care. So, the Weeping Posts, these guys that, like, have the coolant, as it was explained by Jeff on a dev stream back when this stuff was all coming out, the way that this worked is that they would have these orbs that would float up into the sky through some mechanism, and they would grow these tendrils. And these tendrils in the upper atmosphere would ice up and have, like, the coolant be accumulated onto them. And then they would come back on and they would crash down into the surface near the Weeping Posts, which is why you typically find a Weeping Post near the craters. And the Weeping Posts would suck up the coolant and distribute it through the, like, various channels and stuff that they had made. Now, there is the question of, would the re-entry of the giant orb create enough heat that this is a stupid fucking idea? I mean, maybe. But the concept for this is that they'd float up into space, they'd freeze and, like, accumulate all of this coolant, and then they'd crash back down, and the Weeping Post would suck up and distribute it. And that's actually, if we go to the Pearl, it's over here. It seems to me, at least, based on that lore, like the Pearl is one of these things that has not actually been activated yet. It like, you can see it's got these little nubs, like it's starting to grow its tendrils, but it never actually worked. So it seems like I'm guessing the Corpus are studying this, because what we know from Neff is the main project is to reactivate the Valis' systems, right? Because the Valis is, the Valis was not supposed to be totally frozen. It looks better that way, to be clear. But the Corpus were trying to reactivate all of its systems to unfreeze the Valis. As Steve put it, the concept was like, you leave the door open of your fridge and it cools everything else down, right? Like the Orokin disappeared before their terraforming was finished. So it got really cold, and the Corpus were trying to reverse engineer how their systems worked so that they could reactivate the terraforming process like it was supposed to function. And I'm guessing that's why they're researching the Pearl, is because they want to find out how it fits into the grander scheme of the operation of the Weeping Posts and stuff like that, which is really, really interesting. Also, this is another little mechanic I really like about the Valis. Now, I don't like that this limits what compounds can be used in bounties based on where you start them. That's fucking stupid. But I do like this mechanic, where you can capture a base. It's a very minor thing, and there's honestly, like, no reason to ever really do it most of the time, but it's super fucking cool. Also, for anyone wondering, like, why does Valis look like this now, I'm guessing that when Narmer was, like, the dominant force in the Origin system, they were much more efficient than under the Corpus's rule, and so Valis kind of enforced, like, the original Orokin vision of the Valis. That's kind of my interpretation, is that they were actually getting through the terraforming correctly because, you know, Valis was from the era when they were doing it, if that makes sense.
It sucks.
To make it habitable? Well, okay, in the lore of Warframe, the Earth was fucked in Orokin times. Like, the Drifter kind of explains this with Eleanor, but I think it was Eleanor. Apparently, after the tech rot becomes a global problem in the 2000s, they just nuke a shit ton of the Earth, and it makes a ton of it uninhabitable. And I think Ballas talks about in the Wisp Prime trailer, actually, that, like, even after that point, the Orokin just abused the resources of the Earth so much that the world was dying. I think Sylvana talks about that in the Titania quest, too. Like, the Earth in Orokin times was just fucked. It was bad. Which is a big part of why they wanted to go to Tau, was they were abandoning the Earth. And so, of course, in the presumably centuries, maybe longer, since the Orokin era and now, Earth has adapted and recovered because it was abandoned for the most part, right? You still have, like, the Ostrons and stuff, but because of the, like, loss of the Orokin and most high-tech societies from Earth, it's really recovered. And now we have, like, these... I honestly love the way Earth is approached, and this is something I want to talk about in an Astronomy of Warframe episode one day, but, like, we see these interesting mutations for the things on Earth that are left to adapt to how fucked it was. Like, you have these giant trees that seem to be, like, a result of the trees adapting to the wasteland that was Earth up to a point. Or, like, the way the Kubros are handled, all of this just generally weird wildlife. I think it's super interesting that it seems like Earth's, like, near-death experience caused so much cool shit to happen to it as things evolved past the Orokin era. Because as far as I'm aware, there's plenty of evolution that has occurred in that time. Like, when it comes to the Infestation Resistant, where is there, like, a lore entry for that? I guess I'm not aware of that kind of thing. Did Sylvana mention that? I have to replay the quest. I haven't played it in ages. But with it's Silver Grove, I'd have to read the quest transcript. But for the Vallis specifically, right? I don't know why I just left there. I could actually start a bounty from here if I wanted. But when it comes to the Vallis, Biz mentions with the red-crested Vermink that it's an original Orokin-era species, so it seems like most of the species we encounter these days are evolutions of the original Orokin strains, and it's kind of surprising when we find one that's still around. Also, if I'm at level 1, because these take the current mission level, but if I start this, annoyingly, if you start a bounty from Fortuna, it will only be in the general area around Fortuna. But if I start it from here, it should be able to appear in different spots. Yeah, like down here. This is just one of the unmarked side locations, like a garage or something, I think. Oh no, this is the Weeping Post from the quest. Yeah, like normally you wouldn't play in this area, because it's based on proximity to your start point, which is super lame, by the way. Really not a fan of that. It makes so much of the Vallis go unused a lot of the time. I get why they did it. I think a big criticism with the planes was all of the traveling you have to do. But with the Vallis, like, yeah, they kind of narrowed it because the Vallis is so much larger than the planes. But at the same time, you also just have to contend with the fact that, like, so much of the Vallis goes unused unless you're going out of your way to capture the bases for the bounties, which is really unfortunate because there's so much cool stuff in terms of, like, play spaces and things that just kind of go unused. I think for another 50 gift memberships, Jade Light. Another round of greening. The greening has begun. Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
Look at every Piconi.
I want you to check something out.
The Jade Light has got me. It's over. Maybe I need to actually make the, oh, what's its fuck? The production commentary for Is DR Dead. Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't think people understand. Certain countries, like Turkey and Argentina, pay basically nothing for memberships. I think last Alter told me 50 memberships in Argentinian pesos is $3 of US money. Like, certain countries, the conversion rate is not... It's not what you think it is. It's very cheap for certain people to buy a shit ton. It was Turkish. No, Alter is Argentinian. The Turkish one, I think, was actually Jade Light. Maybe it was someone else. But it said it was 11 cents? Holy shit. I misremembered. Maybe the Turkish lira was the lira? I don't know how you say it. Maybe that was the The $3 one. Holy fuck.
12 cents to membership. Holy fuck.
That's fucked up. Getting jade lighted. We have like the Ash baby image. Is close to $3. Okay, yeah. Okay, then the person who mentioned that must have meant that. Yeah, I had the currencies difference. Oh wait, right. I was like, I'm leaving. What am I doing? I summoned a guy. The whole point of this was to summon the guy. Biz, I didn't do shit. Shut up. Like a boss. What's the last spot? Oh, of course it's that fucking enrichment labs. I should have tried to start this closer to, like, Spaceport or something. Whenever the game has to pick one of the big 3, like, major interior locations, it loves picking enrichment labs. Got me fucked up for real. On the Grenier soon. And, like, a Grenier-focused expansion? I mean, I'd fuck with that. Visit Wally? I can visit Wally, though I think last time I checked, I'm pretty sure Wally escaped the Corpus. I don't think he's here anymore. I'm pretty sure he got out. Wally will have to clarify, but was it like a body double swap or something? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. I live on Strata Relay now? Oh, okay. So I'm not sure who these people are, but... How did it spread from the sewers in Pennsylvania? So, honestly, there's some, what is the website? It just redirects to my YouTube channel. It's a little ambiguous, but as I understand it, the tech rot exists because of a Holvanian company that was experimenting with cloning technology. And that was why there's, like, the clones of the online boys, is because they were trying to create a version of them that was more brand safe and more controllable. But the tech rot obviously is not controllable. Same with, like, in the ARG with, like, the DE being used as, like, a test site and stuff like that. Where that cave was? Nah, I'm just giving up. Fuck this noise. I could find the things. Retcon of Infestation Origin. Not necessarily. I think that they kind of never really fully established the origin and then decided to nail it down with the tech rot. Because we know from a lot of stuff, in terms of, like, prime trailers and things, that the infestation was older than, like, the old war, and they broke it back out as a potential weapon against the sentients because they weren't sure how to fight them, because the sentients were so able to adapt the technology. Like, Roth goes into a lot of detail about a lot of that stuff in his trauma logs and things like that, about the sentients adapting their technology and how difficult it was until the Tenno were brought into the picture, because they don't technically use technology, they're all biological with the way the Warframes function, which I think is a very cool approach. It's in Aui's room, which is somewhere. I never visit Aui. Hold on, let's just fast travel. I don't...
If I leave the, what's the game mode, after I pick up Attramentum Light, keep it, or do I have to...
You have to finish it.
Mode?
Also,
Yeah.
Nightmare missions are generally faster. But yeah,
Oh.
This computer here establishes a lot of the lore around the tech rot and why it exists, or more specifically, why the online, like, codas exist. But that's all in here. Damn. Void poison still a thing? If you mean, like, the, like, void madness and stuff, yeah, it's still a thing. I think that a lot of it's more tied into the man in the wall and things now. But, like, because we know that, like, the Kavia were dying when they entered the void. So it seems like the, like, negative exposure is still very much a mechanic of the void. Just a different timeline. Not necessarily. I think Rebecca said on a dev short that it is the actual past. Though, like, we're in a loop now. It's interesting, too, because one of the conversations with Roth has Roth asked the operator, why do the proto-frames and warframes work in 1999? Because we need the Heart of Deimos for Void technology to function, which reveals that, like, weirdly enough, even though Albrecht said he was going to 1999 to evade the indifference, or at least that's what Lloyd says, he must have brought some way to connect to the Void with him, which doesn't really solve the problem, which brings up other questions about, like, Entradi's actual intentions in 1999. Because the proto-frames and stuff still functioned before we got there. So presumably, Entradi would have done it. And also, we bring the Void with us, not necessarily, because we are negatively affected by the shutdown of the heart. Now, we haven't woken up from the second dream at that point. The operator kind of, like, self-actualizes or whatever and gains their Void powers independently of the chair. So maybe there's something there. There's also the question of, like, is the infestation itself the link to the Void? Because we know that the infested, like, transcend conventional time. There's a lot of questions about the actual nature of Holvania that I think are pretty interesting. But it worked 200 years in the past. I don't really think that would make sense, because when the heart shuts down, then necessarily, in that moment, we would have lost the war, right? The old war, because it would have never worked. I don't think it functions that way. At least if it did, I think it'd be very convoluted. And again, this is something that Roth talks about. I don't want to spoil a bunch of his conversations, but it is in one of his later conversations. That, like, the speculation of, like, Albrecht really must have done something to make that technology function. Could that be a part of it? Probably, because I imagine that the ability to travel through time exploits that the infestation exists independently from it. As far as I understand the heart, it basically just connects the two realities together, and that, like, sort of open tunnel is what allows Void technology to work. So I do. You know, I respect that. We're just dropping in with the, you know what, I don't care what the lore says. I do not give a shit. During her story, yeah. In fact, if you reset, Lizzie will actually mention that. She knows. With the timeline. I think that, like, a lot of it is, like, researching how they interact with it. But yeah, that's definitely part of it. But yeah, I think that, like, when it comes to some of the finer details of this game's lore, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff. Is independent from time. Yeah, Lizzie talks about that. That's also a big part of, like, their dynamic with Flair in their Kim conversations, is that the Infested doesn't view time as, like, a continuous stream like we do. They're kind of able to view it all at once. They're kind of disconnected from time as a whole. And that fundamental difference in perspective, on top of, like, the infestation existing as a collective, is where a lot of the friction between Flair and Lizzie exists, is that Lizzie thinks that, like, they see that Flair is suffering, and they want them to become part of the infestation, because there's, you know, it's not an entity of suffering. There's this collective unity that they share. But Lizzie fundamentally fails to understand that individuality is an important part of being human, and on top of that, Flair specifically is an artist, right? So it's even more important to them. So that's kind of where, like, a lot of their conflict is born out of in their story arc, which I think is interesting. And we are the deluded ones? I mean, I think you could... when it comes to, like, entities that exist outside of time in fiction, there's a lot of ways to approach it, right? What's the next relay you want to see get destroyed? Also wasn't a big deal when Leonov got destroyed. It was a big deal when a lot of relays got destroyed, but I don't really feel like they should destroy anymore. I don't even know if it's actually possible. In Duviri and Drifter. The developers just straight up justified transference in Duviri as it being a paradox, which I find to be a little bit annoying. My guess, honestly, is... okay. This is a crackpot theory, kind of, but I think it makes sense. So when it comes to Warframe's story, there is an important element of it that I think kind of gets glossed over, and that is, how does the Drifter have his powers? How does he know about things in the operator's timeline that he wasn't present for? Like, when you transfer into Arthur at the very beginning of 1999, he sees images of the second dream in his head. But the Drifter can't have those memories, presumably, because he wasn't present for any of them. He's on his own person. But when doing an AMA on Reddit, one of the developers responded to a question about the dynamic between the operator and the drifter, where they explained that the operator and the drifter can't actually exist in the same space, in the same timeline, because they're the same person. Which is why, at the end, when you're talking with the Lotus at the end of the New War, they keep switching places, because they can't exist in the same place, because they're the same person. Unless they are sufficiently close to the Void. So if you're close to the Void, like in the Zeramin, in the labs, and in the Undercroft, then they can exist in the same place. And their characteristics kind of intermingle. So my theory is that when Drifter came to our timeline, right, the operator's timeline, because he's the same person, he inherited all of their memories. And that's also how he knew that he was going to get his powers eventually, is because he had already seen those things because he's the same person as the operator, and he was waiting for them to make the deal with the man in the wall to escape the loop. So that's kind of my interpretation of the story, is that Drifter knows these things. Like, he knew where Lotus was, he was able to get along with Ortis, he could understand, like, transference specifically in the Undercroft and stuff like that. I've always interpreted all of that stuff as, because he entered the operator's timeline, he kind of absorbed their memories, and so now he has access to that information, and that's also why he has their powers. Because he's the same person in this timeline, he also received the gift from the man in the wall. That's kind of just my interpretation of things, but I think it makes sense considering that it's kind of like a massively ignored part of the story, is how does any of this stuff work? But I feel like with the entire dynamic of the operator and the drifter and how the drifter is handled in the New War, it's so obfuscated and there's so little information we actually know about it that it honestly bothers me. I wish that they would have explained more, but I think that, like, that's the best idea I have of it, is that I think that it's because they're the same person, the timeline treats them that way, and so the drifter was able to sort of inherit the operator's memories and later their abilities, after the operator was sent into a time loop on the Zeramin, and then, the operator shaking hands with Wally and making the deal breaks their time loop, which is implied by the, Kim in Lloyd's room to somehow be the drifter's doing. Let me just show this. People aren't gonna believe me if I just say that. Hold on. Let me just show this. This confuses me a little bit, because it doesn't seem like the drifter was, taking Wally's place. Well, because, like, the thing is, the drifter getting their powers from the Lotus's hand wouldn't really make sense, because they don't have those abilities in Duviri normally, or in the New War up until the operator makes the deal.
One must make the best of things.
So I'm talking about specifically this. I think it was Ballas? Yeah, significant development. The Tenno's personal timeline has been disrupted. Knowing he cannot kill the Tenno, Ballas has opted to imprison them within their own history. The Tenno will be unable to escape this loop without the paradoxical intervention of an outside force. I assume this is about the Drifter, which is brought up in a second. That's the next document, right? But, like, yeah, the Tenno has been freed from the recursive timeline and now coexists with the Drifter. But, like, did the Drifter have anything to do with that? Because it doesn't really seem like he did. I don't know. Maybe he was an important part of it by fighting back against the Archons or something. I've got no fucking idea. Is my interpretation. Well, we don't really see the hand, like, communicate beyond the guiding light, I guess. But again, that doesn't explain how he has memories of the Second Dream in the opening of 1999, right? He wasn't present for that event, and really there's no reason, the other lives in their head? Have they mentioned that? If that's the case, that, like, the operator is like a voice in the Drifter's head normally, that massively changes things.
These Carvias seem like jolly fellows.
Yeah, I'm guessing with that it was like when the operator made the deal again. Maybe that was the paradoxical outside force. Giving them the void powers too. Well, they send in that stuff, but not honestly, the entire existence of the paradox and how the paradox actually functions is just not explained at all. Isn't they have both memories? I guess we don't really know if the operator has the drifter's memories, because I don't think there's been any show of that. And technically, the operator has never entered Duviri, to my knowledge. Except maybe they could have an 8-claw? I don't really know, honestly.
But Mr. Lloyd wants to be somewhere else. Where I am, he wants to go.
Come on.
In the Sanctum Atomica?
Let's
Huh.
at least pretend this mess can still work.
Maybe everyone's here is a bear someone else wants.
I'd have to see if I could find that original message, just to make sure that's not just, like, making shit up, but that's interesting. And again, I don't know why that's not explained in-game. And yeah, I've read through it real quick. I don't know. There's a lot of... With the introduction of... there's a lot of people say that Eternalism is like this massive writing crutch. I don't really think it is, and I don't think DE has used it that way. But some of the finer details of, like, how does this function, what kind of irks me is DE seems to know them. Because when they tell us information, like, oh yeah, they both, they can only be in the same place in the void, clearly there is intentionality
there's some
behind
intention
that.
and some
Like,
shit behind it. Like,
yeah, clearly they know the mechanics of this. They just haven't explained them to us. And I find that to be kind of annoying. Has experienced Jade's childbirth. I guess there is also the question of, do the operator and the drifter still share memories, or do they only share memories up to the moment that they both entered the same timeline? Like at the same time? I don't really know. But so there's a lot of speculation about it that I think is very interesting. Okay, yeah, I was given a ping of the actual message. Oh, this was actually the one from the AMA, I think. So yeah, that was accurate. Interesting.
Yes. Come. We have much to accomplish. Lloyd is working in the Sanctum now.
To write any of this, I think that like the idea of introducing alternate timelines has led for some interesting potential for things. Aren't they in the same situation? I actually really hope that the quest explores that, because presumably, yes, Orion and Sirius are the same person from different timelines. Okay, unless, crackpot theory, technically, Orion and Sirius might not be the same person, because, how do I put this in a way that's not, like, fucking horrible? Holy shit. How do I explain about YouTube fucking taking this down? Whenever a man and a woman love each other very much and they create a child, there's a lot of individual sperm cells. So I'm just saying, maybe Sirius is one sperm cell and Orion was the product of another. I'm just saying it could work that way. I don't know if it does. It just could work that way. Technically speaking, they are brothers. Maybe not the same person. I have no evidence for this. I'm just saying that is a potential explanation for why they don't have the same problem that the Drifter and the Operator do. Because the Drifter and the Operator are definitively the same person whose timelines diverged with the Zeraman accident. Crazy theory? Look, I'm just saying. It could happen like that. Shipping the siblings? God fucking damn it. I should have known, honestly. I should have known. People be out here like, we have 2 canonically related characters in a game. I know what I have to do. Honestly, when it comes to, like, Sirius and Orion, we'll just kind of have to see how the, we'll have to see how the quest handles it. On Conception? Seaman is canon in Warframe? Unbelievable. Is the bad twin? We'll honestly have to see how it's approached. Now, here's my... I do not know if this is actually going to happen, so don't quote me on this, but here is, like, my crackpot theory as to Sirius and Orion as playable characters. So, Orion is named after Orion the Hunter. It's a constellation. So, it seems like, especially with, like, the name being red and stuff like that, Orion is based on Stalker's influence, right? Whereas Sirius is the name of a star. It's the guiding star. It's the brightest star in the night sky. So Sirius is based on Jade's influence, and that's where that name comes from. So my question is, like, maybe will they work with that, where Sirius leans into more of, like, the support role because they're more on Jade's influence, whereas maybe Orion will lean more into, like, a stealth or damage role because he's based on the Stalker. I'm not really sure, but that's kind of like a thought I've had, is I wonder if that's how they're going to approach it, is like, based on which parent they're kind of aligned with in their name, they'll kind of take some identity from them in terms of how their kit functions or what have you, with a side of support. Well, to be fair, Jade has one ability that actually nukes things. The rest of her kit has supportive elements. Her nuke is just so strong that the support isn't really necessary past a point.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grenier.
Energy colors on Compressa? Interesting.
Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Supplement their respective parent. That's actually a pretty interesting idea as well. Which of them is cooler, though? Personally, if we have to pick a side, I'm picking Sirius. I don't give a fuck. I'm picking the green one. I also feel like when we saw the ships for Vina and Ryoku, I feel like it kind of leans into, like, Orion being, like, the violent one, with the way Vina is aligned with him, and all the, like, blood and gore in her ship. Now, obviously, this is, like, guilt by association type shit, but I wonder if it's, like, there's, like, the alignment reflects that, because Ryoku seems to be much more of, like, a, like, Way of the Ninja type dude, and I imagine that would reflect in Sirius, because the description of the Sirius short is a quote from Ryoku, mentioning that he mentored Sirius from when they were a child, so I don't know how that works in terms of Warframe's actually aging, because it took the baby centuries, but who fucking knows? Getting her for a new character? You know, maybe. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm very curious with the dev stream in May. I'll admit, I was holding the baby in. Not necessarily. Okay. Hold on, I got a point. This has just become like the fucking hour of lore discussion, I guess. Let me show something real quick. There is a lore fragment that changed my mind on Jade Shadows. Because I didn't really love Jade Shadows at first, and a big part of that was for a reason that I think some of you might disagree with. Jade wasn't a character in her own quest. She was basically a plot device. She never really does anything or has any say in what's happening to her. She's just kind of there for the entire thing, and I really didn't like that. But fortunately, DE heard that feedback from people and added this. There is a fragment here called Jade's Promise that is from Jade's perspective. And it talks about, like, her own ambitions and things like that. And there's so much, like, this is genuinely heartbreaking. When it comes to, like, the tragedy of Jade Shadows, this is where it comes from, for sure. But there is a particular line in here. Where is it? This is about the war. Yeah, here it is. There is plentiful strength within you, but only to keep you preserved as you are now. Your child, alas, will never grow, even if you fed it with all the strength in your body. Perhaps if you lay lifeless for a year, the child would twitch a little. A century, and its heart might begin to beat. 1,000 years, and who knows, perhaps you might feel a kick. And so I lie here, stubborn as the day is long, as my father used to say. I promised that you would live, little one. I will keep that promise. With your father watching over us, I will give you the gift of myself. And one day, these metal fingers of mine will dip in slippery paint and draw a smiley sun and a house and a dog, and all of us together, and I will hear you laugh. And knowing how the quest ends makes that so fucking sad. But it also expands so much more on Jade as a character, and why she's in the position that she's in. And I think it just adds so much intrigue and like, weight to what happens in the quest. Because like I said before, Jade is not a character in her own quest. She just kind of is there. But this telling the story from her perspective, and there's so much more to it, right? About, like, imagining herself with her child, and when she first links to an operator, and how, yeah, like, this section here specifically is so hard to read. There's so much interesting texture that it adds to the quest and the emotional weight of the quest, because it gives us Jade's perspective, which was totally absent in the quest itself. And I really like that. I think that Jade Shadows really changed my perspective on the quest. I really wish that it was in the quest through, like, flashback scenes or something. But I think it really adds a lot. I mostly showed that just to clarify the whole thing about the children, but for his body. I think that they mentioned it was specifically Corpus Tech for both of them, but as far as they've established, yeah, both Sirius and Orion are from, like, the far future. How do you feel about the letters? Kozai's letters? Lame as hell, I'm not gonna lie. Kozai's letters explain almost nothing. I was honestly pretty annoyed when I got them all. Maybe it's just me. Maybe there's something I missed. I don't know. I don't really like Kozai's letters. Only the fourth one actually explains anything about Foley, but they don't really establish that much. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of them personally. I mean, if people want, I can show them, but I don't really feel like they really establish that much. It's more for Zorba. I mean, that's true, but, like, the nature of Foley, right? And what the fuck? Oh, I got invited to Frame Fighter? Shit, I haven't been on D&D this whole time. I feel like they were supposed to serve as dual purpose. Like, the letters are for Zorba, but if we can hear them, presumably there's also information for us as well, even if it's like they're not for us. Hold up. Zorba.
I was staring at the truth with open eyes. 5 sealed letters. I can read the first letter now. It's really short. Here goes. Work hard. Study far? No, study long. Good, Zorba. Happy Kozai.
Bro, why does it kick me out of the fucking menu, by the way?
5 sealed letters. Letter number 2. Zorba. Kozai has work to do. Teach. I don't know this word. Teach. Blobby thing? Truth. Learn truth too. Much change. Big surprise. Huh. Okay. We Arbiters think hard. 5 sealed letters. 3rd letter. Folly is not evil. Folly is a teller of truths. I taught her Hex's stories. You are learning and she is learning. She makes my stories into pictures. You must make her ink into words. And what drops of 5 sealed letters? I have learned something of Folly's own truth. She was not always as you see her now. Once she was a painter of hidden truths, bringing secrets to light for healing's sake. But others sought to crooked line, warp, twist, pervert her gifts. She was put in service to cruel masters. Are you ready for another dip? 5 sealed letter. The Sky Ogres. Wait. Fomorians. The Fomorians will be here soon. I will give these letters to our Preceptor Cephalon. We shall not meet again, my student, my friend. I must keep Folly safe. If you are reading this, you will understand why. And with what reason we should revere Folly as a holy fool, one of the saints of truth. I am confident you will be a just and wise arbiter of hexes.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't really explain that much. It seems like it explains, one, because the mention of, like, she used to be a painter that, like, used painting for healing's sake. So I'm guessing Foley is the lady that we hear over the intercom, because she seems like some kind of therapist in her role. It's kind of contested if that's actually her or not. Because I've seen some theories that, like, she was turned into a Warframe as punishment for failing to fix the Tenno or something like that. But it seems like, you know, Kozai's stories are being painted into reality, which are probably the shadow graphs that we find, and maybe that's how he protected Foley, was that she wrote the story of the relay's fate into a painting to survive. Who knows? But again, like, there's not really a ton of information here, and I think that that's a little annoying because there's so much intrigue in what's going on, but the letters don't really tell you that much about what's happening. And I think that that's a little unfortunate. I don't know. As an Archimedean? Well, Foley herself could have been an Archimedean in the past. That's kind of like the question of, was it Foley prior to her transformation or not? Not healing. Well, I guess that's true, but we don't turn operators into Warframes, right? She's talking to operators because of the lines of, like, returning them to cryo and stuff like that. It seems like if Foley was, like, the subject of that, then we would be turning an operator into a Warframe, which to my knowledge has not happened. Like the Rorschach. Yeah, that's kind of how I interpret it as well. It seems like an almost like abusive therapy relationship dynamic with how she leverages the knowledge she claims she gleans from the paintings to like hold them over the Tenno. It's all very interesting stuff, but I feel like we're not given a ton of concrete details about it, which is unfortunate. It's game theory bait. Well, why did I say Gary? Gary theory? That's just a theory. A Gary theory. Thanks for watching. Okay, I need to get up for a minute again. You all behave. Nitro, that includes you. I will be right back.
Damn it, he remembered. Can no longer say slurms.
Okay, gamers. I have returned once more. Back by unpopular demand. I have returned. Okay, well, what now? We've been talking about the game's story for like the last 30 minutes or an hour or something. Maybe we should actually play the game. That would be a good idea, I think. Exterminate, defense, and hunt showdown.
Orders went mad for 3
On my
years.
2-week Minecraft phase.
Each time he cleans something, he makes something.
Dude, there is a Minecraft mod pack called Deceased Craft that makes it like a zombie survival game, kind of like a Zomboid or some such. Really fun mod pack, but it's currently in beta, so you can't actually finish it right now. But I highly recommend it. That shit rocks. Nitro and I played through what's currently available and had a lot of fun. Talk about Varuna's lore. Yeah. She killed a guy. I know you want me to talk about the lore of Varuna because you're a furry. You can't fool me. Also, thank God that Crepuscular now actually works on the hit from the 4. They made a change. So for those who don't know, previously, if Varuna used her Pounce or Fangs of Raksh while she was in Shroud of Dynar, she briefly uncloaked when she hit the enemy, but that's finally been removed. So now she actually gains the benefit from Crepuscular's crit damage and stuff while casting these abilities. Because it used to, like, it always worked on her 4's lingering damage radius, but not on the hit itself, which was super lame. Absolute Cinema. Create Aeronautics looks really cool. I'm not super knowledgeable on Create. Nitro was learning a lot of it for our playthrough of Deceased Craft, though, because it is a major part of the progression there, but... Like a puppet, it's insane. Damn. Dude, Minecraft modders just be out here fucking making the game. At this point, it's like Skyrim. Animation now, specifically her Prime does, yes. Hold on, I gotta recast. Because I have my, It's really annoying building this stuff up, but I need to, build stacks.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah, I need to build these back up, but I had to recast because my impetus buff was full. It's been like this for decades, man. I mean, yes, it has, but dude, I haven't played vanilla Minecraft in so long. What was the last, like, actually big Minecraft update? Was it Caves and Cliffs? I don't know what the content drops have been like in terms of size anymore. That was a big structural change to the game, but... If you want to. Yeah, there's a, what is it, Timeless Classics? Dude, that's gotta be like the most impressive gun framework Minecraft has ever received.
Genuinely, it's so fucking surreal seeing that in Minecraft of all things.
And yeah, the way they import the animations from like Battlefield and stuff is so fucking cool. Now, I have a... I'm gonna sound like a total boomer for saying this. 1.12 is my favorite version of the game, and it has a lot of mods I'm familiar with, because it's the ones I grew up with. So 1.12 is the version I still play on the most. Because I'm just familiar with all the stuff on there. And I need the space. I would personally recommend not doing it, just because, like, you would lose out on all the time that you had spent. Alright, Varuna Protection Fund. Jade Zeno, what's your in-game name? I will single-handedly save Varuna right now. The best modded now? I've heard as much, but like I said, I'm just not familiar with what's on, like, the more modern versions, I guess. You like Orespawn? I've never played with it, and the guy who owns it's a fucking lunatic. That guy is nuts. Juju Zeno. I'm on it. I'm on it. Never doubt me. Never doubt me. Will this work without the numbers? They'll have to let me know. Oh shit, hold on, there's two different ones. Okay, I'm guessing you're this one. I'm guessing you're this one. We'll see if they say the Windows. Alright, boom. Never doubt me. Never doubt me. There, Varuna has been saved. Varuna Rescue Project. Defense. You know what? Fuck it. We'll stay on Varuna, dude. This is gonna be the... It is Weird Dog Wednesday, even though it's been Thursday for about 2 hours now.
Oh shit, has it? Fuck.
Yeah.
Damn. God, I gotta go back to work tomorrow. Fuck.
Yeah. It's fucked up. I hate that I'm not even that tired. I kept getting woken up by shit happening outside my room. So I didn't get out of bed today until like fucking 6 p.m. because my sleep got interrupted so many times that I had a massive headache and I was just like fucking bedridden for most of the afternoon. It was really shit.
Yeah, damn.
A J6er? He was a lot of things. He was a lot of things. It's complicated. It's complicated. Platinum here? True. Chipper, don't die, please. I like that because he's like a dude, right? You can actually protect him with protective sling. It's a nice little thing. Can you die, maybe? Oh, I didn't kill anyone, so I lost the buff. Ooh, fuck. Whoops. Fuck y'all. Chipper versus Wally? That's gotta go to Wally, dude. Chipper can hardly handle himself in this environment. Wally escaped the corpus. I know he's the GOAT. I know he's the GOAT. Well, he's technically a Vermink, but, like, you know what I mean. Gotta build up my impetus stacks. Oh yeah, because of the sentience, they drop their cores. Right. Okay, there we go. We are now up to full capacity, I believe. There's one more recent versions. I've actually wanted to do more recent modded Minecraft versions to learn them, but I like using him. Lavos has very unrivaled versatility. That's a big part of why I like him so much. Lavos is able to adapt to basically any situation very, very comfortably. Lavos is probably my favorite frame in the entire game. If you don't like the... Huh. I just realized, why is my camera so high?
Huh. Oh, because you're crouching now.
No, that wasn't... Hold on. I think it's when I enter operator form. How have I not noticed this? Yeah, my camera changes perspective. That's strange.
Oh. Oh my god.
Anyways. Just fucking kill that guy real quick.
Oh, unrelated, but this is cool as shit. What's it, the guy who was, you know, and like, the guy I talked about in, like, KCD, who, like, adds, places to the map that get locked up after story shit. You know, that fucking guy in his mods. He added another one, so I added it to my shit, I loaded up, and apparently if you go away from KCD too long enough, it gives you, like, a fucking, like, mini, like, a fucking cutscene, like, last time on sort of shit, and tells you all the, what's the relevant, tutorial shits, like, and if it's been too long.
That's a nice feature.
Yeah, the current quest line, it'll tell you what the fuck you've actually been up to and shit, and so yeah, you're working on that's what I'm doing before, and I'm just for the podcast, and it's just like, oh.
New camera rework, maybe.
Honestly, I would love a fucking camera rework for Warframe, man.
I have
It's
no
been
idea.
so long.
Well, they are adding new camera features in the next update for, like, offsets. For, like, large shoulder pieces and stuff.
Oh, thank fuck, that's glorious.
Yeah. They have a few presets that they showed on the dev stream for, like, moving it more to the right or moving it farther backwards. I want to do a video on Lavos as well. It's just going to take a lot of time. I can give you, like, the Spark Notes version in a moment, but... Lavos is a frame that, like, it's... Because of his infusion mechanic and the way his abilities are designed to be very, like, blank slate, there's a lot that you have to think about when using him, but I think that's why he's so interesting. You've done, like, 12. I mean, like, an actual guide to Lavos himself. And also, not really. The only video I've done about Lavos specifically was the Valence Formation one. I guess there's the Atomocycle video, but he's just more like a part of that because he's the one that works, right? That's like saying that the Void Armageddon video is a video about Chroma, like it's a Chroma guide. Like, no, it's not. He's just the guy that I use for the strategy. And I'd love to do more making stuff overpowered videos. God, those videos perform like shit. They did so bad. Not on the same level as a lot of the other stuff I've made, but man, they did not do good. Good night, farewell, Robo. Thank you for stopping by. Ooh, a Vengeful Revenant. I will say though, like I've mentioned this on stream before. None of my content performs well anymore, so we're just kind of in that stage, I think. Do I play Monster Hunter or Stellaris? Damn, I've never played either of those games. Well, I played a little bit of Stellaris, and I didn't really understand it, so I kind of shelved it for a while. All I know is that Stellaris makes you xenophobic, right? I think that's how that game works. Perform like ass. I said everything I've posted since January has performed poorly. My metrics are on a massive downward spiral. Everything post-status tier list has been fucked. It's been bad. There are xenophobic builds. Oh, that's a thing in Warframe, too. They're called faction mods. Fuck this guy. Boom. Oh, philic. Xenophilic builds. Well, those are a thing in Warframe, too. It's called Ribbons with negative faction damage.
I think she's just about good, matey.
Downwards trends. I mean... That's true, but that doesn't really change the reality that I'm still being massively negatively affected by it. Fortunately, I did fairly well this month, not from a views perspective, but from like a monetary perspective, because people were very generous about donating and stuff on a few of the streams. But nah, my videos views have fucking fallen off the face of the planet. Clickbait slopper. Now, we are not stooping to clickbait. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I still want to make stuff that I want to make. It's very important to me that I don't sell out. Like, if I'm gonna make things that I don't enjoy, then I'd rather just not make shit at all. You know what I mean? Later views affect your revenue. Do you mean like later, like long after the video came out? Just for starters. I mean, that is true. The way that they changed it means that people with ad blockers are no longer counted for views, but also they don't give you income anyways. So, like, I mean, it makes the metrics a little skewed, but it doesn't really change the wider problem of, like, the discovery algorithm being a piece of shit. I actually had several people talking about in the comments of my most recent video, like, hey, I hadn't been notified of any of your recent videos until this one for some reason. Also, Weird and Obscure also performed terribly by the time that series, like, ended Season 2. The Season 2 episode is done really bad as, like, a compilation, but even the last two episodes, 19 and 20, both did not do well at all. I think that, honestly, it was just, like, audience fatigue. I think that my audience as a whole was just kind of getting sick of the series. And also, as time has progressed, Weird and Obscure gets exponentially harder and harder to make. And that's for, like, three main reasons. One, as I cover things in the series, naturally those are entries that can't be in future episodes, so I'm, like, shrinking the pool of stuff to talk about. Two, people submit things that have already been in the series because it's been going on for so long, which makes a lot of entries that people submit irrelevant because they've already happened. And three, a lot of people submit entries that don't really belong in the series, either because they're not that obscure or because they're, like, blatant abusing of an exploit or something. So I don't talk about them. Like the Gauss Arcane Aegis thing, I've deliberately not talked about it because I do consider it an exploit. So because of those things, they just kind of add up over time, right? The longer and longer that you make a series like that, the more and more those issues become exaggerated. And I'm at the point where working on Weird and Obscure stuff just sucks. Not only is it boring to make because the series is so formulaic, that it's just, the process of it has essentially been streamlined, but also, the entries themselves are so much harder to sort through. It's so much harder to find entries that I think work for the series, or that I test and they still work because they often get patched. Stuff like that, right? So Weird and Obscure is just in a really shitty spot, honestly. Intend to watch it just like a week later? Okay, so when it comes to that, most of a video's views are in the first 2 to 3 days. After that, generally, it falls off a cliff. People viewing them after the fact doesn't hurt the videos or something. Not like that, not necessarily, right? But most of, like, the bulk of the payoff for investment is in that initial span of time. And, you know, this kind of perturbs me a little bit, because I find this content to be so, I don't know, lazy in comparison. I still put a lot of effort into the hot take videos, but even though they don't perform super well, like view count wise, because they're so long, they perform incredibly well monetarily. And I don't love that, because I don't want to just manufacture them over and over. I mean, one, audience burnout would set in extremely quickly if I did that. But also, like, they're not fun to make. They're fun to record. Talking about the entries is fun. Everything else fucking sucks. Editing the audio sucks. Getting the gameplay for them sucks. The rest of the process is not fun, okay? It is specifically the talking about stuff part that is fun, right? Everything else can fuck right off. I don't know. I've wanted to sort of shift my content to other things that I find interesting. But with the hot take videos, it's like, it's fun to talk about, and I feel like they unintentionally, like, engagement bait in the way that people will comment about things to discuss the takes, or, as I've learned really frequently, massively misinterpret what I'm saying. Like people extrapolating that I think that the second dream should be the game's first quest, which I did not say. Extrapolating that I hate the Hex quest, which I did not say. Shit like that, where it's just like, okay, did we watch the same thing? I don't think I said that. The audio part bad. So, it's about minimizing background noise, yes, but a lot of that is automated. With, like, noise reduction filters and stuff. A lot of it from there is, like, cutting out bad takes, listening to the audio to make sure that it sounds okay, cutting out, like, sounds of me breathing or things like that, which I don't get all of them, but I get as many as I can. I still use things like noise gates and, like, noise reduction and compression and things like that to try and optimize the process as best I can, but I still manually have to go through all of the audio, which oftentimes with the hot take videos, the recording is, like, around 2 hours. I have to go through the whole thing and do those edits, and it takes fucking forever. And not only does it take a super long time, you can't really do anything else while you're working on it. You can't, like, watch a video or listen to music or something. Your full attention has to be on this boring-ass sound editing.
It's fucking awful,
It sucks. You could also do manual captions. I've actually wanted to do manual captioning for my videos for a while as an accessibility measure, but god, dude, I just don't have the willpower for it. It's so boring. These days. I mean, yes, but, like, especially when in the hot take videos, it's kind of difficult, because, like, audience captioning, though, that's, to my knowledge, specifically for other languages, prone to vandalism. But when it comes to the, like, opinions to talk about in the series, it's hard to know if I say something that people aren't going to understand, or if they're going to get hung up on it, right? Because people can't ask me clarifying questions when I'm doing that recording, right? It's just me. And while I do my best to try and think of it ahead of time, of like, you know, oh, well, what might people not understand, there's no way to really guarantee that I've covered everything. And with the things with, like, the Hex and the second dream especially, it's clear a lot of people misinterpreted the things I said, and I didn't see it coming, because I thought that I had articulated myself well enough the first time, and clearly I hadn't. Make his passion projects. Look, there's a balance you have to strike, right? That balance is between having enough money to live and working on things I want to work on, okay? The astronomy videos and stuff do not bring in the views to be the only thing I make, and they take way too much effort. Like, dude, if I could make one video a month, that would be awesome, because then I could focus all of my effort and attention into, like, these big, more niche things, like the Analyzing the Murmur video and the astronomy videos and stuff, or the ARG video even, right? But no one wants to watch them, is the truth. And I know a lot of people in my chat will be like, well, I want to watch them, cool kid. Maybe, but only 10% of my viewers have ever even watched a stream. Not even watched them regularly, has watched one, period. Like, the people in my streams are already on a level of enjoying my content that the vast majority of people are not on. And so they're not a usable yardstick for that kind of thing. Like the Explaining Every Exalted series. There was a huge amount of demand for that in my streams, and then I made them, and nobody fucking cared. And it was like, oh, well, I guess I overestimated the demand for that. I mean, I did hold a poll on it, and it won the poll as well, but I don't know. A video that I'm considering doing as well is the, like, Warframe's abandoned event lore, which I think would be a fun topic to cover, but I don't really know how much that's something people want to see on, like, the wider scale as well, because the lore content in this game doesn't really do fantastic, so I don't know. Because I've had people tell me, like, cool kid, you should, like, open a Patreon or push your memberships harder, or something like that. But I think I would have to have a much bigger audience to live off of purely donations, right? Like, YouTube's ad revenue is still, like, north of 80% of the money I make. So it's like, I can't just rely on the donations of the people that help to fund things. It's still obviously always very helpful and appreciated, but it's not like sustainable unless you have like a shit ton of subscribers. And it's Grey Archon. You know, that's fair. If they say certain words. That would be funny. Face cams would do better? Probably not, honestly. Nothing to sneeze at. When it comes to living purely off the donations of your audience, it's not nearly enough. What ability do you have on him? I can talk about it in a moment, like in a more controlled environment. The impromptu Cool Kid Lavo schedule of the video gets developed. Dope mods. I mean, I think that'd be good as like sort of like a tangential thing. Are you little fuck? I accidentally went right through him. Yeah, I'm not sure if the event lore will be my next video. It depends on how large it ends up being, because I have a horrible habit. Like, the Heat Inherit video wasn't supposed to be its own video. It was supposed to be part of a much bigger video. And I realized as I was making it, like, oh fuck, this is not getting done. Why can't I... Okay, that's fine, that's fine. The area control was stuck inside my Warframe. That's 9 hours long. Okay. In fairness, a lot of those recaps do not need to be that long. And also, if a story is convoluted, you would think that's why people watch the lore videos. Like, dude, Dark Souls lore videos do great. Same with Destiny lore videos. At least they did. The game's, you know, dead as shit now, but... I will say, when it comes, like, the entire context of it is needed, that's exponentially more work, and I feel like to take that risk isn't worth it. I think that the focus should be on the story, with some mention of, like, the value of the items that were added and things like that, right? Because I feel like if I was to try and make it so that every event was covered super comprehensively, those would end up having to be, like, their own videos. Competing for our attention. I mean, that's true, but, like, even so, if people want to watch something but don't end up watching it, that doesn't change the fact that they didn't end up watching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here, let me talk about Lavos for a bit. I honestly feel like I should slot in more range, but I really have no room to. I want to put on Stretch, but it's some rough shit. Is in season passes. I mean, that's true. But, like, again, if Warframe story is convoluted and requires outside media to understand, you would think those videos would also do very well, but they don't. Stellar did decently for his time, but... To my second job, the Simulacrum. Clocking in for my fucking shift at this place. Okay. Oh, right, you're still equipped. Whoops. Here's the impromptu Cool Kid Lavos rundown. So, the main things to be aware of with Lavos are the following. Lavos has a lot of passive mechanics that you have to be aware of. 1. His status durations is affected by his ability duration. So all of his weapons and his abilities have their status duration increase as his duration goes up. Efficiency also does not affect his abilities in the conventional sense. It reduces the cooldown that his 3 applies to abilities. So, when it comes to, like, universal elements of Lavos, he does not have energy. Instead, his abilities have set cooldowns. His 1 has an 8-second cooldown, and then it's 5, 10, and 30. 2. Because Lavos has no energy, energy orbs give him 10 seconds of status immunity. There is a 5-second internal cooldown on this before he can pick up another one, but if you're using something like Synth Fiber or Equilibrium, I believe, and you have a Health Orb that's been converted into a Universal Orb, you can pick it up instantly. So that's like a small piece of tech that you can work with as well. So the last major thing to mention is that Lavos has infusions. Each of his abilities offers him an element, and if he holds that ability key, he infuses that element into his next cast. The additional element counts as a separate, like an extra instance of damage. So it will deal the same damage as the main ability, entirely as its own element, and it will guarantee a proc of the element that's infused. For DOT elements, you only get 1 stack of the element. That's for Toxin, Electric, Gas, and Heat. For everything else, you get 3 stacks of the element to make them sort of scale faster. I know, including Blast, even though it's a damage source, but that's how that works. Something important to note. Because of this system, you should always be infusing, even if you're like only going to deal the same damage, or the same damage type that's already on your ability. It is still doubling your damage if you do it. So like, let's get like a Lancer, or actually let's do a Shuffling Fragment. These are a good benchmark. So this dude here, my Chud son, right? If I hit him without any infusion, you can see he takes 850 damage, and then he has the 1.3k per second proc. That's because of Valence Formation. I'll explain that in a minute. So he takes 1.3k damage. If I infuse Toxin, it's the same element, but it's doubled my damage. Now he's taking 2.6k per tick. So even if you're going to be using the same element of an ability, you generally always want to infuse because it is always an increase in damage and utility. There's really no reason not to, unless you like forget, which does happen sometimes. So Lavos can produce combo elements by holding 2 abilities in succession, or we can hold them at the same time, and that allows him to do it all at once. So the other thing I want to mention is Valence Formation. This is such a big part of Lavos' modern kit that honestly, it might as well be part of his base kit. There's really no reason to ever not have it equipped. From Power Strength. With the infusions damage on your abilities, it's based on the damage of the ability, so it scales with Power Strength. Anyways, for Valence Formation, this adds a non-combining 200% elemental mod. And on top of that, it guarantees a proc of the element on every hit of multi-shot. So, I have an entire video about this, if you want more detail about Valence Formation. The important thing for our purposes is Valence Formation actually increases the damage of DOTs inflicted by your abilities. So even if you're not playing around Lavos as a weapons platform, you still do need this augment, because his nuke gets a lot of damage out of it. Honestly, it's kind of fucking dumb, but that's how it works. So, in regards to Lavos' individual abilities, let's spawn like a pack of crewmen. Among Us reference.
Among Us.
So Lavos' first ability is Ophidian Bite. Ophidian Bite inflicts Toxin, and it grants him the Toxin element. Important thing to mention, if you subsume an ability off, you lose access to its element. So if I were to drop Ophidian Bite, I could not infuse Toxin or any of its combo elements anymore. So Ophidian Bite is a pretty quick hit. It's a full body action, so you can't move or anything during it. It staggers enemies and briefly opens them to finishers. I think it's for like 3 seconds. It deals Toxin damage, and it heals you. The heal and damage scale with Power Strength. And then its range scales with range. So this ability is pretty good for a few things. You can use it to quickly heal yourself if you're dying, or you can use it to quickly swap your Valence Formation element. If you infuse an element that you don't actually think you want anymore, you can quickly swap it out with Ophidian Bite, which is pretty helpful. Lavos' 2 is honestly one of my favorite abilities in the entire game. So Lavos' 2 inflicts cold damage, and it applies cold if he infuses it. What Lavos does is he rushes forward. There is some controllability to this, kind of like with Gauss. And he leaves behind these puddles. They're clipping into the floor right now, so you can't really see them. But the puddles will repeatedly inflict status effects on enemies that are standing in them. Now, if memory serves, the size of the puddles doesn't scale with range, but the number of vials in total does. And then there's an explosion at the end that scales with range as well. So here's why that's interesting, because obviously the number of vials scales with range because you go farther, so you need to spit out more vials. But Lavos has a mechanic where if he jumps during Vial Rush, he'll cancel it, and fire all remaining vials out in like a semicircle around him. What's cool about this is that Lavos has a bit of a tech. I don't think it has an official name, I just call it Instant Vial Rush Cancel. That's not a perfect demonstration, but if you hit Vial Rush and then immediately jump out of it, you can have all of the vials immediately appear in a big circle around you, which lets them apply status effects very fast. Yeah, that's an Instant Vial Rush Cancel. if you're able to hit it with the right timing, you can spawn this giant circle of stuff, which is really cool. And it's also just good for mobility and stuff in general. It also has the shortest cooldown of any of Lavos' abilities. So if you want to switch your Valence Formation element or something, you can just hit that button, and it's generally a fast way to do it. So the main thing that's really good with this ability is it's really, really useful for spreading negative debuffs. So like, for example, this group, I can now spread a bunch of magnetic to these guys. And as long as they touch the puddles here, they'll rapidly take that status effect. This also has the benefit of, because it's cold damage, enemies who touch the puddles will struggle to escape the puddles because they keep getting the cold status, so they get slowed and eventually get frozen. So if an enemy touches a puddle, normally they will get stuck in it and rapidly take its status effect. So you can use that for viral, corrosive, magnetic, things like that that debuff enemies. Which is very helpful use for the ability. That's normally what I find myself using it for. No, actually, I should probably do this without the augment. Let's swap off of this real quick. Fuck my stupid Chungus life. I'm sorry, Evelyn, that's fucked up. Okay. Lavos' third ability is Transmutation Probe, which does a lot of different things. So, first of all, let me put an ability on cooldown. Transmutation Probe throws this orb in front of Lavos, and it just kind of goes in a straight line and has a radius. This radius inflicts an electric proc, inflicts status effects that are infused, and it reduces Lavos' cooldowns, I believe by a base 1.5 seconds? Yeah, 1.5 seconds. So, if you throw out, like, say, for example, you throw out the ultimate, right? Lavos is 4. We'll talk about this in a second, but it has a 30-second cooldown. That's a pretty long time. But if you throw out Transmutation Probe, you can significantly reduce it by hitting enemies with the orb. Important thing to note, normally, Transmutation Probe cannot hit the same enemy multiple times. At least last I checked. Maybe they changed it with the release of the augment. But if I, like, stick this to a wall, it'll hit them multiple times, but it won't reduce the cooldown multiple times. I probably should have clarified that. So, Transmutation Probe does that. It reduces your cooldowns. It's great for spreading status effects, because I can do this, and now everyone's got, like, a little, burst of the status effect that was infused on it. But also, it turns health orbs and energy orbs into universal orbs. So they trigger Lavos' passive, they apply energy. If a teammate picks them up, they give you health. They are really great for health bonuses, like health conversion and stuff. So there's that. And any ammo boxes that drop will be converted into Omni ammo boxes. Or I guess they're universal ammo boxes. So the Omni ammo box is its own item. Let me kill these guys real quick to see if one of them drops ammo. There we go. Cool thing about this, universal ammo boxes work on art guns.
Cool.
So if you pick them up, they can restore your art gun ammo, which is really cool. There's not a lot of things in the game that can do that. So Lavos works very well with art guns, especially because Valence Formation can give them an elemental bonus. So I was kind of saving Swift Bite for a minute, but this is a good time to talk about them both now, I think. So there are two really interesting augments that Lavos has. Those being Lingering Transmutation and Valence... Or not Valence Formation, Jesus. Swift Bite, that's what I'm thinking of. I grabbed the wrong thing. So. Let me kill the last dude. So, Swift Bite is an augment that increases the range of Ophidian Bite, and it makes it so that if you hit up to 4 enemies, they reduce your cooldown by 4 seconds. So what's valuable about this is twofold. One, it reduces its own cooldown. You can see in the bottom right, Ophidian Bite's only on a 4-second cooldown. But 2, it reduces the cooldown of your 3. So if I throw this out, it's on a 10-second cooldown. I can reduce it with my 1. So this allows you to sort of ping-pong the two abilities to reduce your cooldowns a lot faster. Personally, I don't really use Swift Bite. I don't think it's necessary. It is a great augment, but I don't personally play around it. An augment I do play with in my regular build, though, is Lingering Transmutation. So how this augment works is you throw out the orb, and it goes to its destination, but once it hits its max range, it actually comes back, and it will persist in one place. What's interesting about this is, unlike before, the orb can reduce your cooldown by hitting the same enemy multiple times, unlike its regular form. This also makes it a fantastic area control tool because it stuns enemies when it hits them with an electric proc. So if you build for high range or something like that, you can infuse it with an element, like, say, cold, for example, or radiation for light crowd control, or corrosive or viral or magnetic for debuffing, and you can throw it out, and when it comes back, enemies that are near it will just constantly be inflicted with that, on top of reducing your cooldowns and stuff like that. So I really like the use of this as an area control tool. Keep in mind, its base range is 6 meters, which is not fantastic. If you want it to be better at the area control thing, you do have to invest into range quite a bit, but I think it's a really interesting use for the ability, and it makes the cooldowns a lot more manageable. However, there are some issues with this augment. For one, unlike Swift Bite, it does not reduce its own cooldown by doing this, but also there is this super annoying issue that it has. So, Transmutation Probe, when thrown out, can be recalled early by hitting 3 again, or you can dispel it by hitting 3 again. This kind of has a problem with infusing elements that involve your 3. If you infuse just electric, it's fine. If you infuse electric and another element at the same time, for some reason, it very often dispels the ability. Like, for example, I'm going to let go of my keys. Ability's gone. Don't know why it does this, but it's so fucking annoying. Because if you're like me, and you've been playing Lavos for a while, you'll normally hold both ability keys at the same time. But if you're infusing corrosive or magnetic, you have to do it like this, because if you do them at the same time, you'll get rid of your fucking transmutation probe. Which is super uncomfortable, and really hurts when it's on a 10-second cooldown. So, important thing to note about that. If you're infusing electric, then you're fine. But any combo element, if you hold the keys at the same time, for some reason, the whole ability goes away. Really annoying, and I don't know why it does that. But overall, it's a really, really helpful tool, both for reducing your cooldowns, and with the augment for holding space. Now, Lavos' last ability is the sort of nuke that he has. So Lavos will pull out these, like, drones and throw them out in a ring, and they'll travel for a distance, and light enemies that they touch on fire, and then it goes on a 30-second cooldown. Fundamentally, this ability is pretty simple, but there is a major mechanic it has that makes it incredibly good. For every individual status effect that an enemy has, the damage of the 4 doubles, meaning that the damage of the 4 scales exponentially with the status effect count. So what this means is that you really want to work Lavos' status effects from his other abilities to prime for his 4. So, like, I can do this, and then if I could hold my keys correctly, I could do this. None of these guys have 4 status effects, and let's say I infuse gas. No mods, by the way. I have no mods on this Lavos other than his augments. So every individual unique status effect that is on an enemy, the damage of the 4 doubles, which means that it's important to A, spread unique status effects with Lavos' other abilities, but B, there is also the element that you can work with primers and primer companions and stuff to make it that much more helpful, because Lavos' priming with his own abilities can be a little bit finicky. But if you're using, like, a Diriga, a Hound, an Epitaph, a Compressa, you know, whatever you want to prime with, you can make it a lot more reliable. Cedo is in a weird spot here. Cedo is a great priming weapon, but its glaive is really finicky, so it can be kind of inconsistent. If I grab Cedo here. Cedo has a mechanic where, in addition to the damage types on the weapon, each time its glaive hits an enemy, it will inflict one of the 4 primary elements at random. But the glaive has a mind of its own and just, like, fucks off sometimes. But, like, you can see here, like, that's a big boost in power. That guy just took 1.6 million damage. But it's kind of inconsistent. Also, important thing I want to know, I don't know if anyone here noticed that, I infused gas and it didn't do anything. And the reason for that is kind of counterintuitive. So Lavos has a bit of a minor problem. If Lavos deals enough damage with his 4 that his infused element's damage instance isn't required to kill the enemy, it will never happen, which means that the status effect imbued also won't happen. Like, if I prime these guys, See, they died on contact. They didn't spawn a cloud. This guy did not die on contact. So the infused element was still relevant. It still dealt damage to him. So he got the proc, but nobody else did. So when it comes to like priming enemies, you kind of have to be aware of that in a weird way. That, oh, you might accidentally overkill them and not get the benefit of whatever you have infused. Also, I don't believe the status duration affects companions. I'd have to double check, but I don't think that's the case. Who live in my phone. Thank you for stopping by. You have a good evening. Or a good fucking 2:30 a.m. Another important thing when it comes to the 4 is it's on a very long cooldown, obviously, but I don't think it's exclusively good for killing things. This is a very unconventional use of the 4, but with its range especially being so high, it's got a base of 25 meters, you can use this to spread things like radiation if you're in like a mobile defense mission. You can throw this out, and it'll hit enemies with that proc in a massive radius to distract them. So it's not a very conventional use, and you are putting your longest cooldown on cooldown when you do something like that. But I think it's a valuable way to use the ability if you find that the situation requires. Like, you don't have a bunch of time to prime enemies and stuff. You just need to get them off of the objective. You can do that to cover a lot of ground. Also, when it comes to ability strength, Lavos' 4 is by far the most important ability for it. His 2 and his 3 don't really deal enough damage for strength to matter a ton on them. And while Ophidian Bite's health and like drain and stuff is affected by it, the base damage is quite low. So I generally find that Precision Intensify is a really good take on Lavos, and Strength, while you don't want it to fall too low, isn't super necessary for the rest of his abilities in my experience. Also, when it comes to the 4, it has a somewhat unsurprising interaction, I guess, with the Archon mods. If you have on Archon Vitality, the 4 will inflict 2 heat procs. So this is a very cheap way to double your DOT damage, which is super helpful. And then, of course, if... Okay, this is super counterintuitive. Weird thing about Archon Vitality. Its description claims that how it works is that the amount of heat procs from an ability will be doubled. Not necessarily. It actually just adds 1. So if I infuse heat, you'd think I'd get 4 heat procs, but it's actually 3. There is also the element of, like, when it comes to working this kind of stuff into your game plan, there's a lot you can do with the Archon mods. Like, Archon Continuity gives you an extra free element if you infuse Toxin for any reason, or if you use Ophidian Bite. Great for priming with Ophidian Bite, because that's an extra doubling of your damage on your 4, right? Even if it's just 1 corrosive stack. Very good for that. Archon Flow can be used, but is honestly not that helpful. Archon Intensify can also be used, but it depends on how often you're healing with the 1. I don't personally run it, and obviously Archon Stretch doesn't really do anything for you. You have no energy pool. So when it comes to the way I normally play Lavos, because there's a ton of ways that you can approach this Warframe, I like having a Tau Forge Screen for more max corrosive stacks, and then casting speed just for comfort, and then some strength to offset overextended. So when it comes to Lavos, I typically play him with the Mecha set. This is a weird mod set for a lot of reasons, but it synergizes with him very well. I also have range to play around the 3 being a better area control tool. Valence Formation is basically required. Lingering Transmutation, I explained the benefits of earlier. Precision Intensify for the 4. Archon Vitality and Adaptation are like for tankiness, obviously, but also for the heat procs from the 4. Archon Continuity is great for an extra element. Concentration's an interesting one. I don't know why this works this way, but when you cast Lavos' 4, you might notice concentration begins before it hits something. So, because of that fact, when it inflicts a status effect, it will use the status duration at the time that the enemy received the status proc. And because all of Lavos' abilities trigger Arcane Concentration slightly before they actually inflict their status effects, this means that you get 3 seconds of basically free increased status duration. So it's very useful on him in particular. But when it comes to the mecha set, there's a lot of nuance with this that's kind of difficult to explain. In actual application, yeah, I can go over that. let's go to my main setup. So a lot of people, when it comes to Lavos, like to use priming companions, and that's a great take. Like I said, Diriga with Arc Coil, Tazakor is great for this, Hounds are great for this, but I like using the mecha set. So how mecha works is whenever you... Let's spawn like a battle group. Let's do Grenier. Fuck you. What? Fuck you. There we go. So, this mark will appear on an enemy's head. I think it's every 15 seconds. If this enemy dies, specifically to a status effect, see how I killed him and nothing happened? If they die to a status effect, they will spread the status effects present on them to nearby enemies. My dog is kind of fucking everything up because he has Burning Claws on, which is a super good mod. So, the mecha set allows you to massively spread your status effects. So if you think about it in a way, you're able to kind of like double up on the effects of your 4. Because if your 4 kills an enemy with the mecha mark, then you can re-trigger the status effects on them again. Mecha's set has some things to sort of consider. So Mecha Empowered grants you an increase in damage against the marked enemy, which is just helpful for killing them. Mecha Pulse is interesting. This gives you 60% armor, more armor for 20 seconds for every enemy within 30 meters. This is not every enemy within 30 meters of the target. It's every enemy within 30 meters of you at the time the target dies. This is also additive with mods like Steel Fiber. 60% armor is a fucking huge amount of armor for the individual number of enemies that you can kill. And Lavos already has pretty high base armor. Like, think about it this way. If you have a Triumbral, then Umbral Fiber caps out at... what is it, 180%? If I kill this guy, I now have 1200% armor from one mod. So the potential return on, or like armor increase is absolutely fucking massive. You can get a shit ton of armor with this. The main drawback is it's inconsistent. Do note, if you kill a mecha marked target, you will always get at least 60%. The target will always count as one enemy near you, even if they're not near you, to my knowledge. So they will always count for 60%. And with the full mecha set, the 20-second cooldown of the 20-second duration of Mecha Pulse is slightly longer than the 15-second duration between marks. So you're able to maintain it constantly if you do that. Mecha is also not just good on Lavos. It's great on Varuna, it's great on Kome, it's great on Citrine. There are a ton of frames Mecha is very good on, but Lavos is definitely one of the big examples. And then the other mods for the Mecha set are Shield Recharge for your companion, which is fucking whatever, honestly, and Status Link with your primary. This is really good for status companions. There's also an interesting interaction that Lavos has with Contagious Bond. This is going to be hard to show, but I'm going to try. So, my companion has Contagious Bond, where if an enemy dies, they spread status effects to nearby enemies. Oh, he's attacking the fucking mecha-marked target. Go figure. Okay. Let's see if he can light like another dude on fire. Okay, this guy. So he's now burning from my companion. If I light this guy on fire, the heat proc from my companion is still counted as my companion's heat proc. So if I add damage to it, and the enemy dies to the heat proc, they will still trigger Contagious Bond, because the game still considers it my companion's kill. So this has applications for other frames, like, I mean, Cyto 9, Jade, other frames can take advantage of this, but you can inherit the fact that your Kubro inflicted it, so long as they die to the heat proc, to add your own damage. Here's what makes this especially strong. I'm not using this strat currently on Lavos, but I want to point this out. When it comes to Heat Inherit, I have a whole video on this you can watch if you want the details, but 2 things are inherited in the formula. Matching elemental mods, so heat damage mods, and faction modifiers. Burning Claws is a 330% heat damage mod, and it converts all other primary elements into heat damage mods. So to my knowledge, this is treated like another 60% heat mod. So you can get huge amounts of heat from, like, the heat bonus from your companion. Also, what makes this even more fucked up, Summoner's Wrath. This is a universal faction damage bonus. This is like giving your dog a 75% roar buff. Both of these can be inherited from your dog's heat procs. So if you run both Summoner's Wrath and a bunch of elemental mods on the claws for heat, you can get, like, legitimately multiple damage cap multiple times over kind of heat procs. It's fucking ludicrous what you're capable of. In fact, as a great show of this is really good for Venari. Venari works really, really well with the Contagious Bond sort of synergy. Especially because Venari is able... Oh, I have like hats on this setup. Oops. No, this will be fine. She can still target enemies, actually. So if I let Venari, like, attack someone in her attack form, if she feels like doing it... Is her AI disabled by this, actually? No. If she... Yeah, does this. She applies a shit ton of heat procs really fast. That now spread to everyone. Companions 2.0 made Venari fucking insane, by the way. Also, fun fact,
honestly.
if you're wondering why my my crit cat is here, Cat's Eye works on Venari. For some reason,
God.
if your cat triggers the crit chance bonus, it applies to Venari too.
Oh, Lord.
Venari is capable of some funny shit. I'm gonna put it that way. Venari is really good. Minor side tangent there, but Venari is really good. Anyways. So, when it comes to Lavos, listen, a lot of people will play him with, like, dude, my cat, like, screamed in agony as he despawned. That was fucked up. Anyways. I think that if you don't want to go around the mecha route, because the mecha route is finicky, I'm not gonna lie to you, this shit is annoying as fuck to maintain sometimes. You can work around other things. Namely, I think if you're going to have another companion on Lavos, it should be one for priming, primarily. Like a Hound or a Diriga or something. That's probably going to get you the most mileage because of the way the 4 works. So, we can... I mentioned showing this off in a mission. What happened? An Alliance chat notification? Oh, someone's just checking if they had biotic rounds. Rip. So... To kind of show what I'm talking about, let's pop into, like, an alchemy mission. There are a lot of ways that you can approach Lavos' kit, which makes them very flexible. So I'm going to kind of talk about some of the ways that I try to mix it up even mid-mission. If I'm getting bored of playing one way, I'll just switch to another place. Ooh, there's an incursion here. And I'll just switch to another playstyle. We have on Diriga. So the reason Arc Coil is good is because it inherits the elements, the elemental mods that you have on your weapon with Manifold Bond. So you can add elements to it to make it prime more efficiently, and it will go off cooldown super often because of I'll just talk about it more in depth in a moment. Honestly, it's easier to explain than in front of me. So here's the most boring way to play Lavos, but undeniably effective. Play him as a weapons platform. With Cedo especially, every hit of multi-shot will proc an element from Valence Formation. You can see I remove 98% of these guys' armor in one shot. It is really effective to play him this way. But, while I think it's very fun, and it has a lot of good applications with the wider status system, like Blast on a beam weapon, for example, you can see stuff like that. Again, you can kind of refer to my Valence Formation video for more detail about Valence Formation. It is honestly one of the most incredible augments in the entire game for the amount of stuff it does allow you to do. But when it comes to playing Lavos, this is kind of how I typically work my, my elemental rotation. You gotta spread one element with your 2. This is good for proccing some stuff, right? You can spread another element with your 3, and you can spread another element with your 1. So typically you want to kind of vary it up. Normally I do Viral with my 2, and then I like to do, like, a Corrosive or a Magnetic for my 3, right? Now, these guys are just dying to my dog. But typically, you kind of want to work through that, like, sort of rotation. You can spread other elements, like maybe I want to do Radiation here, and then when it comes to your, your 4, like, say you primed enemies up and you're ready to detonate them. There are 2 elements that are really good for it, and those are Gas and Blast. Gas is good because if the enemy actually takes the extra tick, they will leave a gas cloud in their wake. These guys didn't take a ton of damage because I hadn't stacked up a ton. But they'll leave a gas cloud in their wake. What's valuable about this? So, damage over time status effects scale with mods that match their element. Slash doesn't do this because it's a physical damage type, but that's besides the point. So, like, Toxin will increase its damage, or it will multiply its damage, based on matching Toxin mods on your weapons, even if they're combined into other elements. Gas also has this mechanic, but there are no gas mods in the game other than Leaded Gas on the Vesper. So because of that, gas is missing out on a giant multiplier because it has no matching mods. Heat and toxin mods don't count. But Lavos' Valence Formation is treated like a gas damage mod. So this little thing here is giving your gas clouds 3 times the damage, and it applies to the ones inflicted by your abilities. This also works for all other DOTs applied by Lavos' abilities. So if I wanted to use, like, Ophidian Bite for Toxin for whatever reason, now that I have it infused, it will make the Toxin procs deal more damage. So you've got that element of it as well. But personally, I like to use it for, like, the infusions for gas, as well as, like, for weapons and stuff. Blast is another strong contender, and that's because if an enemy dies and they have a blast proc, they'll explode in a 5-meter radius and deal 300% of the hit's base damage as blast damage in that 5-meter radius. So if you, like, set up with this... Hold on, let me actually, like, prime these guys real quick. Let's do this. Do this. Get my ass knocked over. Then we'll hit him with, like, this. Okay, well, my dog fucking killed them all. My dog's kind of fucking this up. If I hit them with a blast proc and they die, they'll explode. So because of that, you can kind of massively extend the damage and range of the 4 with Blast, because it will explode in a 5-meter radius if the enemy dies. So you have that there as like a... Gas is great for leaving lingering clouds that enemies will walk into, so there's more area control to it. While Blast is like a more immediate effect, right? You kind of get the payoff much sooner, implying the enemy dies. Whereas with Gas, the enemy doesn't have to die, so there's a system of trade-offs there, right? And like I said, if I needed to, like say I'm defending an objective, I can also do this. This won't kill that many things, but it will stop them from attacking me. So there's the benefit of that too, right? Yeah, normally I like to use my 2 for mobility or for spreading a status effect. You can also do the especially diabolical thing. If you infuse cold, it will inflict 6 cold procs a tick. So if you, like, really need enemies to stop moving, you can just do this, and it'll happen real quick. Like, see this poor dude? Boom. He's fucking done. No more movement for him. Ooh, I am getting fucked up. Why? Huh. I must have still been in the bubbles radius. The most functional vibe-coded game? Heartbreaking. Yeah, and then again, like, if I'm, like, low on ammo or something, you see there's all these ammo boxes down here that got converted, so I can stay topped up on ammo. Valence Formation does affect art guns on, like, Sight's elemental ammo. So if I wanted to play around an art gun, I can do this and infuse something, and now I've got this going for me. Or I could infuse, like, Blast if I wanted to. I do really like Arbicep on Lavos. Its gimmick works with him quite nicely. But yeah, you can play him around the art guns if you want to, and convert the ammo. Like, see, these don't really do much for me if I'm doing this, but if I... What the fuck would I do that? I go ahead and infuse Corrosive. Boom, now I can actually pick these up, and now there's more benefit to using them. My dog is fucking shit up, so this is kind of making it hard to work. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with Lavos, and you can make a lot of, like, on-the-fly changes. I didn't even mention, you can play him around finishers if you want, or build into more finisher stuff because of his 1. Not a hugely beneficial playstyle, but yeah, like you see the blast proc there, it does work. Got farm work IRL, best of luck. Thank you for stopping by. So yeah, and then, so that's kind of like a, wait, I just realized this is an incursion. I should finish this mission. I've been doing so much talking, my throat actually hurts. But I need to actually finish this. I need to wrap this bullshit up. Hi there. Ouch, the nefarious Bonewood. Did that Electrocamp despawn in front of my very fucking eyes? Albrecht is to blame for this. Go ahead and finish this mission real quick. It's going to go crazy. I see the vision, I see the vision. Yeah, like I mentioned, Valence Formation has a shit ton of applications, and I go over them all in its own video. I don't want to, like, keep shilling my own content, but that video is like 24 minutes or something. It's genuinely so much material that it would be hard to recount it all from memory here. Because there's a lot that goes into it. But Valence Formation is really good for, like, heavy attack setups. It's great with Harmony. It's great for sniper rifles. It's great for bows. There's so much, it's so powerful. I don't know. Valence Formation is an insane augment. Did you want to stay with him? Well, I thought that his Elemental Infusion gimmick sounded cool, but for me, it's like the approach to him is so interesting. You really have to think about, like, how you're using your abilities, what order you're using them in, what you're infusing, what that infusion is actually for, and then because of the cooldown system, you really have to be confident when you, like, make a decision, right? And I really like that about him. It makes him very interesting compared to a lot of the other frames in the cast, because you can play him mindlessly with Valence Formation now, especially, but there's so much forethought required in playing him that I think that he's a very interesting frame to pilot. And because of all of his status effects and stuff, he is very good for any situation. There's really nothing that Lavos can't do. And on top of that, his abilities are great blank slates for his status effects. If you want to use a Nurek. So I'll be honest, I use Protective Sling often, not because of survivability problems, it's because whenever I use Vazarin, I just have the reflex to just hit it. You don't need to use it, honestly, but I've been using it just because it's nice as like a fallback option for certain content where I might get one shot to have the invincibility. You don't need it. His armor is very high. So you don't have to worry about that too much outside of like Toxin Eximus auras and stuff like that. Also, funnily enough, there is a valid use case for Xenoric on Lavos. Lorax pages can't be consumed by Lavos, so they never despawn. So you can have them up around Lavos basically forever if you cast it once, but you do sacrifice like the rest of your focus school for that.
Viral energy is extremely dangerous. Mingle your toxin.
What would Yavi do? Thank you, Eliu. Very cool. Arc Coolest Spoth. Honestly, yeah. Lavos' lore is very interesting, and I love how it parallels alchemy with like his own journey of like self-progression. It's pretty neat. Okay, I do want to mention the thing with like Diriga real quick. I'd probably use it on some loadout. Maybe my Caliban? I don't remember. Diriga. Okay, I do use it on Caliban. So, how this works.
All set.
There is a mod called Manifold Bond. Mods apply status effects from companion weapons. Killing enemies with 3 or more unique status effects reduces ability cooldowns by 3 seconds. Not all abilities work with this Bond mod. However, Arc Coil does. So the 7-meter zap on this will inflict the status effects on your weapon, and it arcs to 7 enemies within 10 meters. Always be infusing. Thank you, Ellie. This is like the tenets of Lavos. So if you stack his weapon with a bunch of status effects, like magnetic, electricity, viral radiation, these things, you can very quickly accumulate a lot of status effects on nearby enemies. And because this is more than 3 status effects, if I then kill those enemies, it reduces the cooldown of Arc Coil, so it can stay active basically forever. Also, Tazakor is a super good weapon for priming enemies, just by itself, because it's a chain lightning weapon. It chains between enemies as well. So you can use these both at the same time, or you can just put Tazakor on like any other companion if you want to use a different Sentinel. And that also works quite well. So if maybe you'd prefer like a Death Cube, because Death Cube is actually very useful for Lavos. This is going to sound kind of counterintuitive, but because Lavos' status immunity is tied to picking up energy orbs, Energy Generator is actually really helpful for him. Where is it? This guy here. If you give Death Cube a weapon that's good at hitting multiple enemies for his assists, like Tazakor or Hellstrom or something, then he can hit a lot of enemies really fast to generate energy super fast, which is really good for Lavos and his passive. There's also like Synth Fiber can be used on a companion, because Synth Fiber, I don't know if I actually have it on, which realistically I probably should. Sorry, Synth Deconstruct Enemies injured... You guys can't see this. Enemies injured by the companion have a 25% chance to drop a health orb when killed. This is really good as food for the 3, if you want to convert them into universal orbs and stuff like that. You can also run that as well. And then for anyone who hasn't seen how Tazakor works, I can show this off real quick. It's a pretty straightforward weapon, all things considered. Let's just pop into cell key. This is like my benchmark node for things.
These foes deserve
Like at all. Don't worry. Like, trust me when I say it's... I didn't know how to play this game until I started making content, and I still didn't know for a long time.
Life support has been
Modding companions. I actually wanted to, but that video got so long so fast. Yeah, this is Tazakor. It's this little chain lightning bolt. Chains to, I think, up to 2 extra enemies. And very rapidly apply status effects. So it's very, very good for that. Oh, I'm on my main loadout still. Whoops. So yeah, hounds are good for this as well. Specifically, the electric ball, what is it, Synergized Prospectus or something? Whatever the fuck it's called. But hounds are great for spreading status effects as well. But I think that when it comes to, like, the status spreading companions... Oh yeah, I have the heat corrosive one on here. But I feel like the way to go for me is Tazakor and Diriga. Also, yes, Tazakor is an orb ballast weapon that you get from legs. Then Burst or Laser Prime. They're kind of used for different things. Burst Laser has the benefit that you can very easily get over the crit threshold for Tandem, or not Tandem Bond. God, what is it called? I'll know it when I see it. Tenacious Bond. Yeah, this guy. So if you have Burst Laser on, I believe that you can cross the 50% threshold pretty easily for this mod, which is super helpful, but it's not great for spreading status effects. Now, if you want, you can just use it as like a status effect mule for your Arc Coil or something, and then you can use the Burst Laser or what have you, because I think Laser Rifle is like this too. You can use that as like a vessel for Tenacious Bond, right?
Your weapons make
So that's also an option. Just trying to show what I was talking about, though.
life support.
Gotta wait for some enemies to actually spawn.
They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
So yeah, if I'm near enemies, they can get primed totally autonomously, and then I can hit them with my 4. Obviously, these guys back here aren't going to get as big of an effect, but because of the combination of both Tazakor and Arc Coil, you can spread a lot of status effects just by being near enemies, and then you can leverage that quite easily. Like, okay, I'll just stand in this group, now my dude's doing his thing, and then boom, blow them all up. It's pretty easy to sort of automate the priming process. But if you want something like with more control or that's more reliable, Compressa is great, Epitaph is great. There are a lot of good priming weapons, honestly. There are a lot of ways that you can approach that. Epitaph is good because it's got the guaranteed cold proc and stuff on its explosion, and so you can kind of just pump it with stuff there. Compressa is base viral, which is quite good, and it's also got a radial attack. And then there are good priming primaries as well, but honestly, I never really used them. But there's potential in a lot of weapons if you want to prime with them. Also, for Edith, priming is when you use a companion or a weapon or something just to inflict status effects. It is not to kill the enemy, it is just to stack status effects on them. And then you'll use an ability or a weapon that is supposed to kill the enemy, and it will benefit from all the status effects on that enemy. This is most useful for things like Galvanized Savvy and whatnot, because they deal more damage for every individual status effect. You can stack a lot of individual status effects with something that isn't your weapon, and then, leverage the benefits of those status effects with something else. It's just a twig. Honestly, I fuck with the fit, though. I like this skin a lot, too. Yersin is a great skin for Lavos. Great for priming? Yeah, I'd say Grimoire is definitely up there as well, with its like alt fire orb and whatnot. It's got a high base status chance and stuff like that. There are a lot of options you could pick. Honestly, this is like a just pick whatever primer you like the most kind of scenario. There are a lot of great options. I think, honestly, if you wanted, you could probably even use, like, Zenistar. Was that a Plague Mask? Yeah, Yersin uses a, like a Plague Doctor Mask. It's got, like, a filter on it, which is cool. I really like this skin. Versus Art Coil. I mean, I know that Coolant Leak is quite good, because I believe it works with Manifold Bond. Hold on. Coolant Leak. Yeah. 10-meter Radial Blast that adds... Yeah, this guy here. Let's just put it on. Adds 3 stacks. This is also... That's a good point. I don't really use it that often, so I probably should have mentioned it. That Coolant Leak also works, so you can use this as opposed to Art Coil as well. Or you could use them both. I normally take Art Coil, but I totally forgot that, yeah, Coolant Leak, I believe, does work with Manifold Bond. So... you can use that as well on other companions if you want to use those. Like I mentioned with, like, Death Cube with Energy Generator, or, I don't know, there's other fucking options in here, right? Maybe you want to use, Helios to scan things. Shade for the invisibility is actually not too bad, because its stealth is not broken when you cast abilities. So if you want to rely on the stealth, you can do that. Actually, that's actually something that I should probably show. What do you have? Oh yeah, I have this on. Let's swap you out for Coolant Leak. It's so profound. What, Prime Laser Rifle? A Prime Laser Rifle. Holy fuck.
Operator, you have remembered well how the
This is a strategy that that works on a lot of frames. It doesn't use Prime Laser Rifle, so obviously it's dog shit, but... So, Stealth from Hurus Kubro and Shade do not break on ability casts.
Each enemy is
it does break if you shoot or use a melee attack or something, but it does not break on ability casts, which means you can just kind of stay invisible if you're not attacking with your weapons. So if I let this actually trigger, yeah, there we go. So if this triggers, I can now do all this stuff, and I can let my Sentinel prime and all that kind of thing. Well, I guess it won't trigger while I'm in stealth, will it? But you can cast stuff, and it'll... you can do it from safety, right? I guess I forgot. The Sentinel itself isn't going to attack. Because, I don't, I have on the default precept. Yeah, the clones, that's what I should have done, is use Duplex Bond for that. If I, like, reveal myself and let my Sentinel actually attack things, then, yeah, you can see spreading all the status effects with Coolant Leak. And then, obviously, that's got its, like, priming potential. Like, I can walk into this group of enemies. You know, they get primed. Hit them with that. We maybe roll into this group of guys to prime them. Can Lavos even use Duplex Bond? Actually, for Lavos, I don't think so. I'll admit, there's a lot of weird shit with how that works. But I would wager, because... This is so weird. Lavos technically has a hidden energy pool, so he can actually pick up energy of, like, 150, I think. But it isn't shown to the player and can't be used, and it depletes itself automatically. So I guess I haven't really tested if Lavos himself can use it. I would assume he probably can't. The Duplex Bond thing is useful for other, like, Shade strat stuff. You're using them on, like, another Warframe.
Well put together.
It's solid for that. And then still, you know, we've got, like, the Coolant Leak thing is a good thing to show just kind of by itself. I forgot, though, because, yeah, I have on Revenge, so he's not going to do anything unless I am, like, exposed. I completely forgot about that. But yeah, there's a lot of potential in that. Or, like, even on, like, my Diriga, I could pop on Coolant Leak for even more status effects. A lot of potential in that kind of thing. Companions have so much interesting stuff about them nowadays, just in general, that using Operator abilities... Actually, that's a good point. I think that Energy Drain from Operator does count, doesn't it? You know what, let's test this real quick. I know I have it on my Death Cube, because I like having him around as like a little energy generator. Let's try this real quick. I have on Xeneric, right? I think I do. Ubro Prime. That kind of exists already with the collar, but...
Your Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
Well, would you look at that? Indeed, it does work. Advanced Lavos tech is being discovered on this stream. You can spawn duplex bond clones just by using your operator. I had actually never thought to try that. Good suggestion. My little legion of chudlings is now active. Yeah, Lavos, dude, I have been talking about this for like an hour. Lavos has so many interesting things that you can do with him. And companions as well. There's just so much cool interplay between the companions and the Warframe in general. But also make the operator invisible? I'm actually not sure. I would wager the answer is probably not, but you have void mode, so you can use that, right? What do I have on here? Cheese strategies? I mean, however you want to play the game, right? Yeah, there's a lot of interesting potential with the companions, especially. What if Jade and Shade swapped places? Like, if a little Jade following you around? That could go kind of hard. When you can use Panzer. Panzer is a very solid option. Panzer is still very, very good. And honestly, it's probably the most brainless of any companion. But there's still so much that it can't do that other companions can. Like, dude, I fucking love Hurus Kubro. This thing deals sickening amounts of damage. Millions of damage. Is that with the, like with the crystal?
If I may say, operator,
He's very great at giving them the opportunity to prime for themselves, which is super helpful. Kamisado? Does that affect companions? I didn't think it did. I thought it was only Summoner's Wrath that did.
And the enemy
Do they count as a summon when the 3 is active? That'd be so fucking weird if it does. Panzer is a dog? No, Panzer is a Vulpapilot, so it's kind of like a cat. Mecha set moment. Now that I have all that, if I do this, my companion can just prime for himself now. And then spread the procs with Contagious Bond. So yeah, that's pretty funny. The crystal can screw him out of Heat Inherit if it inflicts the first heat proc, but yeah, like... Contagious Bond was a fucking mistake. Contagious Bond was a fucking mistake, dude. What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. And yeah, like I said, Citrine's crystal can just prime for the dog, because it follows the dog. And then it just fucking kills everything. Pretty cool. I also believe if you wanted to make this better, every time the damage is spread, if you have Roar active, it will re-trigger the faction damage bonus, so it scales with Roar infinitely, if memory serves. So if you wanted to put Roar on over Crystallize, that'd be pretty good. With or without Summoner's Wrath? This is without. This is with Mecha Empowered. I don't even have the faction damage bonus from Summoner's Wrath. That's even more fucked up. Damage math recalculation. I actually wonder if Summoner's Wrath works the same way as Roar for that. With companions now too? Yes. It's all very fucked up and weird. Such is the life of a Warframe player, truly. And he did not really spread that many heat procs that time. But yeah, this in combination with the Mecha set so that the Mecha Mark guy can also spread all his status effects. Work on pets. I actually don't know. The wiki might have that information. I don't really use the blessings for things other than like affinity and resources. So I'm not really sure. But yeah, that's valuable. Someone mentioned Kamisado. Now I'm curious. Does the dog count as a summon? Or does the crystal count as a summon? How does that work?
Ready for
Hold on.
action.
For the wiki, is this noted here? Following are counted as summon. The Trine's Prismatic Gem is listed as not counting. But I wonder... Okay, hold up. Oops, no. Kamisato. Because this just affects summoned minions, right? They were using Kamisato. Now I'm curious, like, why? I don't really know why it would be used, because I don't think it would work. I don't think anything in Citrine's kit would trigger it naturally. Counter summons? I don't think they do. I think they have to be summoned by an ability. Yeah, it's listed on the wiki. Hound, Duplex, or Hound, Diversified Denial, and Companion Duplex Bond do not count.
These foes deserve your respect.
Okay, now I'm curious.
With quick deaths.
I need you to commit a crime, Rocky.
Victory.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules.
Rocky, what are you doing? Can you lock in, please? Huh, it doesn't seem to be triggering. Strange. Not sure what they were using that for. With Araxia? You might have to be more specific as to which logic. I know Araxia's spiders do work with Kamisato and Summoner's Wrath, which is helpful. Let me put back on Blessing. Bump, there we go. Let me grab, because I think I have on Summoner's Wrath. Da-da-da. Indeed I do. And then, yeah, Kamisato can be built up by them as well. They're not amazing, but they are helpful. I think that the Scuttlers get a lot of shit, honestly. I've been live for almost 5 hours, dude. Fuck, I probably should have worked on a video or something today instead of this shit. That's what people really want. Okay.
These foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Let me start this. I do love,
oh,
what is it called? It's the Horizon augment where you disappear when hacking something. I think it's called, like, Without a Trace or something like that. So if I need to eat someone real quick. Oh, whatever. There we go. But yeah, I can, spread these guys out. Now, they don't deal amazing damage, but they do a great job of distracting enemies and priming them with Corrosive, which is nice. Well, I'm getting my shit rocked. Also, using Contagious Bond and stuff like that, your pet is able to do some funny shit. If memory serves with Contagious Bond, the pet can spread your status effects, if they're the same as the pets. Oh, huh. Oh yeah, they do scale with level now, don't they? I forgot about that. Good point, Blueprint. The freaky little creatures.
Life support incoming.
That production commentary. Yeah, so all 3 people that care can watch it. This is true. I do need to do more production commentaries, though my members have been getting jack shit on the content front for a while. I've been so focused on making regular videos. With level uncapped. I believe that their level is based on Caliban's power strength, if memory serves. I think these guys scale with level because they're spawned from an enemy. So that's like their mechanism. Dude, Araxia is such a fun frame. I love, like, not only is she super powerful and she can, like, delete entire rooms super quickly. Like, yeah, I'm using Sporothrix, but that doesn't even really matter for this. But specifically, Silken Thread of the Web Zip is so much fun. What a great addition, genuinely. I fucking love it. Now, what I don't like is if you try to wall hop, you wall latch. Which means that if you're trying to hit space to break your web zip, and you're near a thing you can wall latch, you might grab it. And that shit sucks. By Arcane Arachne and Nourish. Yeah, I do remember reading about that. I actually had Arachneon for that reason, but I didn't feel like the damage was enough to justify that technique.
Life support on the way.
Was Ferroprotosite? Okay. Fair choice, considering that it has anabolic pollination. Having fun? Yeah, I think Araxia is great. She's a very fun Warframe. Speaking of abilities coded as weapons, I don't know if the person who asked about the Lavos thing is still here. There is a piece of tech about Lavos I actually forgot to mention in the Valence Formation video. Valence Formation applies to Lavos' abilities. That includes 2 Helminth abilities. Breach Surge's Surge Sparks and Null Star. So, Null Star and Surge Sparks, if you subsume them onto Lavos, can actually benefit from the elephant? Dude, holy fuck, I need to stop this stream. Element infused by Valence Formation. Not the elephant. What the fuck what is happening? Address me type shit. So if you want to use like Null Star with its augment or something, you can use it to spread status effects with Valence Formation, which is really, really helpful. I don't personally use that because I feel like giving up Lavos' Elemental Infusion is a really tough pill to swallow. Oh, another great infusion, Sickening Pulse is fantastic on Lavos as well. Great, great take. Brief testing on this. Maybe? Because the thing with that is, like... So, Valence Formation... Just drop all this stuff. Valence Formation gives that 200% elemental damage bonus to your abilities as well. So, they will have a 200% elemental bonus applied in their DOT formula. But so will your weapons. So if they have any more faction or heat damage over 200%, it's still losing it, as far as I'm aware. If it somehow still considers the faction damage, I hadn't seen anything like that, I guess. You know, I guess I can actually calculate this, can I? Hold on. AX52. This is my benchmark, because with Serration, it deals exactly 100 damage. Okay, let's take a... let me think about this. So, here's how we can test this. Bump, bump. 250. Okay. Let me pop into the simulacrum real quick. You don't need to be equipped. Goodbye. Let me math this out real fast. We have 250... no, so it's 100 base damage times 5 times no faction modifiers. It's 150%, so that's 1 plus 1.5 status damage. Okay, so my heat procs would be dealing 125 normally. If I add the Valence Formation bonus, it would be 225. Okay.
Hey, listen, I have a little job.
So, removed from quantization and all that weird bullshit, it will be 225 if my mods are still being counted, or 150 if they are not being counted. Okay, let's grab a Shuffling Fragment for damage. The damage is fixed, so the 200% buff that you get is always 200%, and it's treated like an elemental mod. So it's like, you could think of it like adding a 200% like heat damage mod. Okay, so let me infuse heat real quick. This is my first heat source. I just realized because the number is so high. Fuck, I need to sort of like a... Hold up. Or hold on, isn't this my empty build? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's just actually that high. Whoops, let's do, let's get the pants. Also, what about, I need to turn off compact damage numbers. Wait, I can just do this with Ophidian Bite. What the fuck is wrong with me? Hold on. Fragment. Fuck you. You, this guy. Okay. Let's infuse this first, to just make sure that I don't accidentally fuck this up. Okay. My heat proc is dealing 726, I think, is the heat proc's damage. Actually, I can just figure that out real quick. Okay, no, so that is the proc damage was like the 2000 whatever. Okay. So it is 2177. Of course that was a fucking crit. Okay, 2536. What's that? 2536. I can just math this out. I didn't fucking infuse it. Dude, my brain's melting. Hold on. Is 2177. 2177 means our DOT damage increase was 359. Okay, so 359. Let's do some math to see how we arrive at that number. My crit damage is 2.4. Okay. So our DOT math would be 100 times 0.5 times 1 plus 2, I guess, if we're going to assume that the heat inherit thing doesn't work like this, times 2.4. Yep, okay. So I was correct. Mathing it out, it looks like, yes, you benefit from Valence Formation in terms of the baseline for the abilities, but additional heat mods, because I had on the additional heat mods here, these were still not considered. So because the 200% from Valence Formation is your new baseline, you are still losing out on damage, because your weapons have this buff too. And so all the heat or faction mods over this point don't count. It's the same with Roar, I think. I believe Roar can be inherited because it's a faction damage buff, but I'd have to double check that. So yeah, that's how that works. I wonder how many people left the stream because I started fucking doing the math for this. This is what it's like making a Cool Kid video. I'm just sitting here in the simulacrum with a fucking tab open with a calculator. Some pretty fucked up stuff, honestly. Anyhow, I need to turn back on compact damage numbers. You want to proceed 200% from it? Huh. Okay, well, if that's the theory, then we can test that too. Let's grab... let's do Latum. A good weapon for this. Okay. I want to make this easy for myself. So. This ability, by default, yeah, I've got 2,900 damage. Okay. So, if it was to inherit, what is it, 165 and 60%? Okay. So we would do 2,900, 5, 1 plus 0.65 plus 0.6. Okay. So it should deal roughly 4,713 damage-ish. If Valence Formation is not considered, and roughly 7,612 if it is considered. Okay, so we can figure this out. Okay. Proc the element without. I'm going to have to take stock of the proc numbers here for this, which is going to be a little annoying. So proc it without. He is taking 423 damage. That's 16k. Okay, so 423. Okay. Well, considering those numbers, I think it would have had to have worked. Interesting, because I guess that would mean the, Hold on, I have to think about this. Is this apply to heat procs already in effect? What? Huh. That's how that works. Okay. So the reason it works like that the bonus, I think, applies to heat procs that are already active. What the fuck? Okay, that's really interesting. How does that work? Because it seemed like, yeah, the bonus is applied to existing heat procs. So, oh, that's so weird. Doesn't that would imply that, yes, the bonus bypasses heat inherit? Because it's added regardless. That's so fucking weird. What the fuck? I did not know this. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with this game, dude? I had so many people tell me, cool kid, DE should just remove heat inherit, because the solution that you suggested is not technically feasible, because it would be too big of a performance burden if the game had to recalculate or, like, check the calculation every single time that it procced a new heat. But then, like, if it's not technically feasible, dude, what the fuck is this then? What the fuck? What am I looking at, dude? What am I looking at? This is such a bizarre discovery. This is such a bizarre discovery. What's even weirder is I know that this doesn't work like that all the time, because of the Atoma cycle. Because the Atomi barrage damage doesn't consistently absorb the heat bonus. Yeah, see? When I cast... What the fuck? So heat inherit matters for Valence Formation on the Atoma cycle, because the damage is much higher when I cast the 4 first, because the 2 isn't affected by it. So why does it matter on the Atoma cycle, and not for the rest of the game? What? God damn it. What the fuck is going on here? A lot of calculations are? Yeah, probably. I'm so confused. I'm not even gonna lie to you all. I'm so confused. I don't know why this only works. Specifically... Oh my god. Hold on, I want to test something else now. Is it a thing with abilities? 1.5k. No, that still works. That still works. Instead of heat. I wonder if this means that, because, yeah, this probably applies to all DOTs. I can actually test this in a much easier fashion. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, 726. Yep, it works on all DOTs. So the 200% elemental damage boost applies even after the fact. Even after... Dude, what the fuck? So, I didn't even know this about this augment until this was just, like, mentioned, and now I've tested it. The 200% elemental damage boost can even be applied to DOTs that have already been inflicted. I don't think anything else in the game, to my knowledge, works like this. Huh? Why does it work like that? How does it work like that? Because if it's just treated as an elemental mod on the weapon, then it shouldn't matter for existing procs. But it does, so clearly the way the code seems to work, I'm guessing, is it gives Lavos himself the damage increase, maybe? And so it applies to all damage he deals? I don't understand. Dude, I have to, like, I have to get, like, my hands on the game's source code and, like, investigate this shit myself at this point. It doesn't update. That's the weird thing, because this slots into the matching elemental part of the formula. I proved that with the Atoma cycle, because it doesn't do this. But it seems like, yeah, for some reason, I'm guessing that the 200% elemental buff is applied to Lavos himself, which is why it applies to all of his abilities and stuff. But it seems like it also updates the existing calculation for all of his existing DOTs already, which is super fucking weird. With the Vesper gas mod, like I said, as far as I'm aware, it slots in with the matching elements just like normal. Because of Lavos' passive. Like this, which part of it, I guess. Hold on, we can actually test this. Let's grab the Vesper. Needs to update procs. That's actually a good point. I wonder if maybe that's part of it. Let's get a... I have to build up the bonus, don't I? Let's get a few lumbering fragments up in here. Like, yeah, just all of them. All the deer. All the deer. Okay. I believe I have to get a headshot for this, right? Yeah, okay. So this proc is dealing 107k. That was an orange crit, so it's going to be a little stronger. Oh, I'm building deadhead stacks. Right. Okay, I'm going to have to test this in a more isolated environment. Directly tied to him? That's what I'm thinking, is maybe that, like, the bonuses are all given to Lavos, like, himself. Let's grab leaded gas. Okay. I want to try this now and see. Because I can math this out. Let's just do, like, a single lumbering fragment. I forgot that I don't need headshot kills. I think it's biotic rounds. So, proc from this. That's hitting for 542. Now it's hitting for 813. Okay. So our proc damage was 542. Let me math this real quick. So let me just save this. 542 and 813. Okay. So, Vesper's damage. We're dealing 180 times 0.5 times, and then it would be, for the initial proc, leaded gas is 300%. So it would be times 1 plus 3, and then times the headshot multiplier, which is 3. Now that's too high. Where did I mess this up? Oh, this also gives you more status chance. Right. Oh, wait, hold on. Does the weak point damage modifier have something to do with this? I'm hitting for about 1.1k damage. Well, that was a crit. Which is giving me 542 proc damage. But my math is saying that this should be higher. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Because I'm pretty sure that the headshot multiplier is 3 times. Hold on. Like, if I shoot this guy in the leg, 180. In the head, well, that was a crit, so that doesn't really count. Wait for this to go away. Yeah, 180 in the foot, like you'd expect. Could this not be a crit for once? Jesus Christ. 270. Okay, this thing must have a different headshot multiplier or something. There's no fucking way that... Hold on. Crewman. Or actually, let's get a... Ooh, I know what I could do. You will obtain... I have procured myself, at great personal risk, 1 Lancer. We will now armor strip. Maybe this should have been a butcher. Okay. This is not going to deal 180 damage, because he's weak to impact. 217. 2.3k. Well, god damn it, because I triggered the goddamn mod. Can we not with the critical hit, please? 650. Yeah, huh. Yeah, so that's a roughly 3 times increase. Okay, so that makes sense then. That checks out. So, headshot proc with this is 1.1k. Let me do the math on this real quick. It's 180 times 0.5 times 1 plus 3 for the augment, and then times 1 plus 3 for the headshot multiplier, right? Or no, it'd just be times 3, I think. Okay, that's 180, which I believe, with rounding, that lines up to about 1.1k. Okay. So, proc this guy with a headshot. Inflict that. It goes up to... I must have gotten a critical hit. Hold on. Fuck my life. Fuck everything. I got a critical hit and didn't realize it. I looked and saw the 12k, I'm like, there's no fucking way. Oh, oops. I still have Valence Formation on. It's fine. Okay, so it was 1.1k normally. Roughly lines up with the math. It's a little bit higher. I'm guessing that's because of the compact damage numbers, actually. If I shut those off, it probably will round down. It's... Can I stop? Can I stop getting crits? I don't want them. I really don't. You're really fucking my math up here. You know that, Vesper? Yep, 1082. Okay, so that's correct. Okay. Fucking hell. This is annoying. I need to change my Vasta lock a bit. For the time being, we're just dropping viral. We just don't care about it. I don't want it to continue causing problems. I don't want to weaken him. Okay, so in theory, let me do the math. In theory, a headshot proc, if this is all additive like it's supposed to be, should be hitting for about 1600 damage, it looks like. Well, shouldn't have done it first, because now I have to trigger the augment. Fuck everything, dude. Fuck everything. And does this work? No. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Non-critical headshot incoming. Trust the process. Okay, 1082. 1623. Okay, so yes. This is mathematical confirmation. The damage bonus from Valence Formation is additive with elemental mods. It is not its own multiplier. It is additive with elemental mods. So why the fuck does it activate on existing procs? This must mean, like, the only thing I can think of that would make sense is that this is a multiplier that's applied to Lavos himself, so it extends to everything he's already procced as well, but that's still so strange. Lavos is ungovernable after all. Like, yeah, he's out here rewriting the rules of the game itself. I've been live for 5 hours, and I think literally the last hour and a half of this has just been talking about Lavos. Put down the curse of knowing. Has it right? I think that's definitely part of it, yeah. Transmuting the code. He's bending the game to make Heat and Harrot not fuck him over as much. That's so weird. That's so fucking weird, dude. What the fuck? Do I have any curses of knowing in my inventory still? I do. This is Curse of Knowing. I should honestly add these to my stuff folder. Try using that in a mission. I don't... Do you mean, like, updating all of my heat procs at one point? I don't really feel like it would do much. But I feel like the whole, like, how technically feasible is the heat proc thing? I really don't think it's, like, a huge performance problem, but who knows? There's enough stuff happening in this game, it can be hard to say for sure. Then job viable knowledge? Unfortunately true. Fuck, have I done my study thing today? I don't actually remember if I got around to this. Now that you say that... No, I don't think I did. I'll have to do this. I have 105 flashcards. Killing myself. Just Link the Curse of Knowing? That's true. Several times over. Honestly, classic fucking Warframe grind. I think all my major weeklies are done. I have, like, Descendia, but... Is Loot Room back this week? I doubt it. I've gotten all the titles and stuff for Descendia, so, like, I don't... Oh, there's... Okay, there's a mod drop chance booster. That's pretty good.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
Flex Weapon Blueprint? Huh. Where's your PhD for the Simulacrum? I don't think they hand those out. Look, I know that Pablo hates the Simulacrum, or Scott did at the very least, and I'm pretty sure Pablo has expressed some distaste for it too, and I get it. But it's so helpful for stuff like this. Reset the duration? It doesn't seem to, no. It seemed like they would still play out normally. The calendar? I did it before I started the stream. Alright, this will be our certified lurker moment as we wind down. I need everyone in chat to give me a hi, Wally. Just, even if if you've been hanging out, you know, haven't been saying much, this is your opportunity to let it be known that you're here and that you're doing all right. If I could get a hi, Wally, I'd appreciate it. I have to get up for a moment, so you all let Wally know that he's welcome, and I'll be right back.
Shalom, chat. It is the horse. It's late as fuck, but it's shallow. How's everybody's April been?
Alright, everyone. I have returned. I hope that you all made Wally feel very welcome. I see Nitro is back as well. I did not send him off to the glue factory, okay? Not this time, at least. I won't. Yeah, we'll go ahead and... this has been live for 5.5 hours. This is so much longer than I expected it to be. I'm such a fucking idiot.
It happens.
You could say we
Oh yeah, wait, by the way, did you guys see that we expanded the Golfagor room? Yeah, we have Grendel in the jar here now. So that's pretty cool. He's kind of off-center because of the way his head sits. Probably shift this a little bit, though. Yeah, we have Grendel in the jar. So that's cool. A Golfagoon chamber. Don't worry about it. Look, we're not even we're not even warning people, dude. We're just going straight in. We're just tearing the band-aid off. Yeah, welcome to the Golfagor room. What's going on back here? The world may never know. The lighting isn't fucked? Yeah, the lighting is only fucked, like, sometimes. I don't know why this is like this. Proper white liquid for the jar. Actually, I have a question. You guys are gonna hate me for this. Not the build. You guys can hate me for that, too. This ephemera. The Prematura ephemera? Does this apply to Articulas? I gotta know. I gotta know.
No, bro. Oh, no, bro.
Is it gonna update? I can't even interact with it anymore. The fuck? My son. Okay, hold on. We have to reload. I hope nobody sees me in the Zeraman like this. I don't want them to see my Varuna like this, okay? Don't look. Don't look. Oh, my PC's gonna struggle for a minute. Don't look. Don't look. I'm just popping in and back out real quick. Don't look. You guys don't have to know. Why is Baruta like this? Don't look. Don't ask. Curse of seeing. Curse of seeing. Okay. The ephemera applies, but not its secondary effect. So she's got, like, the, Oh, that fucked the lighting up. She's got, like, all the stuff around her, but not the, Not this part, right? Man, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Ombask's almost saw you. We have to really stay on the down low. In the profile screen. Oh, wait, does it? No, goddammit. Let me see my fucking profile. Oh, it does! Baruta, no! Baruta, no! It's like the symbiote taking over Spider-Man, dude. Right, the zoom in! It's like, look at what you've done. Oh, no.
Time lapse of
Oh,
the
hell
fucking...
no.
Dad and the dog.
This is so fucked. This is so fucked. What's going on with this, like, fucking... Like, these protrusions? Absolutely encrusted. It's grabbing the Drifter's arm. Yeah, fucking... Me taking my Varuna to her vet appointment because she fell into a bucket of glue. I have to take her to the vet.
I shouldn't be awake because I have to go to my guns at 11, so I don't get to sleep in tomorrow.
Oh yeah, because you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, the bright side will get donuts, but like, man,
splendid. I should buy more of the Walmart donuts. They're bad for me, but dude, you can get a dozen donuts for like $7. Pretty good deal. Bucket of nitro, you mean? I mean, yeah, if he keeps fucking acting up. Oh damn! I was wondering if the effect would stay for the ephemera or for the emote.
Oh damn!
Heartbreaking.
Then again, I think the doesn't want us to make that pose covered in cum.
Hold on, will it start if the? Okay, I don't think so. It's like, could I hit him with the fucking horse emote? Your black void shell skins? I don't really know. I saw another great example where someone posted that they covered themselves in cheese.
Yeah, I need that.
Nailed it.
So this is also some advanced tech. You can cover yourself in cheese. So that's pretty cool. I don't know what they were cooking with this ephemera, low-key. But it is funny. I'm never going to use it on a real fashion, I don't think. But it is funny. And that's all that matters. That's really all that matters. Look like pizza? I respect that. Well, the lighting is fucked up. Oh yeah, I forgot. The cuck chair itself also watches. Like, this is the cuck chair in the most literal sense possible. In the room? Oh, good point, actually. Oh, no! Oh, no! It does work on them!
Oh, no.
Oh, this is not good.
Can you put the jaw around this thing?
Oh, we should not have tested this. Oh, no. I don't know if there's anything I could use as, like, a jar for this, though. I don't think that would really work.
Cylinders.
Cylinders
Well,
of what? There's not, like, see-through cylinders that I'm aware of. Not the AK. They're showing off how reliable the AK is. Theremin hydro plant door. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I don't have a ton of Zeraman decorations. I got the picture of my parents, I guess, so that's cool. It's updating my... Oh, huh. Updating my decorations stops the effect. That's weird. Note beacon? I don't know if that would really work. Unless it's like, hold up. Will it let me type this? Damn it! Okay, what if I do it like this? Okay, that works. I can just flip it upside down. Like, why not? Intensity? Oh, would you... Would you look at that? Get a Jackal Super Boss? Probably not. I'd be down for one, though.
Note beacon for the transparent glass texture?
Cool Kid Band Forward. Sabuchi reference? We gotta put this back on the Gara. We cannot let people know about this. We cannot... The Golfagoon room does not need these types of evolutions. We already have the Tuval files, okay? We don't need it to get any worse. That's why it's covered in vines, so people don't have to know about it. Acrithis, what are you selling, actually?
Like old...
Yowie shrub decoration. Banger? I actually do want to buy some of these.
Will that be all?
I feel like I should place a Yowie shrub. It just makes sense. With any light gray? What, the, balloon one?
Goodbye.
I think it's based on energy color, right? I look like I'm covered in, like, thermal paste. How peculiar. The oil ephemera? This is, we can have, like, a... Like, if you want, America can come after you, right? You can grab, Prematura, you slap that on, and then, you know, before too long, the US will come after you. Don't show them this. This is actually just, like, Varuna becoming racist, I think.
Yeah.
This is like the symbiote's gonna take her over like I did Peter Parker, and then she's gonna say shalom when evil, and it's gonna be speculated about for a long time. Why did Raimi do that, by the way? Anyways. Not make the Come Ephemera challenge? Okay, like, there's this, but there's also, like, I feel like we also have Spinneret, right? It kind of works. That's right, Spider-Man, I'm black now. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, Varuna. You don't deserve this. You really don't deserve this. I've been having a lot of fun with Varuna since her Prime came out, honestly. I never really bothered fixing my Varuna build before her Prime released, so now that I've, gotten around to it, right, with her Prime's release, I think she's been a lot of fun. Good night, y'all. Farewell. Thank you for stopping by. I think I'm gonna pull the plug at 5.5 hours. So we'll go for like 5 more minutes. You know what? While we're talking about Varuna, I gotta at least show the Sparkle Dog, right? She is like an attraction on this broadcast. The Rant Sona. My evil Latina baddie. It's like that fucking meme where it's like it takes a beast to tame a Latina. That's what happened in the Varuna Prime trailer. Low key. Sparkle Dog Prime when? I mean, I could. Put the Come Ephemera on Sparkle Dog? No. We're not desecrating Sparkle Dog any further, okay? We already have to deal with Chevenant. She's evil as fuck. And into the glitter box? Well, that's because she's covered in glue, obviously, so that the glue will stick. I actually just realized I couldn't change the ephemera, though, because then I'd lose the tails. I was wondering if I could put on, like, the glitter ephemera. Cover Chevenant in oil. Cover Chevenant in oil. Go to the plains of Eidolon. It's raining. Revenant flies into the air. Actually, hold on. You know what? This is how we're going to end this stream. I need to talk about a piece of tech with Revenant that I actually think is super fun. Most people, I don't think, use Revenant's ability, so they don't know about this. And really, it's not super practical, but it is really funny. Pop into the plains of Eidolon. Has it actually gone through a full day cycle since I last loaded into here this stream? That's fucked up.
Jesus.
Okay. So, thing about Revenant. His 3 has a startup, right? He has a little wind-up that he does where he puts his hands out, and then he does it. If you're in your 4, your 3 has no startup. It is instant. Here's the important thing. If you are not on the ground, Revenant is not beholden to drag. So if he doesn't have any friction, he can stack the momentum from this pretty much forever. And it lets him go really fast. It's not very practical, but it is really funny. And that's all that matters to me at the end of the day. We're pushing the boundaries of Warframe technology today. The real reason Revenant is the most played frame. Advanced aerial tech.
Real shit.
To the Captura, 5 times speed. I don't know if I've got the dexterity to mash that quickly. Hello, Weird Dog 369. Welcome. Welcome to Weird Dog Wednesday, even though most of the stream has happened on Thursday. Bring Flying Axe. Well, Flying Axe got removed from the game, unfortunately. Oh, okay, yeah, bring back. I was gonna say, there is no more Flying Axe. I do miss Flying Axe. Oh, my game's gonna struggle, because I haven't loaded into Cetus in a bit. Have to wait for all my stuff to, cache again. I wonder if I can find anyone with a cool... This guy is True Master. Can I find, like, a cool, title in here? Anything that's like difficult to unlock? Lotus Ludes is this guy's plan? Oh hell no. Power Hero Compelleth is a pretty good one. I don't even have that one yet. I sold a bunch of my Hero chassis before the thing was announced. There's not a ton of people here actually. I want to find someone with like a cool title. Not the maid outfit. Oh wow, really changing your opinion on putting things in maid outfits now, Fanged Wisp. How that's so weird.
Yeah.
Staff Bearer, man, we don't really have any crazy, you know, like the Void Called to Me's or
Okay, look, honey, you look at maid outfit because you're not a woman.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, Nitro.
Fuck yeah.
Really fucking.
Yes, he Whisper agrees with me.
It's only okay if it's a guy. Fucking goddamn it! I should have known. I have a cat. The shit out of me. I think Sight is the hardest one, for sure. If you want my advice for that, slam weapons are super good for this tank's second phase. Not only are slam weapons really good for breaking the weak points, if you jump up into the air so all the miasmites bundle up underneath you, you can slam them and kill them all in one go. I was using, when I was doing my testing for the notes for the Apex tank video, I was using Sancti Magistar with its Incarnate adapter. It's a really solid strategy. Okay. Well, with my ribbon, find my pages. I haven't done Sight in a bit, because when I was doing my testing, it was with Lavos. I like how we just gave the Sparkle Dog a fucking AK. She's become like a... getting like militant in South Sudan or something. Show Chevenant. I don't even think Liam is here. Fuck-ass, ugly-ass abomination. We never gave him a Signa. We could put one on him. I mean, we kind of be fucking with the sanctity of Chevenant, though, at that point. He's really agile. No, these are the things that my community picked when we made him. That's why he has to say in this ugly-ass form. With an AK IRL? Hell yeah, simulator? You discovered 30 minutes ago? Probably not. It'll probably find its way into the larger Lavos video, but making a whole video on it, I just don't really see how I would do that.
Do you remember the old war, Operator? Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
Haven't hit 2 to come out. I need to not... I can't do this shit again. The Cheetah fucking killed me. Okay. We've had our fun for 5.5 fucking hours. If that works. I don't have any notes for sight specifically. They're just notes about how the tank works in general. They are in need of a bit of revision, though. Can you remind me? Dude, the Cheetah was what? Pineapple, spinach, anchovies, spicy Italian sausage, and onion, I think? No, it was jalapenos. Onion almost won. And then they replaced the sauce with ranch. Horrible creation. Transmute a mob before the stream ends? Okay, I'm on it. No, actually, I know an even better way to gamble. Hold on. First of all, we'll transmute a mod. Let's go buy duplicates. Let's transmute some power throws. Why not? Dude, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way.
Owners in chat.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Also, hello, Trevin. I didn't expect to see you in my chat at this hour. It's been a bit. I hope you've been doing well.
The fucking owners.
Oh my god, dude. Never bite yourself? Dude, there's no fucking way. Holy shit. Oh my god.
1 in 833,300 chance.
Okay, well, I said I was going to do something that's like a more fun form of gambling. I don't know how possible that is. But what I'm going to do is I will myself... This is not a money laundering scheme, I assure you. I will myself give away 1 membership. And we'll see who receives it. 1 lucky person is going to receive the Cool Kid 369 official membership. I do not want to buy 50 memberships, YouTube. Alright, 1 person is getting Jade Lighted right now. 1 person's getting executed. Who's it gonna be? Hedge your bets. The funniest thing could happen, we could go 2 for 2 if Wisp gets this. Alright, who's it gonna be? I'm taking Hunter hostage. And it is... Bunny Token. Congrats for receiving the official Jade Light execution from the Cool Kid 369 broadcast. You are officially dead. Unfortunate fate. But, you know, it happens to the best of us, right? It happens to the best of us. First live execution on stream. Oh, Nitro sent 1 gift membership. Congrats to Sand Mountain Sam for receiving it. Disgusted. This be like Trevin's gonna fucking execute Hunter. Oh no. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed this to happen.
So I called Bite and got the membership. Let's go.
I should gamble.
Yes, you should.
No,
right now.
maybe not. Maybe not. The lunatic something he can't keep getting away with it after I got the fucking bite. Do it again. I didn't see.
How much is Bite worth platinum wise?
I don't know if it's worth a shit ton. These. Let me grab it. Hold on. Warframe. There we go. Warframe question builds. I think that would go hard. Bite is worth 60 platinum unmaxed. Damn, that's actually pretty valuable.
That's good.
Which is funny because now I have 2 from transmuting.
Your collection of mods.
Never kill yourself, chat. Never kill
I
yourself.
wonder if there are more
Babe,
to be had.
look.
Huh?
Unleash the goon.
I really don't like this. You know what? This is how we're going to end the stream. You all are gonna see this fucking image. Curse of Seeing. Curse of Seeing. Who else unleashing their goon? Curse of Seeing. I also really don't like the white egg same goo. That also really bothers me. I really don't like that. Who up unleashing their goon? Who up? Dude, I'm putting this in the stuff folder in case we need it in the future. Hold on. Remember to like and subscribe and hit the bell if you're unleashing your goon. Anyways, thank you all for watching. This stream was a clusterfuck disaster. But we got Bite again, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, happy Weird Dog Wednesday, or I guess at this point it's like, I don't know. What is Thursday? There's something we could do for Thursday. You know, we haven't really workshopped it. But I hope you all have a good one. Thank you for coming. You can watch the other VODs with the playlist in the description. There's the Discord in the description. I think I'm losing my voice. I need to end this, as in my life. So I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Yeah, that's it.